Alongside looking for a run for Ricardo Pepi. Pepi slip past Bell. Ricardo Pepi is in. Second defender is coming over. Pepi got hit out of the play and scores! Ricardo Pepi's first brace with FC Dallas, and he's restored the lead.
Good opportunity here for San Jose. The shot, what a finish! Goal! It's a golazo! 17 years of age for Kate Cowell. No problem.
Floated in. This is dangerous, and it's 1-1, and it's a fabulous finish by Quinn Sullivan, the 17-year-old.
And the acrobatic bicycle kick, side volley, call it what you want. It's a thing of beauty here to tie it up.
Gives to Davis. Davis floats it in. Fabio off the head. Clark, what a finish! Oh my goodness, Caden Clark! And the Red Bulls double the lead.
Busio. Gianluca Busio! A touch of class from the 19-year-old. And just listen to this stadium erupt.
This is Thiago Andrade. That's Santiago Rodriguez in the middle. Andrade with his pace just blisters by Donovan Pines. Cuts into the middle. Thiago Andrade back to his left foot. And it's in! Thiago Andrade in stoppage time in the second half. His second goal in as many games. New York City has the lead. It is 2-1.
It's just next level. It's a brilliant goal. It's a match-winning goal.
To Rubio. Oh, thought about it first time. Galvan. Onto his left. Going far post. What a goal! What a goal, Brian Galvan! Your first start of the year, sunshine. And that is an absolute screamer.
Top of the box. Laid off beautifully. Here's Tolkien able to cut it back. John Tolkien, goal! Oh, what a superb finish. John Tolkien for the 1-0 lead. Way to go, kid. Red Bulls have the lead.
Here's Brian Rodriguez. Cuts it back on Legit. Cuts it around Koulibaly. Around a third. And scores!
This is an absolutely sensational strike. Dances past two Galaxy defenders. Sends him to the deck. Look at the balance here. Cutting back. Cutting back.
Well, McCarty was one of the players, Alexi, last year that went to great lengths to say this is not a rivalry yet, it has to grow. But he told us on Thursday, no, it is a real rivalry now, and I think we got that sense from both sets of players ahead of this one.
It's a rivalry, John.
Now two teams going in different directions in the early season so far. Tommy McNamara off the back of his world-class winner in Portland last Sunday. Mike Grella had the winning goal Wednesday night as the Red Bulls beat Chicago. First of 3 meetings this year, first of 2 here at Yankee Stadium. It has been building all day. It has been building all week. And the Red Bulls, we know they love their set pieces. They have choreographed something off the kickoff here in the way they have positioned their players. So this could be very interesting from the start. Jesse Marsh not waiting around.
It's almost an onside type of kick here. Everybody clustered over the right-hand side.
Underway here at Yankee Stadium. 40,000 fans in the Bronx. Edition number 4 of the New York Derby. It is New York City in blue. 5 matches unbeaten, longest such run in their brief history. They won their 3rd straight last week in Portland. And We're briefly atop the Eastern Conference. New York Red Bulls in white and red off their worst start to a season. 6 losses in their first 7. They have recovered somewhat since. 3 wins in their last 5. And there's only 3 teams that have had a better run of results than the Red Bulls the last few weeks. One of them, their opponents today. McNamara trying to get into that space. Connor Lade there to cut it off. And Luis Robles, who today breaks Chris Klein's record, his 119th consecutive start in an MLS match. Now the most in league history. Already has the record for consecutive full 90-minute appearances. He would have to wait until the season opener next year to break Chris Klein's record for the most consecutive appearances, not necessarily starts, in MLS history. Sam, here's in front of Bravo, back from right, Phillips. Good job by Frederick Briand to step into the space there and break that up. Now R.J. Allen, who had that wonderful ball to set up Villa for the opening goal of Portland. This one's offside. The flag is up. There was one-way traffic between the teams a year ago. All 3 were wins for the Red Bulls. Bradley Wright Phillips scoring both goals in their first ever meeting last May. City had the lead at halftime here at Yankee Stadium before the Red Bulls stormed back to win 3-1. And then in August, the first ever start for Lampard, Pirlo, and Villa together. And they got run over by the Red Bulls in a 2-0 game, which was not that close. Pirlo and Villa are out there today. Frank Lampard for the first time this year available on the bench. And it's Connor Lade, one of 6 players in the field right now with ties to the New York, New Jersey area, to send the long throw in. Takes a bounce in front of Saunders. And that's going to be shepherded behind for the first quarter of the game for the Red Bulls.
Well, NYCFC misjudging the strength of Connor Lade. This thing goes over. Everyone bounces right in the 6-yard box. And then Tommy McNamara has to kick it out to the corner.
65th corner taken this year by the Red Bulls. One of 4 teams not to score from one. That header's in, though! And it had to be Dax McCarty, the Red Bulls captain, one of the smallest players on the field, who heads the Red Bulls in front inside of 3 minutes.
Nothing fancy about this. Just put it up there. That's McCarty wide open and gets some great power. Look at this. Long live the mutant gene in the back of the net. Horrible start for NYCFC. Great start for the Red Bulls.
First goal this year for Dax McCarty. The man who originally was on the wrong side of a rivalry with the Red Bulls when he joined them in 2011 from DC United is now climbing the charts for the most appearances in team history. And a player that always wears his heart on his sleeve. Certainly was feeling the frustration of their last 2 performances and the emotions of this game when we sat and met with him on Thursday. Let's see how New York City respond to that. They have been flying and they have been playing from it. At least tied, if not a lead, in the last few weeks. South Zizo charging forward. Hernandez had to slide across. It's the Red Bull supporters way up in the corner of the Raptors here at Yankee Stadium who are making the noise right now.
But small things matter. We take it back to the kickoff and the way that Red Bull set up, playing the ball long, pinning NYCFC into their own end. And then that throwing that NYCFC couldn't deal with, and it bounced in the box, which resulted in the corner that Dax McCarty scored on.
McCarty edged out of the way by David Villa. McNamara picks it up. Ronald Mazzarita, who will be part of Costa Rica's roster at the Copa America Centenario here on Fox in just less than 2 weeks. there to break it up. And this has always been a big part of the Red Bull style, the press, the high intensity. They've been playing, a lot of teams have been sitting deep. Certainly McCarty was hoping that New York City were going to try to play, and they could take advantage. McCarty, question. Mike Grella. Bravo battling in the air. Trying to turn and get away from Jackson McCarty. Lade picks his pocket. All right, Phillips wanted the long ball. Felipe going to try to provide it for him. Can he control over his shoulder? You bet he can. Laying it off for Lloyd Sam, who pulls it well wide.
Take a look back at this goal. Look at Dax McCarty. He's looking the other way, and then he says, hey, look what I found. And generates some good. He's just there for.
Well, the whistle already gone for a foul there.
Dax McCarty in that situation, you see him looking around. He's just there to block people. The set picks, and he turns around and finds it on his head.
Villa laying back for McNamara. McCarty the slip. Good read by Connor Lade, as that did not have enough behind it. Out for Shelton. And too far for Lloyd Sam. Well, the other part of it, of course, Sasha Kljestan, his now 7th assist of the season, leading MLS. He leads the league in chances created. A player that Jesse Marsh says is our ideal number 10, a player that Jason Hernandez, the New York City center back, longtime friends, said his head and shoulders past the rest of the league. His vision, the way he sees the game. It's Hernandez who fouls Bradley Wright Phillips. Trying to escape on that long ball.
Well, this is the second time that Red Bull have seen and hit that long ball over the top. And Bradley Wright Phillips, he's up there, and he is turning into that space. And Jason Hernandez had to pull him down.
Roommates and teammates with Kljestan at Seton Hall nearby. Roommates and teammates at Chivas USA with Jesse Marsh as a player. Groomsmen in each other's weddings, Jason Hernandez and Sasha Kljestan. And once again on opposite sides of this big rivalry game. Kljestan to take the ensuing free kick. And Jose Aurelian calling up for it. It's going to be last out for a corner. Mullen, who just joined the Red Bulls a few weeks ago in a trade from Orlando. They've had so many injuries at center back. They've sold Matt Miazga to Chelsea. Miazga, who scored here at Yankee Stadium last year. Jesse Marsh telling us the other day how pleased he is with how Colin has done. He said he reminds me of with Sporting Kansas City a couple years ago, and that best defense in MLS they have. Kljestan. Saunders there with the punch. Laid a heavy touch. And is there a chance now for City to count? Long into space for David Villa. Not going to find him though. Cristobal was there. Lopez pulled that out. Looks like Chris Penta is going to overrule his assistant and give the throw to New York City. Again, trying to drop it in for Villa. Flags up for offside. Fans are howling as he took the bump.
Well, you can see the different way that David Villa goes about his business as opposed to Bradley Wright Phillips. David Villa, much more of an angle, dropping off of that shoulder to get that ball over the top, as opposed to Bradley Wright Phillips. It's much more straight up, straight ahead, get behind, spin and turn behind the defense type of approach.
Zizo was actually drafted by New York City in the expansion draft last year. They immediately traded him to the Red Bulls to get goalkeeper Ryan Mara on loan. He's kept his spot in there. Kamar Lawrence, the Jamaica national team player, part of their Copa America roster, not in the lineup today. Felipe had that knocked away. Reminder, we're talking about Copa America rosters. Don't forget, at halftime of our coverage here on Fox, the exclusive reveal of Jurgen Klinsmann's lineup, the 23-man roster for the Copa America Centenario. Who will make it, who will not? 40 were originally named, including Mix Diskerud on the bench for New York City today. 23 will represent their country in this biggest men's soccer tournament we have seen on our shores since the '94 World Cup. I don't know how excited you are, Alexi, to see who's on that roster, who can have an impact. Good work there in the middle to help win it by New York City. Villa dumbing it along. Well read by Zizou to escape with it. Now Lloyd Sam able to win a throw. Who do you expect to see?
Well, look, it'll be interesting to see who's on it and to see who's left off. I mean, there is some talent out there that is going to be left on the side, and there's nothing that American soccer fans hate more than unrealized talent. And the fact that we have arguments about these 40-man to 23-man rosters, that's a good thing. It means that there's some depth, and it means there is a discussion to have about who should be there and who shouldn't be there.
Sasha Kleshin is a name that has been thrown out by plenty of people for someone that should be in contention, not a part of the 40-man preliminary list. Great little spin outside by Grella on R.J. Allen. Grella getting the cross away. McNamara under pressure from Zizou. Just has to get rid of it. McCarty threading it in just beyond Felipe's foot. Hernandez plays safe. Once again, they've been doing this on the throws. Aurelian Collin, the center back, is coming forward to be a target. Certainly something he did plenty for Matt Beasley's long throws in Kansas City. This time it'll be Sal Zizou trying to find his head. Not quite. A second time. Collin was close to it. Sam cut off by Mazzarizza. Zizou was the target. Once again, New York City trying to play direct to Villa, but well dealt with by the Red Bulls. Well, Sam got caught in possession and has to give away the free kick.
NYCFC just can't establish any type of possession. You mentioned if they go long, they lose it immediately. When that press comes in for the Red Bulls, they can't even get any type of flow to even start their desire of coming out of the back consistently and keeping possession.
They cut a ball across. Boy, Villa had let that go. McNamara's on the end of it. Pirlo gets a chunk taken out of him by Sam. He's down behind the play. He's holding his leg. McNamara with the ball. Villa trying to hold off Duval. Going to be played out. Andrea Pirlo was down. Turned 37 years of age on Thursday. This time last year, he was preparing to play the 90 minutes in the UEFA Champions League final for Juventus and their defeat to Barcelona. Frank Lampard, could this be a much earlier debut than anyone would have expected?
Well, let's take a look back at what happened here. Lloyd Sam gets him right on the knee. It's not that he tripped in it, it's that his cleats go right into his knee.
No card shown by Chris Penso. He was having a chat with Lloyd Sam about it. Pirlo, who was ever philosophical with us the other day, said we're starting to see the fruits of our labor, but the path is long and winding to reach the goals we have. But Sam apologizes, similar to Thierry Henry, who played for the Red Bulls. Pirlo saying I don't take the joy necessarily in what I do, it's the joy I see in my teammates' success, particularly the young players. We saw his big smile when Tommy McNamara scored that goal in Portland. He said, the great satisfaction I get, my contributions to them help them grow in their careers. And he and Sam are still chirping back and forth at one another.
He's also had to adjust in MLS and here for NYCFC in the way that he plays. A lot of his teams, everything flowed through him, and he was that timekeeper. And that's not the case here necessarily for NYCFC.
Well, it's been in the last month or so, his average touches of the ball per game have been down significantly from where they were. And to your point earlier about City struggling to establish a rhythm as Pirlo is back out there. This very deliberate possession style Patrick Vieira wants. That's a hard challenge from Mikey Lopez on Connor Lade. And Chris Penso has decided to draw his line in the sand. Yellow card to Lopez. He will be suspended for their next game against Orlando.
Mikey, I don't know what you're trying to argue here, but we'll take a look at it. Yeah, it's a yellow.
Lopez, another former Sporting Kansas City player. New York City, as of a couple weeks ago, had the highest average possession per game. In that win over Portland last week, it was the lowest amount of possession they'd ever had in a match. That's why Patrick Vieira said he was so pleased. It was a new side of our team I hadn't yet seen. To grind out a result like that, to suffer for a win. Felipe trying to get it in for Lloyd Sam. If he can catch up to it, Matarrita's there. And that'll be the third corner of the early going for the Red Bulls.
Well, that's an interesting matchup out there on that left-hand side. Lloyd Sam going down the right side for Red Bulls against Matarrita. I like Matarrita. I think he is a good defender, and going forward is even better.
Question. Holland was up for it. Saunders now there to get it easily enough. Wants to go quick. Didn't have a target.
Let's see the press here. They're making Saunders kick it long.
Ball in there. Got caught by Pirlo as he was challenging for that ball in the air. He's slow to get up behind the play. Ball's going to go out, and Chris Penso, precaution for the head injury for Aurelian Collin, keeping the ball out of play for a moment.
Well, Pirlo, who we just saw go out, goes up. Yeah, he's not even looking at the ball. Pirlo's not known for his ability in the air, and he knew exactly what he was doing.
I think he's fired up right now.
It's not his first rodeo.
He was such a calm demeanor, but he's definitely having words with some of the Red Bulls players, upset at that tackle he got from Lloyd Sam. And certainly Chris Penso, as we said, this is his first really big rivalry game in MLS, and where he decides to step in and where he decides to lay off as these challenges start to fly in could be crucial. Hooked ahead too far for Kyrie Shelton. Well, we got both coaches mic'd up today, Patrick Vieira and Jesse March. Let's hear some of those sounds from the field.
Come on! Come on! Lloyd, keep being on the run, buddy.
Mata! Calm and play. Relax, Mata, relax.
It certainly has been fascinating to watch Vieira's growth as a coach. He was in charge of Manchester City's elite youth team the last 2 seasons.
Well, it's easy to, when you're suit on the sideline, to tell your players to be calm, but
I think when you're Patrick Vieira, you probably have a leg to stand on from experience.
yes.
Kyrie Shelton, who really hasn't had a big impact at all in the first 19 or so minutes, trying to get involved now, flicking that along. Aurelian Collin was there. Pirlo on the turn. Able to spray it wide for Matarrita over Zizzo's shoulder. Matarrita hooking it across. Duval is there. Zizzo keeping that in play. Collin engaging in the air there.
Yeah, but when NYCFC does go long, they're not winning anything in the air. And they're not winning that second ball either.
Allen takes it out. Good ball to find David Villa. He's got options either side. Villa keeping this one for himself. Got off balance there on the attempt to take a block from McCarney. First corner of the game for New York City. Quickly taken for Pirlo. Pirlo hooks it in. Shelton. That was Briant flying through. It's a misplay. So the flag will stay down. Man down is Zizou, slowly getting to his feet for the Red Bulls. Briant trying to win another corner. And he's done so.
Well, they opted for the short one. And now Pirlo coming over alone.
Zizou shaken up, and he's walking around gingerly right now. The right back for the Red Bulls. Pirlo this time from the near flag. Makes a bounce. Body's flying in there. That was Briant who went down underneath Colin.
That's a penalty. That looked like a penalty to me. Wow.
You've got Chris Penso and you have Eric Wiesbrand, the assistant on this near side, who were at least in a position to see that. Shelton that time winning the ball in the air. Duvall beats Villa to it though. Good pressure to win it back by Lopez. Villa now. Duvall trying to close the angle. He's able to tackle it out for a corner.
We take a look back at this last corner. Aurelien Colin. Oh, goodness. You see it again. Yeah, he goes down a little bit easy, but you see Colin's got his arms around him. But we all know you could call 10 of those every single set piece in the box with what goes on.
Certainly it's been a point of emphasis for 2 years now for MLS referees to make those types of calls.
Well, he was beaten to the ball. He wasn't getting to that.
Briant and Colin being talked to. Fans to their feet on this side of Yankee Stadium. Pirlo to the head of Wright Phillips. And fired into the stands by R.J. Allen. Let's get downstairs to Julie. What are you hearing down on the benches?
Well, John, it's been some mixed emotions the last few minutes from Patrick Vieira. He's liked what his team has done on this far side flank, especially Ronald Matarrita, and of course in the box from David Villa. But it all starts with possession and being calm with that possession, employing a high tempo once you have the ball.
Why have they struggled to get that going midway through the first half?
Because the team wearing white and red has been very, very good at putting them under pressure right from the kickoff. And then they've pressured them when they come out. They've made them kick it long, and then when they do kick it long, they win every first ball and every second ball.
McCarty there. It's a great little cutback. Crunched in there, lost the ball. Federico Bravo tackling it off him. Now Kyrie Shelton running at and with Connor Lade, who's able to poke it away. Actually, Felipe tracking back. It's Lade who joined in, and then he got the bump from Shelton, and he's shaken up.
Undeniable talent, Kyrie Shelton. At times, though, it looks like he doesn't care. And I'm not saying he doesn't care, but this young man, if there was more of a sense of urgency in the way that he played, in the moments that he recognized to take players on, with his gifts that he has and the grace that he has, the speed, the size, he can be a much better player.
Second pick in the draft last year out of Oregon State. Connor Lade has gone back down. You see the wrapping on his head. He took an elbow just above the eye from David Accam of Chicago, for which Accam has been suspended a game by the MLS disciplinary committee. Had a big cut over his eye on Wednesday night.
Kyrie Shelton just using his body the way you should.
That's 6'3" versus 5'7" there.
Connor Lade just ran into a wall.
Lade is from Morristown, New Jersey, not too far down the road from here. 5th-year homegrown player of the Red Bulls.
And you can see he just got it in the midsection there. Thankfully not the head.
Delay here as they try to get him going, and Shelton, a player Patrick Vieira has told us that I don't think he realizes what his potential is. He was called into the January camp by Jurgen Klinsmann for the U.S. national team. He was a part of the U23 roster for that Olympic playoff with Colombia. Lade is still off to the side. Red Bulls are defending with 10 right now. Rita, that came off of Pirlo. Felipe looking quick for Rock Phillips. Jason Hernandez tracking it. That ball checks up, and Rock Phillips, it's going to be a foul. Flagged by the assistant. Rock Phillips, who as Rob Stone mentioned, scored in all 3 games between the teams last year. 4 goals in total. And a player that told us how excited he was about these games before that first one, he said, of course, the son of Ian Wright, a former all-time leading goal scorer for Arsenal, said I could be the 800th guy to ever score in the North London Derby, or I could be the first to ever score in the New York Derby, which he was. You saw Kamar Lawrence there getting loose. Lade is back out there. R.J. Allen playing long. David Villa for a 3rd time today is offside.
They're going to that well time and time again with that ball. New York's right side over the top to David Villa. Problem is, it's the only well they're going to. There's that pressure. Win the second ball.
Pirlo digs it out and escapes. Hooks it across for Shelton. Shelton takes it himself. Leg got his body in the way. Pings off the corner flag for New York City throw.
You see, at least on that one, when NYCFC did play it long into the air, even though Red Bulls won the first one, Pirlo won that second ball. That knockdown with a fight there, and it sent him off on the races.
Question was none too happy. He was coming in and barking orders to the defense about that. Briant, the center back, has come forward. R.J. Allen gets the throw in. McCarty heads it away. Lopez kept it in for a moment. Looks like they're happy enough with Connor Lade's recovery from that blow he took. Kamar Lawrence back seated on the bench. Lade in action there to knock that away. Up playing in Yankee Stadium, a very narrow field listed as 70 yards wide. This gives you an opportunity for long throws into the box that you might not have other places. Villa couldn't hold that up. All right, Phillips for Sasha Kleshchin. Just ran away from him, and his buddy Hernandez clears.
Well, it's a unique environment, shall we say. It's certainly not ideal. It's a great crowd. The fact is, you know, while this might be a baseball cathedral from a soccer perspective, at times it's an abyss, and these people, they deserve even better.
Pirlo's foul.
If you can do this with what you have, recognizing that this isn't ideal, think of what they can do with a real soccer-specific stadium.
Patrick Vieira telling us we need to really learn how to play with our field at home. David Villa saying it's the next evolution of our game. It's a New York City team. Actually, it's the best away record in the league this year. But it's the worst record at home of any MLS team dating back to the beginning of last year. Just 7 wins out of 23. And the fewest defensive shutouts as well. Today would be a massive opportunity. Well, there's some sort of contact that's happened off the ball inside the box. The assistant referee has flagged it.
He saw it immediately, the AR.
And they're coming together now. Chris Penso, they're talking over the wireless headsets right now. Eric Wiesbrod, the assistant. Chris Penso, the referee. Yellow card out of the pocket. Looks like Federico Bravo has gotten it. New York City players yelling incredulously. Dax McCarty applauding the referee's decision. And Bravo now alone in the league lead for yellow cards this year. Pirlo for Villa. And back out. Couldn't dance his way around Felipe. Sheldon up in the air to get it. Can't do anything with it. Half an hour played in front of a great crowd at Yankee Stadium, and an early start for the Red Bulls. Dax McCarty heading in Sasha Kleshchen's corner kick. With less than 3 minutes played, the Red Bulls beat New York City all 3 times last year. Have held that lead, and has certainly been very disruptive sense to the way New York City are trying to play. Resurgent New York City this year. It's a misplay at the back. It's Lloyd Sam, cuts it back on Hernandez, goes to ground, and it's going to be a goal kick in the end. Hernandez doing enough in the recovery.
Ooh, Lloyd Sam shaking and baking. Here comes the pressure again. Lose the first ball, lose the second ball, and clear possession from Red Bull.
Zizou got tripped up now. He's gone down. Duval gets rid of it under duress. He's trying to hook it in for Wright Phillips. He looked like he was onside. Hernandez and Briant combined to clear. Zizou remains down. We've seen this plenty in MLS. Neither team under any obligation to play it out, nor is referee Chris Penso under any obligation to whistle to play dead unless it is a head injury and otherwise injury in his opinion. And as it happens, Zizou's back to his feet and amongst the play as Slade gets it away. Josh Saunders comes all the way out, and it ends up hooking out for New York Red Bulls throw.
It's interesting. NYCFC gets back to the confines here at Yankee Stadium and almost abandons their philosophy of playing out of the back, an adherence to playing out of the back that we've seen consistently from them from the beginning of the season.
Is that style just playing into the Red Bulls' hands?
Red Bulls definitely have something to do with it, but I think there's just a recognition that they can't get a hold of the ball a whole lot. But that's not the way NYCFC was positioned to anybody.
Great move by David Villa on the sideline to get away. Hands off for Matarrita, who's closed down quickly there by Duval, and in fact it's going to be given as a Red Bulls throw. Zizou seems to have shaken off whatever knock he took a few moments ago. Hardy stooping low to get his head to it. Wright Phillips stronger on the outside. Mike Grella running in the center. And it's going to be a 4th corner of the match for the Red Bulls. It's not been quite the highlights he was hitting 2 seasons ago, where he tied the league record 27 goals in the 2014 season, 17 last year. Tied the all-time MLS record for goals in a 2-year span. He's chipped in 3 with 1 assist this year, Bradley Wright Phillips. Sasha Kleshchen to take the corner once again. Swinger from him. Collin was up for it. Comfortable stuff for Saunders.
Here they go, coming out of the back. Break some pressure. This is more NYCFC. Break that pressure, and now you got some space to work with.
Allen in for Shelton. Collin, the defender, gets the cross in. Felipe tracking back, able to clear. Again, trying to target Shelton in the air. He gets his head to it. Felipe, though, outmuscles McNamara. Party for Sam. They back off him. He's got space. He threads it along for Kleshchen. Wright Phillips in the center. Grella the trailer. Kleshchen on Allen. Looking to cut it back. Enough contact there from Allen to put him off. He just plays that past everyone. Let's get more sounds to the field from New York City coach Patrick Vieira.
what is good about here is that when we have somebody who's watching the replay, and I know it's really difficult for the linesman, with the first two that he played to David, he wasn't offside at all.
Pretty awesome. Always very calm and analytical from Patrick Vieira. Great tackle from Aurelian Collin on David Villa. McNamara trying to control, goes nutmeg on Felipe. Hard challenge there. McCarty, and they're all coming in now. McCarty is down, right? Phillips calling for the training staff to come to him. Felipe's down as well. You've got both assistants and the fourth official all conversing with referee Chris Penso.
And the goalkeepers and everybody. Well, let's look at it in full speed here. I'll tell you what, I don't think it's a red card. I don't think it's malicious. I think Tommy McNamara is going for the ball right there, but he's still responsible for the missed timing.
Long conversation as McCarty is being attended to between Chris Penso and Tommy McNamara, and a yellow card is the final decision.
You can see he just clips him at the end. Yeah, and he's just late. He's late with that big backswing of his, trying to crush the ball rather than just slide down in front of it. He's responsible for it.
Well, and as part of that whole fracas there, as McCarty is back to his feet, Mikey Lopez had to be basically shouted backwards by one of the assistants. He's already on a yellow card. He was one of the players that came screaming in. Chris Strickland, the assistant on the far side, who sort of towers over Lopez, was just getting him to back out of the situation before he got himself sent off. So 3 yellow cards shown to New York City players in this first half. Dex McCarty, the goal scorer, off to the side for a moment.
Well, NYCFC needs to stop worrying about kicking and pushing people and find a way to get a hold of that ball.
2 captains, or I should say, Christian, who's sort of serves as the vice captain underneath McCarty, who's off to the side. He and Villa chatting with the referee. I think Chris Penso, as much as anything else, just trying to get everyone to calm down right now. Make sure he does not lose control of this game. McCarty looks set to return when he's allowed back on. It's Chris Duval to drive this in from deep. Flag is up for offside. McCarty's back out there. Shelton wins the header. Call in there just in front of Villa, who again was offside. Anyway, the flag has come back down, though, as Lopez won the ball. His shot is a comfortable stop for Luis Robles. Coming up on our halftime, presented by Audi. All your first half highlights and analysis from Rob and company back in LA. And again, the big news, the 23-man final roster for the Copa America Centenario set to begin 2 weeks from yesterday on the channels of Fox Sports. The live exclusive reveal of the U.S. roster coming up at half when we are done here in New York City. Discarud, the only any of these players to be on the 40-man preliminary roster. One presumes he knows his fate now. That's been struggling to get a consistent spot in Patrick Vieira's starting lineup, similar to what Mix has told us Jurgen Klinsmann has told him. More defensive side of the game, more physicality in the center of midfield. Villa able to control into the center. Lopez is there. On. Took his time, and Wright Phillips helped to win it away. Grella on the ball. Able to keep it. And Bravo, who then slips. Grella on Allen. Grella cuts to the byline, gets the cross in. Wright Phillips! And it's in! It's stuck underneath Saunders. Bradley Wright Phillips. Fourth game against New York City. Fourth game with a goal. 2-0 Red Bulls.
Well, Mike Grella working some magic and some voodoo here. Over the top, stop, start, people sliding. Mike Grella will just look at you and you will fall down. Gets to the end line. Nice little cross. And in the back of the net. Take it down. There you go. Wow. That is some very, very good work out there on the left-hand side by Mike Grella. And then the finished product there. Put it on the head of the man who scores. Great way to start a half for the Red Bulls, and great way to finish a half for the Red Bulls and that coach right there, Jesse Marsch.
5 goals in 3.5 matches against his crosstown rivals. For Bradley Wright Phillips, he now matches Grella for the team lead in goals this year. It was Grella's first assist. When all the talk coming in, and certainly our hunch about things, was how well New York City was playing, how the Red Bulls had a good boost, but certainly were trying to reestablish what they had been last year. To be 2-0 up is awfully impressive.
Look, you can make an argument that this is the biggest game in NYCFC history.
Lloyd Sam, they're trying to make it 3. Hooked in, Wright Phillips. Falls for McCarty on the other side. McCarty trying to find space, knocked away. Lee keeps it in, but to no one in particular. McNamara for Villa. Villa couldn't find a teammate there as he lost control, and then McCarty's bowled over from behind by Lopez.
And if this is the biggest game in NYCFC history, somebody better let the people in blue know about that, because this has been a horrible half for them.
Question a bit ginger as he gets back to his feet.
You come back home. You haven't been good at home, but you come back with a hope that has been created over the last 3-4 games, and the way that you've played and the results that you've gotten. And in front of a huge crowd like this, you come out flat for the first 45 minutes. Patrick Vieira, you got to make some changes, either in personnel or the approach, but you got to say the things that make NYCFC come back in that second half and make this a game.
Relevant to that, we're going to be hearing from Patrick Vieira when the halftime whistle goes. He'll be speaking with Julie down in the field. McCarty's pressure, and again they win it upfield. Question back for McCarty, now for Grella. Wright Phillips. Now that would have been really something there.
Living dangerously, NYCFC coming out of the back like that. They get picked. And this Red Bull team is very, very good when they press at that transition and immediately finding the right people.
They do win a 5th corner of this first half. Question. Wait. Yep. Able to find Monterita, although his touch into space way too far. 2-minute stoppage time. All the delays we've had. Monterita, nutmeg on Zizzo, but Sam comes to cover. Villa just that off there to McNamara, held in by Pirlo. Monterita's cross. Duval heads away. Pirlo back in, takes the deflection. Villa just beaten to it by Robles, who had to get a second attempt to cover it up. Fullbacks for a foul there as Monterita came in the back of question.
Both of these teams had midweek games. To be fair to NYCFC, they had more travel. Both of them had media responsibilities when they got into the market.
Sam rolled in for Felipe, gets the cross away. Clearance only as far as Lloyd Sam, looking to hook that across. A big jersey pull going on. Colin. Corella controls on the other side. Corella hooks in the cross. Colin up for it. Briant up as well. Right, Phillips. The overhead is in. Absolutely sensational. What an exclamation point to a dominating first half by the New York Red Bulls.
Well, it's been about second and third effort all half in all places on the field. In the box, long balls. Winning that second ball. Creating something out of nothing. Look, this ball is just in the air. You got to want it. And a little bit of magic right there from Bradley Wright Phillips. Finds that far corner. Disaster for NYCFC. Look, he looks at that as a bonus. He thought 2-0 going into half. Now he gets 3-0.
Wright Phillips told us this week, New York City, they're going to be feeling good about themselves. They're feeling confident, said it feels like a big game. It won't change our season, but the fans will not accept a poor performance. And that's a question more relevant to the New York City fans right now than to the Red Bull supporters up in the upper decks. Could they go for more? Monterita breaks it up. That is going to be the end of an eye-opening 45 minutes. Bradley Wright Phillips, 2 goals. Dax McCarty heading in the opener after 3 minutes. Let's go down to Julie Stewart-Banks with Patrick Vieira for the Sideline Report, sponsored by Avocare, the official sports nutrition partner of Major League Soccer. She's with New York City coach Patrick Vieira.
Well, thank you so much, John Patrick. What are your thoughts on the first 45 minutes?
It's been a disaster first 45 minutes. I think we didn't play at all, and nothing more to say. It's been a really bad first 45 minutes. We didn't turn up, we didn't play, and I think we couldn't lift with the importance of the game, and it's been really disappointed. Yes.
What kind of response do you want to see in the second half?
We have to turn on. We didn't play at all. I think we have to show a little bit more personality when we want to play from the back. And what is really difficult is that every single ball, the second ball, we didn't win any of them. We didn't even win the first ball. And I think that in the first half, the team really wanted to compete. They really wanted to win. And I think we were a little bit too nervous in the first half. And I believe that the emotional take really part of the way we play in the first half.
Thank you, Patrick.
As good a way as any to measure the impact of those two players and to measure the impact of that first half performance in the New York Red Bulls. 3 goals up as the second half is underway. Patrick Vieira, you heard his comments to Julie. Let's see what sort of reaction New York City have coming out. No changes for either side of the break. As we talked about, Frank Lampard is available off the bench for New York City, as is Jack Harrison. Get to play this year, #1 draft pick. Bradley Wright Phillips is offside. So the answers lie on the bench. Are they going to have to live to fight another day? Great work by Connor Lade to come forward and intercept that pass. Lade cutting it back. His body's flying. Lade's back on the ball. They give him space. He's going to dribble in. It's blocked a second time. Now Kyrie Shelton is taken right back off the ball. McCarty there. Lade in for Sam. Off for Grella. Has to chase it down. Rebels are trying to kill this off now. Felipe. Salzizo. Reads his head back into the center. Lopez had to rise up there. Fletcher's got Felipe making the run in. Hernandez got in the way. Back in there, gives it away on the back heel. Grella wants it back post from McCarty. Rayoff was there instead. Lost his footing. Lopez couldn't do anything with it.
Well, Red Bulls kind of picking up where they left off. Putting NYCFC under pressure consistently. And so far, no real change in approach from NYCFC.
Mike Phillips 3 times before has had a hat trick, all coming back in 2014. He is pulled down. Let's hear from Julie. What did Jesse March have to say to you?
Well, of course, John, he said we couldn't have asked for a better start, but there's still 45 minutes left. He wants their pressing to be better. He said we need to be better connected, have more urgency, and pick up balls in the midfield. He wants to outwork and outplay this NYCFC team, which he knows is going to come fast and furious in these 15 minutes.
It's a New York City team that's won a foul on the outside as Bravo goes down. Andrea Pirlo to take. Hernandez wasn't quite ready for that. Trying on the other side for Matarrita, working on Duval. Launched the cross out for a New York City throw. Villa crowded out. McNamara can't do anything with it. Well, Jesse Marshall, we talked to him yesterday. He said, you know, last year these guys all had a chip on their shoulder. All I had to do was sort of guide them to that motivation. He said this year I've had to find new ways to combat the complacency, trying to make sure we're holding each other accountable. And we heard that sort of echo for some of the Red Bulls players. Jax McCarty saying we need to forget that we won the Supporter Shield last year and realize it's a new year. And they feel like they really let themselves down last Friday in DC in the 2-0 loss and in a lot of their performances this year. As Question picks that up and plays into the space for Lloyd Sam. This has certainly been quite the reaction to that. And now Sam running on Hernandez, clips it in, past everyone. Question will get to it. It's waiting for Connor Lade's overlap. Blocked by Allen. Back to Question. McCarty couldn't slip it in for Lade. Shelton rides that challenge of Felipe. Question gives up the chase. Gliding. Look at him. Shelton straight to McCarty. Will play safe there and out. But if the question, Alexi, has been what happened to the Red Bulls, we certainly found them today.
And even when they were going through their bad stretch, and we talked to Jesse Marsh, he believed in the team. He believed in the philosophy they'd established last year. He didn't go out and make a lot of changes. And sometimes when you have success in MLS, people adapt.
Sam able to nod that down for Wright Phillips. Wright Phillips for his hat trick. Saunders pushes it over the bar.
Lloyd Sam playing provider here. Getting big up top. Just dropping it down. Another clear-cut opportunity.
Sixth point of the game. They scored on their first. That was the opener. McCarty going for another. It's the exact same thing for the third minute of the game. It comes in the 6th minute of the second half. It's McCarty's second. It's the Red Bulls' fourth. It is an absolute rout here at Yankee Stadium.
Well, look, I love Dax McCarty. I love seeing a redhead have success, but this is disgraceful to let Dax McCarty score 2 goals on 2 corner kicks off his head. Credit to him for finding that space, but that should not happen. Matarrita, you cannot let Dax McCarty free to score goals like that.
Dax McCarty scored 1 goal all of last year. He has 2 on the day today. And the 2 players who were most vocal about what this game meant, what the rivalry meant, what this game meant in the context of their season, Bradley Wright Phillips and Dax McCarty have delivered in a big way. Sasha Kljestan with his 2nd assist of the day. And a handful of fans wearing blue are making their way to the exit here at Yankee Stadium. Alex Mule, we understand, the rookie homegrown player, getting set to come on for the Red Bulls as that gets past Matarrita on the outside. Sam picks it up, in for Felipe now. Back out for Lloyd Sam. Kljestan wants it to the center. Lost the angle for the pass, though. McCarty unable to find Grella. All in there to break it up. That ball actually stayed in play, but it's offside for Mike Grella. Substitution for the Red Bulls now. They're feeling comfortable about things. Julie, what can you tell us?
Well, I just spoke with assistant coach Dennis Hamlin, who told me that Mike Grella is still feeling a bit of tightness in his hamstring, so they want to bring on Alex Mule. He is also a very aggressive, big game player. They want him to be a difference maker in the final third.
Jesse Marsh on Thursday called him a son of a gun. Didn't quite call him that, but he said, I like that. He's not afraid of the big moments. 20-year-old Grella, who's from Long Island, is off. Mule, born on the Lower East Side, is on. Was at Georgetown the last 3 years. Still living in Manhattan with his parents now as he begins his professional career, and he makes his 8th appearance of the season. Guy who talked about watching these games on TV last year when he was down in college at Georgetown, and now he's getting to play. Lopez working hard on the outside with McCarty, lost out. The one question mark for the Red Bulls coming in was Grella with that tight hamstring from Wednesday night. He seemed confident Thursday he was going to be able to go.
He looked okay today.
Villa able to spin away from Duval, gets it back from McNamara. Duval pokes it away out for a New York City corner. Quickly taken. Pirlo has it knocked out for another throw. This now matches the worst result for New York City in their brief history. They lost 5-1 at the Galaxy last summer. Again, a game in which they were going to really stake their claim as the new Kings of New York after a great run of form. This was the next hurdle to make.
Well, so far, this isn't just a bad result. This is an utter embarrassment in front of a huge crowd, and in that, a huge opportunity. And this brand has resonated in this market. But as we said before, the novelty of coming to this stadium to see a team that puts on a performance like this will wear off very quickly.
It's a mistake at the back. Ryan Phillips able to pick it up, trying to cut it back on Frederick Briand. Sets it up instead for the 5th goal. Alex Mule, his first for the Red Bulls, his first in MLS. Comes in a rivalry game that's in his blood for the Manhattan native. What a great moment from him. It's getting better and better and better for the Red Bulls, worse and worse and worse for New York City.
Well, you don't need me to tell you that if you give away balls in dangerous areas like that, this team that's already up 4-0 will take advantage of it and make you pay. Does he call off the Bulls? What do you think? Hey, they came into his market. You keep going, and you keep plunging that dagger.
Well, he already had one professional goal playing for Red Bulls, 2 in USL against Bethlehem Steel earlier this year. That is going to be something he's going to remember for a long, long time. Here comes a debut for the #1 pick in this year's draft, traded to New York City. Jack Harrison coming on for Tommy McNamara. Julie, what can you tell us about this?
Well, I just spoke with assistant coach Christian Lattanzio, who told me they want him to be offensive. They want him to play direct and be good 1v1. Patrick Vieira just told him, go out there and enjoy yourself.
Well, Harrison from England. He spent 7 years in Manchester United's youth system, came to the U.S. as a 14-year-old, went to high school in Massachusetts, played for the Manhattan Soccer Club. Long ball, too far for Villa. It's been pulled back for a foul, though, firstly. But Harrison, they actually tried to put a homegrown claim on him, New York City. As Manhattan Soccer Club became one of their affiliate clubs last year, league wouldn't let him do it, and so they had to work a draft day trade to bring him in from Chicago. Suffered a pelvic injury in January, had surgery, and just dressed for the first time Wednesday in Toronto. Makes his debut now, a player they are very excited about. Certainly not the circumstances in which he wanted to be getting on the field for the first time this year. Heads there, and Chris Penso is going to wave the trainers out. Bravo Mule. Red Bulls are approaching their biggest win. August 2006, they beat RSL 6-0. This is now the worst loss in New York City's brief history. And to your point, Alexi, it is as much about the battle off the field between not just these two, but the New York Cosmos as well. Something the Red Bulls dominated last year, beat the Cosmos in the Open Cup. But this is significant to that as well. Not just to beat them at Yankee Stadium, but to do it like this.
For the Red Bulls, yeah, this is huge. And for NYCFC, you got a lot of people that maybe are coming here for the first time and experiencing this product, all the buildup with the rivalry. And then the letdown. And if this is your first time, do you want to come back again?
Well, it was New York City who offered a free exchange if you brought your Red Bulls jersey to Herald Square. Well, there was a human foosball event put on by the league on Thursday. They were going to give you a free New York City jersey. I wonder if the Red Bulls will respond in kind. I was trying to put that ahead towards question. Felipe swept away by Bravo. Off the chest of Matarrita, right. Phillips steps right in. Mule lets it go for Question. Question goes nutmeg on Matarrita, takes the bump. The bodies are flying right, including Mule flying through there. Dummies to the long right. Phillips offside. Flag is up. Good recovery there by Eric Wiesbraun and all those bodies to get that goal. Well, R.J. Allen shoving Mule to the ground. Allen's younger brother, Brandon Allen, is a Red Bulls homegrown player, not on the roster today, a teammate of Mule's at Georgetown, so those two know each other. Allen, who's a New Jersey native, just getting a talking to. Hardy intercepts. Mule trying to play in the space for Lloyd Sam. Too far for him. This is the 260th game of Dax McCarty's MLS career. 11 years in the league. First time he's ever scored twice in a match. Only up to 18 goals in those 11 years now. And what a day to do it. What a way to do it. Heading in a pair of corner kicks as well. Lopez running forward. Felipe can't take him off from behind. Hands off for Shelton. Carlin blocks the return cross out for New York City corner. Again, he was a stopgap measure, Aurelian Carlin, for injuries at the back. The sale of Matt Miazga. Jesse Marsh said he was an animal Wednesday night against Chicago. He's been awful good again today.
And you haven't had that one Aurelian Carlin moment that we know exists and lives and breathes inside of him.
Flipped along from Pirlo's corner. Takes a bounce. Villa's in there. Bodies flying everywhere. Robles trying to get on the end of it. Carlin just helping to shield him after all that. Two pieces of debris. You saw there coming from behind Robles. Felipe for Mule off the chest. Wright Phillips in the center. Klefchen making the late run. Riant not to block. Wright Phillips though picks it up his back heel. Mule able to keep it. Sent it into a good position. Only Jason Hernandez was there. Pirlo finds Harrison. Gets by McCarty. Gets it away for Villa. Lopez running in front of him. Pirlo out to Villa's left. David Villa only had one thought on his mind. It wasn't that though. This is quite remarkable. 63 minutes.
And it's not a fluke. It's not just one of those days where absolutely everything went wrong for you. Red Bulls earned this. And the way that they play and the way that they fought for every single ball, and obviously the way that they finished their opportunities.
Mule from McCarty. Now for Klefchen. Sam wants it down the line. He's onside. Sam to the byline. And looked like it might have been out before Sam got the cross in. It's going to be given as a corner in the end. Don't tell me Dax McCarty can get a hat trick of headers off the corners.
Matarrita once again on Dax McCarty.
Klefchen. Riant heads it back out wide. Klefchen will just let it go out. Phillips searching for a fourth hat trick, which would put him one off the all-time MLS record for such things. And then it was Mule flying through. Couldn't turn the header on target. Bradley Wright Phillips getting his curtain call after 65 minutes. 2 goals and one really special.
Just getting in those spots. Mike Grella doing a lot of work out here on that left-hand side, and then look at this. Just finds that corner, drops nicely to him. Yeah, we haven't seen that skip a lot.
Gonzalo Verón made his debut against New York City last August. They signed him out of Argentina as a designated player. Been a rough go of him though, just trying to adjust to life in MLS. Suffered an injury in preseason. He's on now. The Copa Libertadores with San Lorenzo in Argentina, the Pope's club. Chance to get him 25 some odd minutes here as he continues to work his way back in from injury. Really offside as that ball's up in the air. Let's get more sounds in the field. Let's hear from Jesse Marsh, the Red Bulls coach.
Okay, Gonzalo. Mucho trabajo. Okay? And comprende on the balls to the right. Yeah. Okay. Come on. Okay? Come on. Come on.
And you see how desperately they want him to get going, how much he wants it as well. By Jack Harrison skipping through in the middle, and a ripple of applause from the Yankee Stadium crowd as the sun peeks out for the first time today. Good tackle by Felipe on Shelton. Felipe then goes down underneath R.J. Allen. Harrison back out wide. Here comes the cross. No one in the middle but Chris Duval. Felipe remains down. Allen holds in the cross, or the attempted clearance, I should say, and he was offside anyway. Felipe is going to go back down to the ground. Those two have really kept performing. In fact, Wright Phillips said that Grella's really been holding the torch for us this year in the moments when we struggled. It's Wright Phillips who delivered today. 3 goals coming in 12. 2 goals in the span of a matter of minutes late in the first half. And how lights out has he been? 4 games now against New York City, 6 goals scored. It's hard to read to play safe and out. I'm sure you've been in these situations. You're 5-0 down, there's still 20 minutes left. What's going through your head as a player if you're in New York City right now?
Well, for New York City?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez, John.
What can you say on broadcast television? Lopez got that away for Kyrie Shelton. Villa's in the middle, wants to cross. Pirlo picks it up. Villa wants to, I thought about hitting it first time, instead cuts it back and pulls the shot wide.
I mean, you want to do just, at this point, something positive to give the people here, the people that have stayed, the opportunity to see something good. But there's not a whole lot you can do at this point. The damage has been done. I feel a little cheated. I feel a little expected more. Expected more from NYCFC. Not to take anything away from what the Red Bulls did. And it was, from start to finish, a dismantling.
Kyrie Shelton is off. Steven Mendoza is on. Let's go down to Julie.
Well, John, I spoke with Christian Latanzio, who told me that this team is lacking energy. They're mentally frustrated. He said, we need anything. We need a spark.
Mendoza on loan from Corinthians of Brazil, native of Colombia. I hope he can provide that. As you said, both teams played midweek. The difference for New York City, they were on the road in Toronto. They went straight there from Portland. But they did rotate 7 of their starting 11.
They chartered.
And they had a number of starters who didn't even dress for that game. Red Bulls played at home Wednesday night against Chicago. Patrick Vieira sort of warned it might affect the game. Whether or not that was, and how much impact that has. Certainly it hasn't for the Red Bulls. That's going to spin out behind for a New York City corner. Another big test for him in his young managerial career. Early in the season, he said, I tried to force in too much, a 3-man back line, a lot of formational changes. Stuck to the possession style, which his players appreciated. Pirlo's outswinger. Held in by Mendoza, blocked by the traffic. Oh, how did Robles keep that out? Devon Providence, right place at the right time to keep the shutout for Luis Robles.
Well, we've seen a lot happen off the corners today here in this stadium. Gets a hold of it. Oh, my goodness. David Villa right on the doorstep. Onside. And just puts it right into Robles' gut.
It's not your day, it's not your day. Mule controls from Klefchik. It's going to end up with Sam. He's being harassed by Monterita. No foul there. Ball was trying to angle it for late, but they weren't on the same page. The other thing is, you look at the possession numbers, it's 56% for New York City. Again, it's irrelevant to the scoreline, but the point being, that does suggest to a certain extent New York City has played the type of game they wanted to, because sort of in watching it anecdotally, the spells of possession and stringing passes together just haven't seemed to be there.
Yeah, but that could also be because both teams have at times wanted to get rid of the ball and played it long. And the Red Bulls are more comfortable doing that than NYCFC. That's why I say at times they've abandoned that coming out of the back stop.
Here's Jack Harrison from Villa. Harrison blocked. Zizou defending him. And he blocks the second attempt across as well out for a corner. Short and wide. Peerless offside. Coming back to that pass for Monterita. Frank Lampard continues to warm up. First time this year he is dressed on the field. You see there just the 10 appearances. This is the 47th New York City game that they have played since technically he was announced as a signing in July of 2014. Later revised that he was not in fact signed to this team, but it's a City football group. Played on loan for Manchester City all through the last Premier League season. Joined up in July. Did not debut until August, though, with a calf injury. A similar calf injury has kept him out all year until potentially today.
I suppose you could put him in and give him a little run around. See if he could do anything. Get him back in the swing of things, but
on the turn, Harrison to his left, Mendoza running in from his right. Contact there, just on the edge of the area. Yellow shown to Connor Lade. And a free kick just outside the box upcoming.
Well, they asked for a little spark, and that's what this is. Mendoza with his speed. Connor Lade knows exactly what he's doing right there. To me, it's definitely outside, and definitely a yellow. I think distance to goal, not there for me. Still plenty of work to do, even if he gets through. So I'm okay with just a yellow.
Well, they've got some decent options here to take this. Monterita's left foot. And Andrea Pirlo, who has the second most free kick goals in Serie A history. 15 of his 19 goals scored with Juventus were from free kicks. And his almost first one for New York City. That fooled a lot of the fans, including us up here.
Well, we thought this was in from our vantage point.
Let's hear the response now vocally, because here comes Frank Lampard for his season debut.
Well, that could be the sounds of indifference or disappointment. I mean,
it's less than enthusiastic.
Yes. Look, you're paying them a lot of money. It's in the context you mentioned of the whole signing debacle.
Lampard's first touch for Villa, trying to dig it out.
But he's on the field, and he's playing.
Free kick here in the middle. Julie, what can you tell us from down there?
Well, John, before the match, Patrick Vieira said there was only one scenario that Frank Lampard would come on, and that was if they were down a goal, because he just needs one shot and he can put something in the back of the net. Now, this is ideally not the situation they wanted. Christian Latanzio just told me they're bringing him on just to get him back into some match fitness.
Well, one of the things that happened when New York City got on this good run and they won the 3 straight games and they showed this new defensive steel in the midfield with Lopez and Phil and Bravo, the Lampard melodrama sort of went away. And the week by week, he was never listed as out on the injury report, always listed as questionable. And it was sort of this constant, we hope to get him back soon, we hope to get him back soon. But all that really did sort of die off. And so it's interesting now that he finally makes his debut amidst this debacle of a match, 5-0 down to the Red Bulls. And you hear some of the response from at least some of the fans.
Well, they've been frustrated because they haven't been able to see a big star, a high-paid star on the field consistently. And certainly the scoreline right now, when they first see him now for the first time, doesn't help.
All-time leading scorer in Chelsea's history, more goals than any other midfielder in the history of the Premier League. Age of 37 now. He and Pirlo both at 37. Only Didier Drogba is older on the MLS rosters. No one would doubt the quality that Didier Drogba has brought to Montreal Impact as Lampard gets pushed off it. The Red Bulls aren't done with the high press. That's Mule up there pressuring Bravo. City aren't done with subs for the day. Felipe wins it back. Klefshin has Verón in front of him. Felipe just drew Matarrita in and backheeled for Klefshin, and now plays McCarty.
I don't think anybody has had a good game for Red Bull. But Matarrita over on that left-hand side, I think he's had a very poor game.
Harrison has Mendoza running. Mendoza 1-on-2 with Collin and Duval. Mendoza blocked by Aurelian Collin. Put that central. Lade takes the hit. It's going to be a foul.
Well, now we see Mendoza on several occasions use his speed. Speed they might have been able to use earlier in this game. He's causing problems with that type of space.
Well, MLS Heineken Rivalry Week continues. MLS Soccer Sunday on ESPN. Cascadia Cup Showdown. Portland hosting Vancouver. Whitecaps players and coaches saying this week they actually see Portland more of a rival than Seattle. It's going to be a fun game at Providence Park. Then the California Classico here on FS1. The LA Galaxy, San Jose Earthquakes squaring off tomorrow night on FS1. Always fun between those two old rivals. Both teams had last weekend off. You've got a handful of players, including Jossie Zardes and Chris Wondolowski, getting ready to suit up for the U.S. in the Copa America.
You can't even hold on to the ball.
McCarty for Sam running in. Lloyd Sam couldn't get it on target. A man down back behind the play. Verón.
Well, I know this is a young rivalry, whatever we're calling it, derby, dart, or whatever you want to call it. In this New York market, but can you imagine anywhere else in the world if two teams from the same market came in a rivalry and the home team performed like this?
Mendoza hauled down. It certainly happened. Just not often. Third and final change for the Red Bulls here. And the player that in a lot of ways was signed to help fill in for Matt Biasco when he was sold to Chelsea in the winter, Gideon Baugh. Julie, what can you tell us about the Red Bulls' final change of the day?
I just spoke with Dennis Hamlin, assistant coach from the Red Bulls, who said that having Gideon Baugh come on, they're going to change their formation to play 5 in the back. It's very important that now they get the clean sheet.
Now, Klefshin, 2 assists on the day, continuing to pad his league lead in that category. The next target for the Red Bulls in the final 10 minutes to keep New York City out, make us a clean sweep. Harrison Danced his way through on the outside. Couldn't find Villa. Briand trying to play for Mendoza. Late is there. It's Oliver Varone onside. Briand backs off. Varone trying to find space. Cuts it back. Battling down there in the corner. And it's a corner for the Red Bulls. Gideon Bond's a fascinating story. Native of Accra, Ghana. He's a 15-year-old. He won a reality show. Got a trial with Chelsea. Couldn't get a work permit, though, to join up with them. Started his career in Ghana. Missed a year as a young player with a broken leg. As Sam plays back in for Felipe. Cutting it back. Klescher knocked down the target by Mule. In fact, Boz in there. Now for another corner. The Bond up playing in Finland. Signed in February for the Red Bulls. Has been out most of this year, though, with a hamstring injury. This is returned from just about 2 months out with that injury. It's Felipe. He's his corner sent away. Lampard slotting through. Sam picks it up. The ball lifts it back in. It was awkward at best from Jack Harrison. And then he fouls Felipe.
Felipe doing some work here down the side. Harrison can't believe it.
Felipe hooking this in. Saunders lost in space. It's headed in. Gonzalo Verone's second goal for the Red Bulls. His first this year and just his 5th appearance. And this is getting ridiculous.
Jono, it was ridiculous a long time ago. It's as if NYCFC have never seen a set piece. Consistently losing men. Verone's just going to drift to the back post here. Jason Hernandez doesn't go with him. You got to fight through those picks. Call him off.
Wow. Match is the biggest win they've had for a decade. Apparently they're not done. Zizou. August of 2006, a 6-0 win over RSL. Biggest win in the 20-plus year history of Metro Stars and Red Bulls. Harrison, too far from Mendoza.
Well, I'll tell you what. There is only one team in New York, and it wears red. Because this is amazing.
What was a slow trickle of fans in blue heading to the exits is now a stream. Rough day for Josh Saunders, who's had some fairly heroic performances in some of the good results of late. Season high for saves in the win against Portland. Again, this new defensive steel, this hard-working, fighting, suffering New York City team. They've been blown apart today. They're looking for more. Lloyd Sam! Second good look he has had in this second half.
Just simple ball over the top. Lloyd Sam takes it off his chest, goes a little bit away from him. Can't get it down. Another clear-cut opportunity. Just easy stuff. And I like that Red Bull isn't letting up. You keep going.
approaching the biggest ever win this proud team has had. And a team that definitely had a chip on their shoulder last year about New York City coming in.
Yep.
So much had gone right of late for Patrick Vieira in New York City. Thought it was their time to take the mantle temporarily. Make that statement here in the city. They've been beaten all 3 times and beaten fairly handily all 3 times, truth be told. Mule digs it out. Runs have said he wanted a foul. They're going to do it again July 3rd here at Yankee Stadium. That'll be on ESPN. Sunday, July 24th. They'll do it at Red Bull Arena. That'll be live here on Fox. That is always a fun occasion at Red Bull Arena.
Yep.
It's a decent bet that some sort of references to 6-0. What might be more will be made in that. Sam came away with it. Tackled cleanly by Frank Lampard.
Once again, they lost the ball coming out of the back. And they're lucky not to have another one in the back of the net.
Salzi's limping as he lost his footing on the grass cutouts they put over the infield turf here at infield dirt, I should say, here at Yankee Stadium. He's just pulling at his right leg a little bit. Are the Red Bulls back? We sort of hinted at that earlier, but is one performance enough to make you believe again?
I don't think they went anywhere. This is MLS in that the success that, for example, NYCFC has had over the last couple of weeks doesn't mean that they're an elite team or even a good team in MLS. It means they got on a roll and they got some things together. They're still a mid-level, mediocre type of team. Red Bulls, Quarter Shield winners last year, they are a good team. And even when they were losing, it didn't mean that they were suddenly a bad team. The fact is that this NYCFC team, they can't afford to be mediocre. In this market and what they've promised, they got to be good, and they certainly have to be better than what we've seen today.
Marone battling on the outside. He wins a corner out of that as Briand had to recover. Felipe swings it in. It bounced on the doorstep. Ball was in there. It's 7. Incredible. Gideon Ball.
Well, they love it in the upper deck. They don't care how they come. But once again, it comes off the set piece. And this one just squirting through. And Ball's right there on the doorstep, but still not clearing your lines. Not getting that ball out.
I mean, you think of all the thousands of people involved that made the trip to Yankee Stadium today, the players, the coaches. Not a one of them would have in any way expected to see 7-0 up on that scoreboard.
It's 7-0, Jono. 7. I mean, look, we work in MLS here. But we can never predict what's going to happen. So I guess we shouldn't be surprised if something like this happens. But this is incredible.
Another fun challenge there. And the emotions had taken a backseat through most of the second half. Flaming back up again there. Felipe was involved. 3-minute stoppage time to be played.
Jay Allen has been involved in a few flashpoints today. This time last year, David Villa was complaining about how he had to do this whole thing by himself, it felt like some days, and that hasn't been the case of late. I mean, that was Tyree Shelton, Tommy McNamara, everyone was contributing. But it was felt an awful lot like 2015 today. And indeed, much, much worse. They didn't ever approach something quite like this. All the Red Bulls fans, a little more than 500 of them, given tickets in the away team allocation, reduced from last year because of incidents surrounding this game. But they are up in the upper deck and they are having themselves a day.
And they'll remember this. And they'll talk about this.
And they'll remind New York City.
Yes, they will.
Harrison brings it down. Well, we're not going to break through the shutout that way. Well, New York City is the beginning of 4 straight home games for them. Orlando, RSL, then the Copa America break in Philadelphia. Rebels host Toronto on Saturday. Don't play again for 3 weeks until Seattle, Sunday, June 19th on FS1. Final 30 seconds left on a truly remarkable day. Remarkable for how good it was for those in red, remarkable for how bad it was for those in blue. Whatever this rivalry does become in the years and decades in front of us, you get the sense this is a day it's going to be talked about and remembered and sung about and put on tifos for a very long time. That's Gideon Bott, who scored his first goal for almost 2 years. Clears it in behind. Chris Penso looks like he'll give New York City time enough to take the corner. Via the outswinger. Header's well wide. Full-time whistle comes. On one of the most incredible, amazing, eye-opening, shocking, stunning, whatever else you want to call it, days we've seen for a long while in MLS. A New York Red Bulls team itching to get back to the way they played last year. A New York City team finding a new side of themselves. Dax McCarty, 3 minutes in, started the route. Gideon Bott, 3 minutes from the end, finished it. 7-0 New York Red Bulls over New York City. Here's how it looks. Philadelphia's win last night takes them to first place. New York City still sitting in second. But the Red Bulls are right back in the reckoning atop the Eastern Conference.
All right, do it.
About that. I think it's worth discussing, since we've got both of these teams up, like just kind of the outlook for 2022 for both the Galaxy and LAFC. And it's kind of like big question marks for.
Hollingshead looking for a run for Ricardo Pepi. Pepi slip past Bell. Ricardo Pepi is in. Second defender is coming over. Pepi cut him out of the play. It scores! Ricardo Pepi's first brace with FC Dallas, and he's restored the lead.
All right, do it.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to another edition of MLS Classics Remix. I'm Susanna Collins. I am so thrilled to be joined by two guys who are very near and dear to my heart. We have Matt Doyle, that you all know from MLSsoccer.com, our armchair analyst, and of course Mike LaBelle, who is how do we describe you? A FIFA extraordinaire. We go way back from our EMLS days, Mike LaBelle. It's great to have you on just a regular soccer broadcast. Are you ready for this challenge? I mean, it's real hard hitting stuff here.
I'm ready. I'm excited. I was gonna say maybe an enthusiast, FIFA enthusiast. Definitely spent too much of my time.
Enthusiast.
Maybe too much of my time playing, competing. All the realms of FIFA and esports, and of course, with EMLS and the growth that's had, we now are up to 27 teams, and we have EMLS Cup actually coming up mid-March. I don't know if you'll be there, Suzanne. I don't matter. Are you going to Austin for this?
You gonna come to South by Southwest?
He didn't look.
No, I move at a different speed. I would say. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. How's your FIFA game, Matt Doyle?
I left it in the 90s. The last time I played FIFA, Stefan Givarch was a cheat code. I think that was 98 or 99.
Oh, amazing. Well, we're going to have some fun today because we are going to watch what ended up being an incredible match from last year. So this is an edition of El Tráfico, which we know has brought the drama historically throughout this rivalry. LAFC hosting LA Galaxy. This was from August 28th of last year. This was shortly after the MLS All-Star break. I was actually at this game in person, guys. And it was interesting because I have been at many installments of this. I was at the first one. I was at the Zlatan game, which was absolutely insane.
What it's sounding like is any excuse to go to LA.
Pretty much.
Is that
Doyle?
I like that he's reading through the lines of what happened.
You know me
what
well enough
happened.
at this point. I'm always angling for that West Coast assignment. I mean, I'm just listen. There's
confirmation
no
of the traffic was you. They needed confirmation. You were there on site to say it took me over an hour to get there.
Exactly. And it did. You know what? I remember I arrived at this match at probably 10 minutes into it, and I was really mad that I missed the first 10 minutes because of traffic. It's true. But it was interesting because neither of these teams last year at this point in the season, when this game took place, were really in contention. The LA Galaxy had started off the season so well, and they had kind of fallen off. I want to say they were in like 6th, maybe 5th place at this point. LAFC were struggling. I think they had a little winless streak heading into this match. And so having experienced El Tráficos previously, the vibe was different. There was it didn't feel as electric as it usually did heading into this one. But then as these matches tend to do, it turned into one of the most exciting games that I've watched in person, and produced one of the best goals that I have ever seen in person from Brian Rodriguez, which we will see in just a bit. It was something. It was really something to behold. But it's going to be great, and this is just kind of a taste of maybe what we're hoping to see in 2022, because MLS is back this weekend. You guys, like, MLS is back. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So we're going to kick off the season with a MLS watch-along show this Saturday that you can watch on Twitch and YouTube from starting at 5:30 to 7:30. You guys can watch along with us. Doyle's going to be there. Mike LaBelle's going to be there. We're going to have a more cast of characters joining us. So that's going to be really fun. So make sure you tune into that. Yeah, we're kicking things off, and could not be more excited. But let's get into this match, shall we? Let's take a look at the starting lineups heading into this one. And this is how the starting 11 looked for LAFC. And I think the big storyline here is that no Carlos Vela in this one. Also no Chicharito, which we'll see. But like the biggest names are absent from this. Doyle, when you reflect back on LAFC at this time last year, what was sort of your feelings around this team?
They were still playing good soccer, but like Novella was kind of killing them. Chicho Arango coming in did sort of boost them into the playoff race. Obviously, they didn't get over the hump and into the playoffs, but he was a huge addition for them mid-season. But it was just weird. Novella, Rossi's here at this point, but then he's about to be loaned out. I think this is his second to last game, maybe. Goalkeeper was a mess. Eddie Segura had gotten hurt. So they were playing good soccer, but lack of finishing and then like individual errors at the back was just absolutely murdering them. And this was right around the time where I finally talked myself into it like not happening for LAFC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this was end of summer. I was like, oh man, they're really not going to turn it around. It's gone stale.
Wow.
Bob Bradley's on his way out, and this is one of the games, because as great a game as it was, they didn't take 3 points, and they badly needed 3 points.
They badly needed 3 points. And it was interesting too. After this match, we know that this one ended in a 3-3 draw. After this match, I was hanging out with some of the LAFC fans, and they seemed happy with a point. And I said, and at that point, I realized like how things have changed drastically, because that certainly would not have been the case in years prior, when they were just asserting their dominance all over the place. Mike LaBelle, I know you're an East Coast guy, but thinking about LAFC, what was your perspective on this team and their success that they had?
For both of these clubs, and coming into this matchup, I don't think either of them expect themselves to be in this position. When you're thinking of like some of the more decorated teams, where you're seeing the investment financially in some regards in terms of bringing in talent and big name players, and to not be in the playoffs picture. And then as the season obviously finished out, neither of them really making any sort of run to really push onward. I feel like this was a very underwhelming year. And that's probably saying it nicely. Maybe I'm downplaying that slightly. I'm sure Matt would use some different words. I feel like Matt was going to have some different words he wants to connect the way that they played. But this game individually, or as it stands, is going to be an amazing matchup. If you haven't seen it and you're getting to watch this with the first time for some reason with us, then you're going to want to be tuned in, because a lot of goals, a lot of action. It's back and forth. There will be good goals. There will be big mistakes. There will be a little bit of everything happening. Miscommunication is there. There's no doubt about it.
Some suspect defense, but that always makes for exciting soccer. So we're here for it. All right, let's look at the starting 11 for the LA Galaxy in this one. And again, I'll drive that point home, but no Chicharito, who Matt Doyle, when we think about his start to the 2021 season, I mean, I honestly thought this guy was going to run away with the Golden Boot. He was just lights out for a while, but his extended absence I feel like really kind of sucked the air out of that team.
Absolutely. I mean, he had 17 goals in 1,700 minutes. That's a great season. If he was able to play a full season, he would have easily won the Golden Boot. And the thing about Chicharito that's not necessarily appreciated by the casual fan is that he's the type of center forward who can raise the entire team's level of play without even touching the ball, because his movement off the ball is so good and causes so much stress on the opposing back line. It opens up gaps between that back line and midfield for the Galaxy's midfield to work in. And so even when they were struggling to win games because their defense was a tire fire, they were still scoring 2, 3, 4 goals a game. And look, I thought Jovic did a good job in this game, sort of doing a Chicharito impression. The Galaxy obviously had some other good attacking pieces, many of which are back this year. So I still think they're going to be one of the higher scoring teams in the league this year. But like, you're going to see it today. You're going to see it if you stick around and you watch this game. You're going to see a bad defensive team, and there hasn't been a ton of indicators that the Galaxy have figured it out this winter and can be a good defensive team.
The structure's not there. The structure's not there. Defend as a team. Attack as a squad. You'll see. He's right.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, scoring a lot of goals is good. Shipping a lot of goals, not so much. Also, we're pointing out that Sebastian Lletget is in this lineup. Jano Dos Santos. Those are two guys who are no longer with the LA Galaxy. So this is might be tough for LA Galaxy fans to watch this one. What once was, but here we are kicking things off. El Tráfico. So this was. I just want to point out something, guys. If you notice this, if you look in the stands, it doesn't look full. It eventually gets full, but that is due to the traffic. Like El Tráfico is a tremendous name for this rivalry because it's 100% true. It's a nightmare.
If you remember too, Suzanne, I think this is when we met, when we did, Sebastian Lletget was there, and it was for the finding of an EMLS player, or like the opening tournament for an EMLS player. It was put on by the LA Galaxy. And I think it was started as a 32-person tournament, and then we worked our way down. I don't remember. I think even the finals we had on one side it was X Blue, who then turned into X Verde, who now represents, of course, Austin. Austin in EMLS, and then it was it Harold? I always get his name. I'm close, but I'm not right there. You remember the guy?
Harold.
He was kind of swaggy. He was like Swaggy Harold. I know this is that's probably like, what are you talking about right now? But welcome. This happened.
EMLS. I know.
And
again,
it was kind of it was before EMLS was announced, so it was prior to that. But it was kind of like a scouting event.
The very first like EMLS event, and it was actually I think it was at Dignity Health Sports Park, so it was at the Galaxy Stadium. But yeah, there's some fond memories. Our bond began in Los Angeles, the city
Is there
of
a lot
angels.
of like interpersonal drama in EMLS? Like if I watch, is it gonna feel like I don't know, like that Netflix Formula One series where it's like, oh, this guy hates this guy's got the best team. Is like, am I looking for that, or am I just gonna look for like skill from the players?
I mean, I feel like it's getting there. I think that there's some like rivalries that have really sort of developed. Mike, I don't know. You've got your finger on the pulse of the game.
I'll be able to tell that story or answer that question better, I think. But I was gonna say with the F1 side too, I feel like with racing, because your lives are on the line, it almost has this added element of like, I really hate this guy, like because of how intense it is. I had the pleasure of getting in an F1 vehicle recently, and I felt so claustrophobic. It was in New York.
You were so casual about that.
No, they had like a setup. There was like they had the Red Bull vehicle, like they had the F1 car, of course, here, and they let us sit in it. And I would hate this. And that was not driving, not having to push all these different buttons, not having multiple people in my ear, none of the additional factors, not going hundreds of miles per hour, you know. But with the FIFA side, with EMLS, now that we've had so many seasons of EMLS, I feel like there's built up more rivalry between the players, but sometimes even pressure between the clubs. So, for example, a big matchup would obviously be the same as it is in MLS with NYCFC versus the New York Red Bulls. And I feel like the club puts a little pressure on that, where you're saying we really want a result, even if you're not having a perfect season right now. If you get this result, that would be a bonus. But then from the individual side with the players, a lot of the top guys see each other all the time. You can't get away from them. So if you're not getting the results, you know it's inevitable that you're going to meet that guy at some point in the tournament. And I don't feel like there's publicized, especially with that documentary you mentioned, Matt. But so it won't be as public, but deep right here or in like the Discord chat or the group chat, they'll let you know exactly how they feel about somebody.
All right.
You got to pull back that curtain. Got to give fans the look at the beef between EMLS players. I think that's the next step.
The drama.
I'm with it. I'm happy for players to go at each other on social media, and then we'll screen capture it. I'll say, Susanna, throw that on screen right now. And please talk about it in some sort of neutral way so I don't have to come across as the bad guy. You got this, Susanna. You nailed it.
I know. I'm the peacemaker. What can I say? Oh, God. This is interesting, though. So this rivalry, I mean, I feel like the Galaxy and LAFC, it was inevitably going to be a big rivalry. But I just think about, you think about like that first one and you think about Zlatan and everything. Like, I can't believe how intense this rivalry became right out of the gate, Matt Doyle. Like, it was just like, it's palpable.
It is. And like, there's a couple of things about it. One is that obviously Zlatan and Vela, from the first moment that these two teams stepped on the field against each other, delivered. Zlatan was obviously amazing in almost every conceivable way, especially that first goal. And it overshadowed just how great I think Vela had like 8 goals in his first 6 El Traficos. It was, he was absurd. So that's one. But two is that, like, I mean, it's the next door neighbor. And I feel like LAFC fans were much more open and vocal about their previous allegiance to the Galaxy.
Yep.
Like, there was a huge group of Galaxy fans who, as soon as LAFC showed up, were like, no, this is like, LAFC is my local team now. I live in Los Angeles. I don't live in Carson. I don't live, in Manhattan Beach. And so I think that level of bitterness combined with the level of play that these two teams brought time after time after time for, most of the first four, like, even when these two teams stunk last year, they were still producing games like this.
Yeah.
Which is a super memorable game. And there's $50 million at least worth of talent out on the field right now.
That's such a good point. I think another interesting dynamic about this rivalry is that LA Galaxy were the team for so long. They had this just huge amounts of success in MLS, and then in comes LAFC, and they're just cool, and they get this cool brand, and they get the crest right, and they're doing all of this on the ground community outreach, and then they build this state-of-the-art stadium, and I think that really irked Galaxy fans, kind of wait a second, no, we were here first. But LAFC, man, you got to give them credit. They just came in just with such a strong identity. And, hey, look at that chance. See that chance right there? Victor Vasquez. Can I just say, I love that Greg Vanney just basically brought over all his favorite players that he worked with in Toronto and was like, hey guys, come to the West Coast. It's nice over here.
I also think with and I'd love to know Matt's take on this as well, but with LAFC coming into, obviously, not only did it create this separation or this degree of competition between obviously the two clubs, I think kind of freshened the space a little bit. And you had so many goals between 2018 and 2019, even scored between the two clubs, especially 2019, I believe was the LAFC season where they scored 80 goals. It was something crazy as a club. It was absurd. To give you an idea, a stat sheet in front of you, I would bet on this, but I don't think any other club, the next highest scoring team from Western Conference had to be 60 goals. Yeah. So it wasn't even close. And then the last couple seasons, both these teams have actually struggled dramatically, especially for those early expectations when you had a lot of big name talent, everybody's performing, everybody's clicking, a lot of goals are being scored. And then this game meant so much immediately as you head into this. But I think it was good for such a big city to have that second team that's right there and kind of to push for a better product, especially immediately right when it all happened. I could feel the pressure change. I had a lot of friends in LA, and there was even a split. Like you said, there was kind of a split of people saying, you know what, this better represents me. This better talks to me in terms of where I'm from and the people that I'm around.
Yeah, I think that's, absolutely spot on. And it's forced the Galaxy to raise their game in a lot of ways, and they've struggled to do it, but I think they went out and they made a good hire in bringing Greg Vanney in. Suze, as you were saying, he's brought in a lot of guys that he knows from Toronto, and some of them are sort of past their prime, but all of them have experience winning in this league, and that's what the Galaxy have been about since day one. From 1998 or 1996 rather until 2016, they were the most successful team in this league, and the past 5 years they have not been that. I'll be gentle and say they have not been successful in the past 5 years. And it's Greg Vanney's job to fix that, to win back a bunch of that fan base. And he's obviously he's counting on Chicharito. Obviously he's done a much better job than previous coaches of developing young players like Julian Araujo and, Efra Alvarez to a degree. But he also he wanted to change the locker room. So that's why you go out and you get a Victor Vasquez or you get a Mark Delgado this offseason, because those guys have played in the biggest games this region has to offer. And the Galaxy didn't have that before.
That's interesting. We had a conversation with Sebastian Lletget last year before the season started. And he talked about how Greg Vanney had kind of changed the entire vibe of that locker room, which I thought was interesting, because I believe that is important. I really believe that is a huge part of the formula for a winning team. If you are not cohesive in that locker room, if there are issues, if the coach doesn't have the control of a locker room, it's really problematic, and it's hard to generate positive results when people aren't on the same page. And so he really did, by all accounts, kind of change the culture there, and I think that was needed for the Galaxy. And this is a storied club. This is a storied club. It's hard to picture MLS without the Galaxy not being a successful competitive team.
Think about the number of new fans. Think about the number of new fans who have come in the past 5 years. They don't know the Galaxy as a successful team.
It's so true. It's crazy.
And I'd say it's an understatement because at least if you're in my years, you grew up with the Kobe Jones influence.
Yeah.
And Kobe Jones was like the guy. I mean, it was literally on my walls. It was Kobe Jones. It was like Mia Hamm. They ran our household. My sister was having a blast. Those were like the two of the biggest influential people at that time period when growing up. That's like, for me, you guys might be doing some math here now in age, but that's like almost like middle school area for me, just to say where I'm at. Because Kobe Jones was like, late 90s and then the mid 2000s, kind of gone onwards and upwards. But yeah, it was a really that was a big part of the I think the Galaxy's dynamic, or part of that legacy as well that they were leaving. Not only just the results, but also having players that were making a really big difference.
Yeah, for sure. Guys, just a reminder, you can, this is a watch along, so watch along with us. If you are in that chat, if you've got questions, if you've got comments, feel free to get in those chats on YouTube and Twitter, and we've got them up now. We'll take a look. We've got, Sports Viking, I know who that is. Says jealous, very jealous, Mike, that you got to meet F1 world champion Max Verstappen. So,
well, yeah, not a bad FIFA player on a side note. And did you ever see he got a fine this year for basically saying like, I'll spend less money on FIFA points, but like after he got fined because of after the fine, that's what he said, and it went kind of viral in our community there. And we actually did like a crossbar challenge. We went out on the actual pitch, so it was a really unique opportunity. And then of course Max has gone on to kill it since that period, because that's pre-pandemic times. They gotta be like 4 years back now.
Oh.
Wow, years are going different nowadays. They're
literally
moving
Who won the crossbar challenge?
I think both of us were losers in that. I think the grand scheme of it, I just remember it taking us way too many takes, and usually, like, it was one of those. Have you ever had a warm up where you're like everybody's perfect, and then right when the cameras turn on,
it's
couldn't
always
hit
how
anything?
it is.
No, it doesn't always happen. I'll give you two examples. So that happened. I think Max won that. So give me that Max's shout out for winning the crossbar challenge. But I did when Christian Fuchs was still playing for Leicester, he came over because his wife. Well, he has a house here. His house is here actually in New York. And we did like a challenge where part of it was FIFA and part of it was, of course, doing like football, hitting targets. And I was smashing the targets. I couldn't have had a better day like hitting targets in my life. But that's what the cameras turned on and that's what hit. I was like, thank goodness. But that was our crossbar challenge. I just remember it took us way too long. We both felt embarrassed with our ability on that one because it was one of those like we're asking somebody to hit it. I think it was like
I'm glad we get to bring it up in this public forum now to just
It's all good. It's all good.
Rub salt in the wound. P.S. guys, Christian Fuchs, as Mike mentioned, he is now part of Charlotte FC, who will be making their MLS debut on a Saturday. They are going to be taking on DC United at Audi Field, that game at 5:30 p.m. So you definitely want to tune in to that to watch them make history. Charlotte FC. It's going to be interesting. We've kind of seen everything when it comes to expansion teams. We've seen teams have a huge amount of success right out of the gate, as like we saw with LAFC or teams like Atlanta, and then we've seen teams struggle. FC Cincinnati comes to mind. Matt Doyle, do you have an inkling of how year one might go for Charlotte FC?
Their coach has an inkling.
Save this real quick. Here we go. Yeah,
I knew. I was just waiting for you to bring it up.
Their coach a couple of weeks ago went very, very open with his feelings about the roster and said, essentially, we're screwed. Which is obviously it's a message to the front office, right?
Yeah.
Like no coach is entirely happy with their roster. He wants more investment. This was right after a DP move for a winger fell through for various reasons, and that actually might have been a blessing in disguise, because I don't think that the winger in question is particularly good. But anyway, they don't seem fully ready for the season. I think it's going to be a rough start. That said, I don't think they're going to be FC Cincinnati level bad.
That was my next question. Yeah, follow up.
FC Cincinnati was a very special case of a very special amount of hubris on part of certain people, and it didn't work out so great, and so now they're in their fourth rebuild in 4 years. I don't think that's what's going to happen with Charlotte. I think they're actually going to be similar to last year's Austin team, in that they have a very clear style of play, and they have some good players, and they have some bad players, and they don't have enough in attack, but they're not, like, they haven't gotten everything wrong here.
Can I just say, Matt
how's that
Doyle,
for a vote? How's that for a vote of confidence? They haven't gotten everything wrong.
I am completely impressed by that assessment, because I was expecting you to be the harbinger of doom for Charlotte FC. I really didn't think you would be as generous as you were. I think that's good. I think that's good. And I agree. I was there. I was there a couple of weeks ago. I was literally at that press conference when Miguel Angel Ramirez made that statement, and boy, did that raise some eyebrows. But I was like, oh, this is less than ideal. But I agree. I think that Cincinnati has they've just gotten so many things wrong. I'm optimistic for them. I think that they've made some good changes in the front office and on the coaching front that will hopefully put them on the upwards trajectory. But it has been dire. It has been bleak for FC Cincinnati, and I don't think FCC Charlotte are in that.
I love that's the vote of confidence or optimism, is being like, you won't be as bad as FC Cincinnati has been, and you're like, look, Matt's not being in a bad mood today. He's in a good mood. Look how we're good to go.
I know.
And hold on, the chat has questions, and I think it's a great opener. Great.
Let's
we're
go.
Coming into the, obviously the season's about to kickstart. We're all going to be here together on Saturday, and Pon wants to know. Biggest offseason transfer between teams in MLS. I don't know. Does that mean we have to go MLS team to MLS team? Is that the big specific here, or are we bringing in? I just, I want more.
I think we can make up the rules. Yeah.
All right, I'll just make up the. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there. I know which ones I'm very interested in.
I'll take it at face value, and I'll say within MLS. Mm-hmm. I know that there were bigger fees, but the transfer of Maxime Crepeau to this LAFC team is huge.
Huge.
He was one of the top 3 or 4 keepers in the league last year. He's been great when he's played for Canada in World Cup qualifying. And you add that to an LAFC team that has had, at time, like the best they've had is just average goalkeeping. Mm-hmm. And that was in 2019. And since 2019, they have been disastrous in goal. And so to add one of the best goalkeepers in the league, like if he saves them 9-10 goals over the course of the season, that's the difference between last year's team missing the playoffs and this year's team, making the playoffs, maybe even getting a home game out of it. So just in terms of on-field impact, I think Maxime Crepeau to LAFC is the biggest one, just in terms of within the league.
I like that shout a lot. Yeah, ever since Tyler Miller left, it's been pretty woeful for them in goal. So that's going to be a massive improvement for LAFC.
I would have taken this. Of course, I want to talk about this Insigne move. We kind of talked about it very briefly. It's not within the league, obviously. It's an external. Yeah. But I still think there's got to be a lot of hype kind of brewing around that. You can talk about Costa a little bit as well, and the influence that he will have, won't have, might have, could have. There's a lot of question marks because there's not guarantee when you come from Europe that you're going to come to the MLS and perform at your top tier or be able to keep the exact same stat lines that you were having and so forth and so on. Some people come into the league and fit in really well, and other ones not so much. I think from team to team, and this is just a total random grab between the two of you. I think Teal Bunbury going to Nashville could be kind of interesting. Yeah, I think you have another target man. I still think he has stuff left in the tank. I think he's now 30, 31 years old. And I think it could be an interesting collaboration there. I mean, obviously, I think most people would say Nashville maybe overachieved from the initial expectation. I think that's a fair statement. And a lot of people, as you see
it's some of that wonderful LAFC goalkeeping.
Can we? Okay, so I just want to point out, what was Murillo doing?
That's a FIFA goal, by the way. That's like FIFA 101.
What was Murillo doing on that play? I will say, good on you, Dejan Joveljic. I think that was his first goal for the team. He was signed a few weeks prior to this, and he was kind of filling in for that Chicharito role. But what happened defensively here for LAFC?
Yeah. That step through and then
that's bad. That's bad. Oh, it's 3 in a row. 3 consecutively terrible situations. Because the cross not that good. No shots fired here. The cross not that good though, and it's just misplayed. That's awful. It's no decisiveness, not committed.
No.
It's
to his credit. I mean, Joveljic did well to just kind of stay where he was and
I think the goalkeeper's the least guilty out of this threesome.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's definitely on Murillo first and foremost.
What was he doing? What was he doing?
He did that a lot last year, Suze. He did that a whole lot last year.
No. Oh, no. Oh, no.
And I'll have you know that preseason last year on Extra Time, Anders Aarhus picked Murillo as Defender of the Year. You believe that?
Oh, God. I love that you just called him out.
I know he's watching.
Wow. Yeah, that was not suspect. Well, that was the first goal of many we're about to see in this match.
Spoiler, if you didn't see it initially.
Spoiler alert. No, there's some big chances. What are your thoughts on Jonathan Bond in goal for Galaxy? Because I contend that the Galaxy remained sort of in contention, and literally in contention until the very last day, because of his play that sort of first half of the season. And he has some big saves in this game as well. Is he, do you rate him highly as a goalkeeper, Doyle?
He was great in the first half of the season. He was not as good in the second half of the season. It happens, right? Like, even to goalkeepers who have been around MLS for a long time, that type of variance can happen.
Mm-hmm.
I still think he's a starting caliber keeper in this league. I don't think he's a weakness for the Galaxy, but I reserve the right to change my mind on that if he has another lousy, half season here. And look, we've all talked. The three of us have talked about this since before the stream even started. The Galaxy were a bad defensive team last year.
Yeah.
They need their goalkeeper to I think they'll be better this year, but they need their goalkeeper to be really good. And Bond has shown he could be that in spurts. He has not shown he could be that over the course of 34 games.
Oh, gosh.
That's also a tough position in general. Like, I would never want to be a goalkeeper because you're going to be criticized. Anything doesn't go right. And then also, of course, if your defense is terrible, not only are you giving up a lot of opportunities, but the opportunities, you're not getting any help. You can't angle it. You can't make some of those estimations or guesstimations. You're not able to anticipate the same way. And if you run out of form, especially mentally, I feel like that's got to be one of the most mentally taxing positions. Never played as a goalkeeper. Thank goodness. You wouldn't want me to play there. In fact, I take that back. I've done that a couple of times in pickup. You still wouldn't want me to be there. It's way worse than whatever you're thinking up top. but it's just one of those spots that, like, when you look at analyzing and really diving deep into a lot of players and characteristics they have and traits, goalkeeper's that one spot where I was like, I hope that he stays confident. That might be the first or the most important in many regards is a goalkeeper's confidence in being able to take those big moments and make big plays and be ready for those moments versus when you look at wingers, for example, are they agile? Are you quick? Are you good with both feet? Yeah, are you able to take on players? How's your placement? Can you convert a 1v1? We can start diving into every single little character trait. And with goalkeepers, we can look at their height, maybe how quick they're off the line. You can look at where they're making saves most commonly. You can measure that, but it's difficult. It's really difficult. We had a lot of debate behind the scenes about goalkeepers because we see like a great goalkeeper isn't always a great goalkeeper even for years later on. And often they mature a little bit later as well. Like it's rare to have a prime goalkeeper that's 22, 23 years old. It happens, but it's not common.
Yeah, they're wired differently, and they have to be because it's a lonely position. You can literally be standing there for most of the game and not really have a ton to do, but then it can all come down to one play.
Donnarumma's entered the chat. He's like, Mike, no, we can be amazing. 20 years old, I'm ready. 21, 22, ready.
We are ready.
See, this is a type of soccer that I think Greg Vanney wants to play. Obviously, the final ball didn't come off, but you saw the little combination through midfield and the ability to release, either one of the wingers or overlapping fullback or just one of the central midfielders sort of making that inside-out run. He wants to create 2v1s out wide. And I thought they did a good job of that last year, but what they couldn't do is create that and then recover defensively. They were very slow to get back into their shape. Which, was a problem.
Yep. And have they done enough for 2022 to rectify that problem, Doyle?
So I really like the Mark Delgado signing. I think he's very smart and he's a very diligent worker. And he's kind of filled that role in the past for Toronto FC. The other thing, I think it's smart to just count on chemistry playing a role in it. You know, like these guys have a year under Greg Vanney now. It's a much more normal year than last year was. They have a year playing with each other now for the most part. Like that all matters. You rarely see teams that are thrown together in one transfer window come out of nowhere and be 30 points better. Well, the Galaxy don't have to be 30 points better. They have to be 15 points better. They've added some talent. They have that chemistry. I'm pretty bullish on them. That said, they got absolutely smoked like 4 times in preseason. I don't know if that matters.
Yeah, how much weight do we put on preseason results?
I literally do not.
I don't look into them at all. I don't put it. Nope. Every year I watch preseason, and I just don't feel like it's indicative of what's going to happen in MLS. And even with what Matt's saying, even 10 points better, and you're in the playoffs, probably in a mid-seed, 4th or 5th place, you put yourself into a position to at least make something happen.
All right, we've got some questions in the chat, guys. I love it. Tim, this is a question from Tim. He says, what's your favorite MLS regular season game of all time? Is there a match that stands out to you as like an all-timer, one you could rewatch over and over again, Doyle?
2007, Red Bulls 5, Galaxy 4 at the Meadowlands, the old Giant Stadium.
Wow.
It was Beckham's first appearance in New York. I think Josie had a couple of goals. I think Landon had a couple of goals.
Oh, wow.
There were 65,000 people in the stands. I was, my wife and I were 2 of them. That game it was not the highest quality soccer game you're ever going to see. But it was a hell of a lot of fun. And that it was one that it was the first truly big one after the DP rule was instituted, and it kind of gave everyone a taste of what could come in the following years and decades.
That's a great answer. Great answer.
How about you, Suze?
He had that ready to rock and roll. Well done.
Yeah, right?
I've been very, very privileged in my time at MLS that I've gotten to see a lot of really, really incredible matches in person. There's one that sticks out, and it was the 2016 Eastern Conference Finals between Toronto and Montreal. And it was a rainy. This was when it was 2 legs, right? And I think it was the second leg of it, and it was just a rainy, horrendous day. But that match was back and forth, and it was just a goal fest. And the atmosphere at BMO Field was insane, and that was just really special. And I just remember standing out in the rain and just not even caring because the game was so exciting and so good. And then the other one that comes to mind is the Zlatan game, the first El Tráfico in 2018. I mean, it was just, he comes on in the 72nd minute, I think, and immediately. I was standing right behind the goal when he did that 50-yarder. And it was just, I could not believe what I was witnessing. It was absolute madness. And then for him to score the game winner after that, you just couldn't have scripted it better. So those are 2 that just hold a very special place in my heart. What about you, LaBelle?
Well, I want to say that I was very happy within the 4-year period that we had Henry, just as such a fan. All right, I just to throw that out there. So that's not an answer at all with a direct game.
No,
my first memory that really stuck. Unfortunately, it's a negative memory. But I guess if you're a fan of the Revolution, you'll remember this very well, was the 2006 MLS Cup, because they were going up against the Dynamo. That was the first year, I believe the Dynamo were there as well. And it was an extra time game where Twellman scored the winner. And it stuck with me because that was kind of our local. We were playing at that time too. They were playing at Robertson Stadium. So they're playing at, not that matchup, but at that period of time, it was, and that was the U of H stadium, so we didn't even have the next stage of anything that had been happening. We had that was Brian Ching was doing amazing from Houston and kind of so forth and so on. But the game sticks with me as kind of one of my early memories because we didn't have a team for so long in Houston at all, so that didn't exist. Academies didn't exist, and it probably tells you a lot about MLS in the direction and the growth of the league as a whole, because so many things now that are naturally possibilities for even from a youth development stage. So give you an idea. When I'm growing up, if you wanted to play at a high level, it was still very much so the collegiate route, where you would play in high school, play at some sort of club team. Hopefully you get noticed or some sort of exposure, and then you're able to take that to a good college and kind of go from there, or maybe an open tryout of some sort. But there were no academies, that didn't really exist, and definitely not early on, where if you showed promise at 10 years old or 12 years old, you'd have this ability to maybe get recognized at a larger stage. And we also had like ODP and stuff, but that was complicated. I feel like there's so much talent that you just weren't going to be able to get seen, because social media wasn't a thing like that. The internet wasn't a thing like that. I mean, it was there, but it wasn't what it is now. I know that was a really long, drawn out answer, but I was just thinking back on what you guys had to say. And I was like, well, in more recent time, a lot of the Henry stages I think was really special. And then I just remember that early on being like kind of a kid. Yeah. Kind of a kid in 2006, like a teenager and being like,
I'll say
we had an old goalkeeper too. We had Onstead at the time. Old Canadian goalkeeper.
He was still really good though. Onstead, like the last 3-4 years with Houston, he was still really, really good. To bring it back to Henry for a second.
Wait, no, actually, King tied this up, and then we went on to win it. I just got that all off. But yes, anyways, go ahead. Yeah, I was backwards on that, but yeah. I didn't get through that point at all, like where I was going.
One of the best individual performances in regular season history is the final game of the 2013 season. The Red Bulls at this point had never won a trophy. Red Bulls were, I don't know what the Cincinnati Bengals of MLS at this point, and they went into the final week of the season with a chance to win the Supporters Shield, and nobody really thought it was going to happen because it was a cursed franchise, and they went down 1-0 to the Chicago Fire within 10 minutes. And this was the magical Mike McGee MVP season as well. Mike McGee scores a goal, Fire up 1-0. Red Bulls fans are all certain that the doom is befalling them yet again. And then Thierry Henry took that game over in a way that I've seen. Like, you don't see forwards take over a game in the way he took this one over. Just utterly dominant performance. I think he scored 2 goals. I think he had 2 assists as well, maybe. And the Red Bulls won 5-2. And it kind of changed what that franchise was at that point. And he had been there for 2 years. And it was a long time to get to the point where he was really able to change what they were. And that did it. And they needed a display like that. They needed like one last truly world-class performance from Thierry Henry, and that was it. And given the magnitude of the moment, that with the Shield on the line, the first ever silverware for this franchise, what it meant for Henry's legacy in MLS, you could argue that is the best individual performance in a regular season game in league history.
Ooh.
It
was that good. Yeah. And he left a legacy. Like we've seen a lot of great players, world-class players come to MLS and not really leave a legacy. Steven Gerrard being an example, if you want to stick with the Galaxy since we're watching them. Thierry Henry came to New York and he really left a legacy there. And now, obviously, with the Red Bulls being in kind of a different place, they have to work to get that back.
A guy I think that we don't talk enough about in terms of in that regard, the same way we're sort of speaking about Thierry Henry, I feel like Robbie Keane doesn't get enough credit for his time in MLS and what he did for the Galaxy. He was incredible for those Galaxy teams, and I feel like he's underrated. Am I wrong?
He has an underrated career. I think he has an underrated career the whole way through. I mean, this is a guy that. For Tottenham, he's scored close to 100 goals. I think he had like 75 or 85 goals for Tottenham as well, which is a pretty impressive career mark, especially considering that appearance-wise, I think it's almost not quite, but I think it's almost 2-1, like in terms of like his output of scoring a goal almost every 2 games. Maybe not quite that good. Maybe it's more closer to 3-1 actually. In hindsight, I'd have to pull up stats. Matt hit a Google search for me. Either back me up or tell me I'm very wrong. But I'm telling you score like 70 or 80 goals in with Tottenham. At least the first go with Tottenham, and then Yeah, I'm pulling up stats. I'm going to pull up a Google search. But yeah, either way, the point I'm making is that his career, I feel like, is very underrated across the board. And also for Ireland as well, like his impact there.
I mean, certainly for the Galaxy, he had an argument that he was the best player in the league for 4 straight years, right? 12, 13, 14, 15, maybe even say 16 as well. I think the only other player in MLS history who has been, the best or second best player in the league for that many consecutive years is Marco Echeverri. And you have to go back to the mid-late 90s for that. And just like Marco Echeverri, Robbie Keane was at the heart of a dynasty. And he delivered in terms of trophies, and he delivered in terms of goals and assists. And it's everything that you want out of a DP signing. And for the record, Mike, for Tottenham, across all competitions,
Thank you. Help me out.
306 games, 122 goals, 26 assists.
Even yeah, there we go. Okay, better than what I was cutting him short. I was selling him short.
Impressive. Oh, Doyle, we got a question for you. This one is specific. Well, it's not directed at you, but I want you to answer it. Pon26535. He wants to know what player under 18 will have the biggest impact this season. The young guys.
There are 2 that come to mind, and these are two young guys who are already on the radars of the biggest clubs in Europe. One is Gabriel Slonina, 17-year-old goalkeeper who's going to be starting. Yeah, Gaga's going to be starting all year for the Chicago Fire. They could sell him to Juventus today for probably close to $10 million.
Wow.
He's considered one of the best young goalkeepers in the world. He is already the most accomplished teenage goalkeeper in MLS history. The youngest ever to start a game, to record a win, to post a shutout. He's done that, 4 times over now. And he'll, I think he'll be one of the best goalkeepers in the league this year as an 17, 18-year-old. The other is Jaquil Marshall-Ruddy. Canadian kid. He's from Toronto FC Academy. He came up as a winger. I think he will play some winger this year, but I actually think as of right now, he's probably Toronto FC's starting right back.
Wow.
Toronto FC, reports came out from local media that Toronto's hung a $20 million price tag on him. I can confirm that. They have had offers. They have had 8-figure offers for a 17-year-old kid that they have said absolutely not. They believe that this is like borderline Alphonso Davies level talent.
Wow.
And like Alphonso Davies,
big statement.
Well, there's a lot of big talent coming from Canada, and they believe that like Alphonso Davies, he is going to sort of migrate from a winger in the youth ranks to just a attacking fullback in the professional ranks. So those are the 2 who are under 18, at least at the start of the year. Under 18 for the full season. I don't know. I'd have to think on that a little bit. Maybe they could open Vargas.
I think there's. I was going to say, Caden Clark is 18, so I'm just going to throw him in.
Is he still 18?
Yeah. He's 18. And I think most of the club thought he was gone, and then of course he's back. Now as from like a loan, we sent him. And then he's came back now as a loan, which is the reverse of a lot of times how that goes down. But I think it's pretty exciting because we saw glimpses of him being really amazing, but we didn't get really a full season. I feel like we got that on display. So I think he's kind of primed for a real breakout year.
I mean, that's the hope, right? For Red Bulls, like for your Red Bulls to compete, they need players like Caden Clark to have breakout years when they're 18, 19 years old. And it's not a terrible way to go about building a team. It's what Philly did a couple of years ago, and they won the Supporter Shield with it. And the hope is that, Caden Clark can make the kind of leap at this age that Brendan Aronson did 2 years ago.
I would take that. I think he has big. I think he has real top tier ability. And like I said, we really haven't had a full season of him playing games. But I mean, just on the cusp, I think they said under 18. I'm changing the game. He's 18 years old. I'm answering with throwing in a little bit of a bias. I was trying to set the tone earlier on the game setup, and I misspoke the whole way through. I was really sad about this, but I never got to when I got happy. So I left that part out. Matt's probably over here just shaking his head like, what's going down, Mike? When are you going to turn the corner here?
We're all in preseason form, my friend.
Literally in preseason form. Guys, but we got to get it together soon because Saturday is around the corner. I cannot believe MLS is back. What off season? What are like literally? I feel like I was just in Portland for that MLS Cup final.
Did either of you? I don't know if Matt went. Did you? I know you didn't go, Susanna. Otherwise, we would have discussed it. But I went to that Minnesota game, and remember, I tried to get you to go, and you wouldn't go.
Yeah, it was too cold for me.
It was unbelievable. I didn't have any of the proper clothes for this whatsoever. I had no idea that this was like Minnesota weather, or maybe that was just like I caught a bad day. I was so not prepared. I had so many layers on. When I saw people in the snow gear, I said, "Oh no, oh no, I'm not ready."
Yeah, it was frigid. I still can't believe that that game was played. But hey, I am impressed that you managed to survive that, Mike LaBelle.
Yeah, out of all the times
I didn't think he had it in
to pull a trip. I was like, I need this. I need this in my life right now. And Susanna's like, "Are you sure?" And I said, "Yes, we're doing it." I went, and I do not regret it at all. But I was not prepared for what happens in Minnesota.
Took a while to.
I saw a beer freeze in a minute. I was looking, I was like, that's not going to last. That person's not going to be able to drink that. That's a done deal.
Just insane.
Waste of a beer. You paid for ice.
What minute? Oh, we're going to see a goal soon, guys.
Super spoiler.
I know. If I could really just mess with people now. Like, I think Susanna can look into the future, and we're going to see. Oh, hang on. Was that a penalty?
Oh.
I think it was. No, this was. I'm going to say I think it was a clear penalty. I need to watch the replay though.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly how it.
I think he kind of got. He was held.
Yeah.
The ball was played in, and he was kind of held back. I think I need to watch the replay.
I feel like with a lot of crosses in general, there's so much debate because sometimes it's a matter of like, would the guy even have got there? How much are you holding him back? Is there any sort of
nice cross
involved? Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's definitely got him. He's definitely spinning him around. And Arango's not trying to stay on his feet right there, but he shouldn't be trying to stay on his feet. He did the exact right thing.
Yep. And then he's going to take the pen here as well. And as I recall, this is a fun one. This has some flair, as I recall.
Super spoilers.
Guys,
how's it gonna go, Susanna?
I like to pretend that I'm smart.
Oh. That's one of those no, yes moments, by the way. Because if that has the post and comes out, or you miss that just slightly wide, everybody's coming after you. Matt, do you play?
No.
That was
old for that.
It's all right. I've just started feeling it in my knees. We can get you out there. We'll bring back the years.
Watch this though. Ooh. Yeah, that could have gone either way.
So Arango had 14 goals in 17 appearances last year, 1,400 minutes, 15 starts. He was a godsend for them.
Incredible.
But also, I think 6 of them were penalties.
We still take them.
Oh, of course. But if Vela's healthy, he's not taking the penalties this year. Arango is not going to take a single penalty if Vela's on the field.
Arango just debuted 3 weeks ago in San Jose, $2.5 million acquisition from Millonarios of Colombia. He said he was in tears to leave that club, to leave Colombia.
5 penalties. So, he had 5 penalties. Still, 9 goals in 1,400 minutes. That's very good. Yep.
Most strikers, in fact, almost all strikers will take that. How was the energy in house for this, Susanna? Since you're the LA rep.
Yeah, no, it was okay. At this point, because once LAFC tied it back up, things really started to elevate in terms of the atmosphere. Also, people were finally getting into the stadium because of said traffic. So there was definitely a vibe. But yeah, you got the sense. I was really hopeful. I was so glad that LAFC equalized at that point, just before halftime, because I knew that was just going to kind of make things really, really more exciting in the second half. And it definitely ended up sort of playing out exactly that way. But at this point, it was, people were getting fired up. As I recall, there was some. I mean, these are two fan bases that, they don't like each other very much, and there was some, there was definitely some issues going on. There was some barking back and forth, but yeah, emotions were starting to get pretty high at this point.
I feel like there's an insider joke here. Doyle mentioned Echeverry, so everyone has to drink. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm looking at the chat, so I feel like I'm not in on the joke yet.
Oh, that's amazing. Who said that? That's incredible.
We have Ronald Gringo. Yeah. So I don't know all the insider scoop on this, but I'm listening.
The insider scoop is that I'm very, very old and remember the origins of MLS and the first 5 years of MLS very, very clearly. So, and I still think that Marco Echeverry, you could drop that DC United team into MLS today, and they would still compete for trophies because they were that good.
You're not old. You're just wise.
Wizened.
Wise.
Echeverry's had the hair.
You drink and you know things. He drinks and he knows things.
Something like that.
And that's what we're gonna say. We also have this is making me very excited because in the YouTube chat we have a lot of Chicago Fire fans who are very excited.
I came for Susanna.
Very excited. Doubtful. It's very nice of you to say, but doubtful. But you mentioned Gaga Slonina. We have a guy named Jordan Shaqiri who's going to be featuring for the Chicago Fire this year. A new coach in Ezra Hendrickson. I feel Matt Doyle optimistic about the Chicago Fire, and I have not felt that in a very long time.
You've been hitting the old Malort.
I just had my gag reflex just kicked in as soon as you said that. I don't know if y'all have ever tried Malort. Don't do it. Someone once told me, if they had to describe it, they said Malort tastes like liquid earwax. And that is so accurate. So I do not recommend it.
I'm going down a slippery slope right now. I'm not going to lie. It's telling me, I found an article, 19 things you didn't know about Malort. So there's a lot more that goes into this.
It's vile. It's vile stuff. It's vile stuff. But the Chicago Fire, I think they can make the playoffs this year. I'm very excited. Is that unfounded, Doyle? Am I drinking the Malort?
You're hitting the Malort and you're chasing it with an old style, like that.
No, that was perfect.
Honestly, I'm kind of with you. I love the Shaqiri signing. I don't know if he's going to hold up physically, right? Because he hasn't played a full season's worth of minutes since 2017.
Mm-hmm.
But he has the profile of a guy who could be like Vela or like Javinko was when he came to MLS and just be an MVP caliber player. That's not out of the realm of, he's 30. He's not 36 years old. He's still at the tail end of his prime. So that's one. Two, Rafa Schihos, the center back. They said he's a Bundesliga center back. He seems like the type of guy who can organize that defense, which they haven't done in a long time. And then Jairo Torres is a great signing. He's literally, I was going to say literally the best young player in Liga MX. I don't want to go that far, but he should be a best 11 caliber winger, and that's what the Fire have needed to do. I think the fans are right to be happy about it, right to be excited. It's still the Fire though. You missed the playoffs 11 times in 13 years. I would not let my expectations get too high.
This could be big for Shaqiri as well, because I feel like it's time for a resurgence in his career. And I'm not saying it's going to happen, so I know Susanna's feeling very hopeful. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but in general here, because he built a lot of his stock when he was at Stoke, went to Liverpool, was still okay, like often used as a super sub, still okay. But, it's kind of a natural trickle. Like, I definitely don't think he's peaking, and this could be a way of kind of revitalizing the old or the young old. I don't know. At 30 years old, you still should be able to play at a very high level.
100%. Guys, just a reminder, we are kicking off the season with an MLS is Back watch-along show this Saturday. It's going to feature myself, Matt Doyle, Mike LaBelle, and a whole cast of others starting at 5:30 p.m. to 7:30. You can watch some matches along with us on Twitch and YouTube. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we are keeping our eye on Charlotte FC's MLS debut. They will be taking on DC United 6 p.m. on ESPN+, and we've got a bunch of other games at 6 p.m. as well. So come hang out with us. I mean, listen, this is just a warm-up for the real deal on Saturday, really. It's just an aperitif, if you will. Second half, just kicking off in this one. This is the El Tráfico from August of 2021. 1-1 at the half, but we're going to see some more goals in the second half because this turned into a pretty incredible back and forth affair. I was there. I watched it. It was awesome. I spilled my beer. It was great.
They don't do defense. They make defensive errors. I see where you're going.
You know what I mean? Sometimes it's just the way it is.
The chat also wants to know, again, they want to know, do you think, and I'm not even sure that MLS does have influence over Serie A or Serie A's influence with MLS. That's the question. The question is, do you think MLS's influence with Serie A will continue to increase? And I guess just a counter argument quickly is I don't know who has influence there or not so much or vice versa. I don't know if that relationship is established enough where we could say that. But I think it's more so asking, do you think we're going to see more Serie A players in MLS? I'll paint the room.
I mean, I don't see why not.
Yeah.
There's a level of financial instability in Serie A that makes a lot of their players worthwhile targets for MLS teams, which are uniformly on very good financial footing. The reverse is interesting, right? Because like we've seen, Busio and Tessman. A few other players go to Serie A teams from MLS over the past few years, and the biggest teams in Serie A are still among the biggest buyers in the world. And the place MLS is at now is like, okay, let's develop players who we can sell to Juventus for $15 million. And I think that is the pipeline that the fans are interested in. The players are certainly interested in it because, a lot of players who are playing in MLS, who come through the academy system, they dream about playing for their local club, and then they dream about going to Europe, right?
Yeah.
Like they still, like almost every player in the world wants to make it to one of the biggest teams in the world, which are uniformly in Europe. So I think that what we've seen over the past year is kind of the beginning of that. And I don't see why that would change.
I agree with that.
And I think there also could be like almost a one-to-one comparison. I'm not saying that they're identical players, but obviously it's Insigne coming to Toronto, and then you think of Giovinco for when he went from Juventus to Toronto. You're pulling on that line a little bit where it's just saying, well, do we have maybe more happening directly with the league or certain clubs maybe having that relationship where they look for players? But what Matt says I think is really very relevant here too, is that a lot of these targets are attainable. They can work between leagues. And some of that's due to price points, some of that's due to interest. I know a lot of the European players want to spend time in the U.S. They want to play in MLS at some point in their career. And of course, like with how things have gone, we can look at Premier League in particular here, where it's so expensive that very few leagues can even go after a lot of these players, especially the highest profile guys. It comes down to they're eligible for 3 teams because nobody else can pay what salary they're looking for, the transfer fees associated with the move.
Who are some of the guys in Serie A that you would like to see end up in MLS? Like, you're a Red Bulls fan, right? I'm giving you $15 million to play with. And you can only shop in Italy. Who are you coming back with?
I would have liked to go young. And Did I hear a clicker? Oh, I thought you had a time. I thought I heard a time clicker behind me. I'm thinking from the price point of who I think is going to come, because a lot of the biggest names, I don't know if are coming for 15. But right. I would have liked to see like even moves that recently happened where you saw Bentancur move. I would have been happy to see that happen. I think that he would have been. I rate him. I think they got potential. You saw Kulusevski make the same move, right? And that shows you that some of the big clubs there might be movement even when we're getting like guys at a younger place. I would have loved to see Savic move, Milinkovic Savic. I'd love to see him in MLS. I think that'd be fun, and maybe that's attainable. Maybe there's some negotiation there. I don't know. I think it would be cool to see Koulibaly, but I don't think the price point makes any sense there. It's not going to happen. He's going to be way out of that price point.
I like Cuadrado from the Juventus.
That same thing. I don't know if you get him in that price point or not either. Do you think that he's falling at 15 mil?
I don't know, but a girl can dream.
I mean, he added that in. So I'm trying to think of who could maybe go in. I'll take a Chucky Lozano moving over. I'd watch that with the burner. I think that's possible. I think that's feasible. I'm trying to get more reasonable right now, okay? Like I've talked myself from up here, and I was like, hold on. You know, I even take
hopes up.
This might not be popular because he's so old, but I would have taken even a season with Dzeko coming over. Definitely would fall into that.
Yeah.
I just like Dzeko as a player, so I would have taken it. But I don't know that we're going to go get like the Tenalis of the world or guys that are really super developing that are also looking for their biggest payday, because it's also about the player there too. It's not only just the club relationship or something like that. You know, if Pirlo wants to come out of retirement, we could run that. We'll run him back in.
Oh, Pirlo. I just get him out there, glass of wine in hand. I feel like he'd still be able to pull off some magic. The guy's just special.
You have guys in mind, since we're talking the Serie A movement? We can go back.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Could you get Bernardeschi for 15 million?
Yeah, I think you could. I didn't think that Insigne was an option, for example. Like, if you would have asked me before that happened, I just wouldn't have came in. I would have mentioned him maybe, but it wouldn't have came in. I didn't think it would be possible as a move, because I just didn't think that was going to happen. At one point, I was like, all right, maybe get Mertens coming through, just get the whole team. Come on down.
No, now that I'm looking at it, Bernardeschi's contract expires in June. So you could sign a pre-contract with him and get him on a free. Somebody should do that. He's only 28.
Work the phones. Okay, we got a poll question in our YouTube chat right now, guys, and I want you to get in there and answer this. Who wins the first installment of El Tráfico this year? The Galaxy or LAFC? I think it's in. When is the first El Tráfico? I should know this.
Yeah,
I want to say it's in April, and I don't know if it's at Bank of California or at Dignity Health Sports Park. But either way, tell us who you think is going to win. It's interesting. So the Galaxy have 5 wins total in this rivalry. LAFC have 3, but there have been 5 draws, and the last 2 installments of El Tráfico have been draws. Which is, I mean, it just goes to show these games are always competitive.
Mike, you want to step up to the plate and offer a guess?
Sure. I mean, like, you're looking, if you're going off last year, you got 2 teams that are really even, like next to each other, right? I like how you said offer a guess, because I kind of feel like that's what it is at this point. Like, it's not like, I would love to see more of these guys playing before throwing it out there, but that's fine. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to throw LAFC out there. I think they're going to get the job done in the first game, in the first matchup. I wish that I gave you much deeper analysis in terms of like, this is going to be that, but I think we'll see how the year goes. I think that I personally think that that's what's going to happen. So that's where I'm going to go with this. I'm staying strong to it. I'm staying true to it. Matt, if you want to add some more color into this, by all means, you can. But I really feel like you're flipping a coin here on a result.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
a lot of MLS, though, isn't it? Flipping a coin.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
I don't know anything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, do you know this one, Suze? What's the answer here?
Well, listen, I mean, guys, just tapping into my inner.
Because he's putting us in the game before he comes in. You know, you could talk about we could talk about Blessing going through. We can talk about Carlos Vela and the impact that he had in that match. We can go through, but I don't know. I don't know if I don't want to knock on wood, but I don't know who's playing in these games yet.
Doyle, maybe you can enlighten me a little bit, because I don't know a ton about LAFC's new coach, Steve Cherundolo. Like, what kind of style does he typically like to go with? You know, are we going to see a similar type of LAFC system? What is it going to look like on the field?
So from what I understand, he is basically keeping what Bob Bradley has done, just has a few new players in, and he's a new voice. You know, sometimes even for the best coaches, it can get a little stale after 4 years. So from everything I've seen, everything I've been told, there have not been big changes in terms of style, which I think is the right way to go. This was still, they played really good soccer last year, though the final 30 minutes here will not be an example of that. But as for what he's done in the past, like Steve Cherundolo, last year was his only year as a head coach. He has never been a head coach in the top flight anywhere. He was a head coach in the USL last year. His team went 6-23-3. It was not great, but you know, we've seen coaches struggle in the past in their first seasons, and you know, once they get to a level where they have this kind of talent and the types of player, like Steve Cherundolo was a great player for a long time. He played for Bob Bradley. He played for the national team 100 times. Like, he might end up being more comfortable, and it just kind of clicks for him. But from what I've heard, it's gonna look like last year's team, except hopefully with more talent and happier talent on the field.
Okay.
Like, we could also say, like, I think the first game is also at home for Galaxy. If we want to ride that into this, you know, in terms of some sort of advantage. I haven't been to an El Tráfico. I don't know if Matt's gone.
Highly recommend.
Yeah,
highly
you've
recommend.
gone. So it's like when you're in house there, is it a real split between the fans? Is it you get an actual true home feel?
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, I will say, inevitably, you get a huge contingent of the other fan base at either stadium, simply because of proximity, but it just adds to that incredible environment. And I will tell you, I have been to pretty much every single MLS venue across the league, and the 3252 at Bank of California Stadium are incredible. They are really, it's special. They are on par. I would put them up there with Timber's Army in terms of just their energy level. And I think that they can impact a game. You know, if it gets so loud, the entire stadium shakes. And they're jumping up and down.
I'm hearing that I should get a coin to flip right now. That's what I'm hearing from all of you. From all you, Matt too, everybody.
Feed off of that. They feed off of that kind of energy. So LAFC at the Bank, it's hard for me to bet against them when they're playing at home. That being said,
they're not.
They're not. So it doesn't matter in that sense. Oh, but guys, I'm looking into my crystal ball right now, and I think we're a minute away from seeing one of the best goals I ever witnessed in person. True story. I'm just saying.
I just feel like you're flexing right now on us. I don't like it.
Just get ready. Just get
flexing.
ready.
You talked about the Ibra goal earlier. We see how
I have a funny story about what happened after this goal too that I will share after we watch it.
Did you drink? What was it called? McLort? What is the drink?
Oh God, if you keep bringing it up and it's making me nauseous, it's that bad.
Well, you said you had a story, so I was just saying maybe that's a story.
It does involve alcohol, but it doesn't involve Malort. God, Malort's horrible. I'm sending you a bottle.
Great.
Okay.
I'm so happy for that.
Okay, guys, watch this. It's coming.
He does 3 guys in the box right here.
It's coming. It's coming.
Third save of the half from Jonathan Bond on West on the reset. Slipping it through Diego Rossi. Saved again.
I mean, Jonathan Bond was like standing on his head, and then this happened.
Here it is. Here it is. Boom. 2, 3. Roofed. That's why they paid $10 million for him. That's why he's, you know, considered one of the great up and coming stars for Uruguay.
That was his first goal of the year for them.
Yeah.
Doyle.
He's
why don't we see more of that from him? Because that was insane.
He is one of the best 1v1 players in the entire league. It seems like he should be able to put up 15 goals and 10 assists. I have no idea why it hasn't clicked for him yet, because the stuff he can do is unreal.
It was stunning. It was absolutely stunning. I mean, I think he beat like 4 defenders if you watch it from start to finish. And then the angle, that left-footed finish, and the angle that he had to shoot that at, I mean, it's just quality, just immense quality.
I like how we see the defense too, not just this play, but in general. Like,
doink.
This is a tough place to be a goalkeeper. You know, it's a tough place to be a goalkeeper.
He roofs it, absolutely roofs it. So, I was in the stands watching at this point.
Yes, finish.
And I had gotten. They sell these incredible. It's like they're like micheladas. So it's kind of a beer with Bloody Mary mixes, like a little spicy rim, and then like one of those like candied mango sticks on it.
Yeah.
Really quite tasty. So I was enjoying one of those because I was there in a non-working capacity. Just to put that out there, I was.
Well, give us some disclaimers. Hit us up.
No, this was after All-Star, and I took a few days after to hang out with my friends in LA. So I took my friend Armand, who had never been to an MLS match. He lives in LA. He wanted to go to an LAFC match, so we went. And we were sitting there, and that goal happened, and I stood up because I was like, I saw the play starting to happen, and I stood up, and I like did one of these, and half of my drink went on the gentleman sitting next to me, who, thank goodness, was an LAFC fan and was just so like he was like freaking out as well, and he didn't even care. But that could have gone really badly for me. Yeah, had that guy not been so friendly. But I also, those drinks are not cheap. And I was mad because I was like, well, that's like $10 that I just.
Were you able to expense it? Could you use your per diem? Or...
I play by the rules. I don't expense my cocktails. But yeah, that was out of pocket for me. Worth it though, because that goal was tremendous. And I'm very glad I got to see it up close and in person. It was great. More of that, Brian Rodriguez, in 2022, please.
Do you think Douglas Costa's going under the radar, by the way, with like the Galaxy move? I just don't feel like I've heard about it as like this next big thing as much as I expected maybe to hear about it. Like, you're talking about a guy that was at Juventus, you're at Bayern Munich. I mean, these are the biggest clubs in the world. And I just feel like I don't know how you feel, Matt, but I don't feel, or Susanna, but I don't feel like this has been something that's been reoccurring in any MLS conversations like that. Like, gets mentioned and we move forward.
Yeah, I actually picked him as newcomer of the year because I think he's just going to own that right flank. And with Chicharito and Kevin Cabral getting into the box, I mean, he might lead the league in assists. And like you said, he's done it for two of the biggest clubs in the world over the past 7 years or so. And he's 30 or 31. I think he just turned 31. So he should still have a couple of good years in his legs. It seems like a smart move to me. And it's like he's not washed, man. He's playing for Bayern Munich 12 months ago. He's playing for Gremio, which is one of the biggest clubs in the Americas, 2 months ago. So it seems like a really shrewd signing for the Galaxy. And they need him to hit because like it's been too long since they've been legitimately competitive at the top of the table.
I think Costa's gonna make a big difference. Like real big difference.
Is he your newcomer of the year?
I see what you want me to just backdoor what you have to say here, but are we going on like what do you think you're gonna put up on stats or just? I think his influence is gonna be greater than his stats.
So we got Douglas Costa coming in. We have Shaqiri coming in. Insigne, though that won't be till July. There's a bunch of great South American kids like Facundo Torres, Thiago Almada, Alan Velasco. Of course, Jairo Torres is coming up from Mexico. There's a lot of really impressive newcomers, and at least with impressive resumes. Who's your newcomer of the year, Mike?
All right, I think Insigne is going to be huge. I know we talked about it just briefly. I mean, barely touched on it, but I think he's going to play really well for Toronto. I know we kind of had like a little bit of a make or break combo before we got started. Do you think it's actually going to happen? Does he have enough talent around him to make it happen? Is he going to get the ball here? Is it potentially going to be a bust, or is any of those things possible? But I think Insigne is going to be massive. I think that he's going to be big for Toronto and going to lead to a lot of results for them. So I'm going to go. I don't want to agree with you. I don't want to agree with you today. Not yet. So I'm going against you with Insigne. But I think I agree that is gonna. I think he's again not being discussed, and I don't know why.
Yeah. No.
Here we go.
You're right.
Something's gonna happen here, guys. I got a hunch.
Could you imagine Suzanne as a commentator? Be like, they're getting close. They're getting close around that box. I'm telling you, the box work is.
I just got a knack for these things. I just know I can sniff out the goals when they're coming. It's a gift that I have. Yeah, no. Thank you. This is Jovic's second goal of the game. Brace for him. Look at that. I mean, I actually, that was hysterical. When he jumped in and was taking selfies with the fans. I was like, good for you. Way to embrace the moment, kid.
To tie it up here. And this first pass, Cabral looks just onside. Great work by Araujo initially.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
was
he's
he
on?
Yeah, he was on.
He was on, and it's like an underlap
That
from
okay?
Julian
Can we
Araujo.
talk about that feed from Leggett though? I want to give some credit to the boy because this is look at this. Look at this. So watch this. Look at that. That's nifty.
Outside of an Instagram handle, what's the boy about? Do you have a backstory on this? Because like, is it just a social thing? I feel like there's more to it, and I see it always on social, and I never asked anyone. I just went with it. I was like the boy, but I feel like there has to be like a little more like backstory here.
Do you know? We had him on the podcast, and we asked him about it, and it was like a nickname that he was given by a teammate. It was like the boy, and I can't remember who it was, but he just went with it, and he knew it was like kind of like cringy, but that's what I kind of appreciate about Sebastian Leggett is that he gets it. You know, he knows that you just kind of have to be ridiculous on
have to lean into
media.
the cringe. Lean into the cringe.
Lean into the cringe, which he does. I mean, if you look at his Instagram feed, it's a lot of selfies. It's a lot of.
Maybe he knows his audience. All right, maybe he knows his demographic. Okay,
exactly, which I appreciate. Also, his girlfriend is Becky G, who has millions and millions of followers, and he's got to kind of keep up with that level. So I respect it. But he's a very he's a soft-spoken guy. He's really in person. He's very nice. It's not like you would think somebody with the boy as their handle would be, this big bold personality. And he's a little bit more understated than that. Oh, hey, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! We're tied up again.
While we're on this whole, I want to ask a follow-up too. Do you think that New England is poised to have a repeat of such a strong regular season again?
No.
Because obviously they've had now the Altidore signing, you've got Sebastian Leggett, or do you think that was a one-off from last year and it's going to be a little bit more struggling this year or somewhere in between?
I think they're going to be good. I think they're going to be competitive. I think that they could certainly compete for top spot in the East. I would think that they would finish in the top 3, but I don't think they will repeat their incredible sort of form and record that they had last year. I don't know. I mean, the Sebastian Leggett move is good, and I like the fact that he's going to be reunited with Bruce Arena. I don't know how much of a factor Josie's going to be, just because we don't know. We don't know how healthy Josie can stay. We don't know how often we are going to see him play. So, I mean, they still have Carlos Gil. They still have Gustavo Bo. They still have Adam Buxa. They've got, they lost Tejan Buchanan, which is big. But I think they're going to be good, but they don't have as much, I don't know.
I'm hearing
fire.
top 4 from you, but not number
fire.
1.
Not number one,
but top 4. That's
definitely top 4.
I'm interpreting that's where I'm going with this.
Not Supporters Shield. No. That's me.
Agreed. I'll co-sign everything Sue's just said.
I saw the nod of approval from Matt. He almost tipped the hat. He was close. Yeah. He was about the Peaky Blinders. There you go.
I think that they're much more focused on winning a tournament. Now, whether the tournament is the playoffs or CONCACAF Champions League, obviously is to be determined. I do suspect that Bruce Arena would absolutely love to win the Champions League and be the first MLS coach to manage in the Club World Cup.
Yeah.
But we see it every year. CONCACAF Champions League, it tends to be a bridge too far for MLS teams. So we'll see. But the issue with the Supporter Shield and then potentially with the playoffs is they're not just going to be out Tejan Buchanan by then. They're going to be without Matt Turner, who will be at Arsenal. They might be without Buxa as well. There's going to be a lot of offers coming in for him. And that's just so much talent to replace year over year. So I still think, like you, Suze, I think they'll be really good. But it's tough to imagine them going back to back with the Shield.
Mm-hmm.
What about you, Mike?
I'm with y'all's analysis on this one. I don't think we're having back-to-back number 1 situation at all. But I think there's too much talent there, too much structure, too much success recently, and that stayed. That's still present. You didn't lose the team, which for me, when I'm looking at a lot of different clubs here, and I feel like there's such an aspect of liking each other. I know that sounds really baseline, but when you're dealing with pro sports, a lot of it is managing personalities. I don't know if you agree or disagree, but even from a managerial standpoint, sometimes that it looks like when you have some of the top tier talent, you don't have to teach them how to play the game, but they need to play hard. They need to like everybody on the team. They need to be motivational. They need to have leadership qualities. And I don't think that New England's lost a lot of that base, so to speak. So it's difficult for me to see them not having another positive year. I don't believe in the back-to-back number ones. I think that's going out on a leap in general from a percentage move. But top 4, not number 1. I could see them at 4th. I'll happily, if they want to squeak down a little bit, that's cool with me.
We got people in the chat asking for our opinions on Orlando and Dallas.
Ooh.
Anybody got a strong opinion on either of those? Want to start out?
It's funny. Those are two teams where I'm kind of like, I could make a case either way. Like there's a lot of MLS teams like that. I think the Areola signing for Dallas I think that's a fantastic addition for them. I don't know that he's going to move the needle for them the way maybe Dallas fans are hoping. And that's just me. Am I wrong? Is that me?
I think it depends what your expectation is as well. Like Dallas coming off a non-playoff year.
They spent so much money to get him.
I was going to say, I think that's a big – well, because you're not offering like really an attractive package.
Yeah.
Because you're looking at someone, I would say that you could easily argue is pretty prime, 26, 27 years old. I don't know if he had a birthday. I feel like Matt will come in and be like, nope, just turned 28. Just turned 28. I'm like, all right. He was 27 recently. All right. He was 27 recently. I think that's a really big signing, considering, again, your placement. You're not offering I don't know. If I'm thinking I'm at top, like at a high point in my career, or that I feel that I'm at a certain level, I want to go somewhere that I definitely think I'm going to win. And I don't know that Dallas makes that argument. I think it's a much more difficult argument to make. Maybe that's why you get asked. I mean, Orlando at least was more like playoff pitcher based. But you also had the exit. When you're looking at Big Daryl up front, baby, I need to go to the gym.
I mean, Daryl DK's gone. Nani's gone as well.
Yeah.
Chris Mueller's gone. But like, as good as those players were individually, they had zero attacking chemistry last year. They just were not able to get on the same page. I think the hope in the fan base is that with Facundo Torres coming in and Eric Ankara, there might be another U22 signing from Argentina. The kid's name, he's the winger, and I'm blanking on his name right now. But I think the hope in the fan base is that because Oscar Pareja is actively going out there and able to sign his guys, that there will be more chemistry and thus like a higher upside for this team than what we saw last year, which is kind of like a disappointing year for Orlando City. I thought, right? I
agree. I was very high on them at the beginning of the season. And I think, to kind of echo what you're saying, Doyle, I think that, they've lost some star power with DK and Nani departing, but I think that's so spot on about the chemistry. But I have so much faith in Oscar Pareja as a coach to kind of make it right and to sort of, I don't know, get back on track. I think he's that good of a manager that
what is the simple
that Orlando will be competitive. I think Orlando is they're a playoff team. Again, kind of like I think they're a top 4 team. I would put them in.
Really? You think Orlando's top 4 this year?
Top five.
Well, I mean, I think it's a simple question as well. I don't know who asked it in the chat. Give them a shout out, whoever. I think, Susanna, you were reading it. But what are your expectations for those two clubs? Because I think that plays a big factor as to answering these questions. Like,
I think Orlando's a playoff team.
Yeah.
Dallas, I don't know. I don't.
Maybe not even for us, but I'm saying for that individual question, what is your expectation from those clubs? Like maybe that guy's expectation is this is going to be next year's EMLS final or something. And if that's our MLS final, if that's the case, then it's going to be like, I don't see that happening. Or is it just to make the playoffs, make a real run? Like what are your own personal expectations of both those teams? I think to kind of like detail it a little bit more. But I like where we went. I like our 3-way on this.
Why not? Again, we're in control here. This is our dialogue.
I feel like Susanna saying, I'm skipping the questions I don't want to answer. If I don't feel like answering, I'm not going to.
This is good. Charles Jones just said, no, Susanna, we're not hoping for that when I was talking about Paul Arriola. We're all paying attention to Velasco. Which
it's understandable. Velasco, 19 years old. They spent $7.5 million on him, plus I think some add-ons. He's the type of talent that MLS teams had no chance of getting even 3 years ago. So it's the floodgates have kind of opened for the league to develop great players, not just American players, and then sell to the biggest leagues in the world, biggest teams in the world. And the idea with Velasco is you buy him for $7 and you have him for 2 years and you sell him for 17 or 27. And it's a great strategy if you can make sure the developmental process is right.
Yeah, Dallas has done that so well.
They have
just incredible talent that has come out of that academy system.
Susanna, when's our next goal coming?
Don't worry about it. I'll tell you.
She'll have a feeling.
Get that little inkling of the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and it's like, oh, something special's coming. Again, it's a gift that I have. You're welcome. That's what I'm here for. You can participate. Doyle, talk to me about the loss of Atuesta for LAFC, because that guy was
awesome,
so good.
Yeah.
I mean, just the kind of the orchestrator in that midfield, and for me, that's a lot to. I know they signed Ilie Sanchez, who is also. I mean, he's a quality player, but Atuesta is just for me. That's a tough one. Yeah, he did. That's going to be tough to replace in that lineup.
Yeah, and like. Went to Palmeiras, was on the field in the Club World Cup final last week or 2 weeks ago against Chelsea. He is that level of a player, playing for able to play in some of the biggest games in the world. The way I look at it is probably at the start of the season, Ilie Sanchez, who they signed as a free agent, is going to they're going to ask him to replace those minutes. My hope is that Kellen Acosta gets that job.
Yeah.
Because I think Kellen Acosta has been a pretty good number 8 in MLS and something I think less than that for the U.S. national team. But when he's played as a true defensive midfielder, a guy who plays at the back point of a back three, which he's done now a half dozen times for the U.S. national team, including against Mexico in the Gold Cup final, against Qatar before that. He has been excellent. He has been so good. And he has that range of passing. He's two-footed like Atuesta. He's not quite as slick receiving the ball in traffic, but he's very good and he can drive the ball forward off the dribble. I like what LAFC did in getting a guy like that to plug this hole, because even in this game, and Atuesta wasn't at his best in this game, if you go back and you watch all the attacking movements from LAFC, so many of them come off of Atuesta's foot. So many of them start with him. And the hope is that, my hope as a U.S. national team fan is that Kellen Acosta could step in and play that exact role, because it would be such a boost, first of all, for him, but also for the U.S. national team to have a defensive midfielder who you can rely upon to play that kind of role, which is so much different from how Tyler Adams plays it. The very long answer. When you said, Doyle, tell me about your thoughts on to start, I thought you were going to say, Doyle, tell me about your thoughts on the gender-swapped company that is on Broadway right now, which is actually starring the actor Matt Doyle as Jamie. They obviously gender swapped it, so Bobby is not a woman. Bobby is a man.
The synergy here is amazing. For those of you that don't know, Matt Doyle and I are both very, very passionate about Broadway shows, plays.
You could call us musical theater nerds.
You could, and I would embrace that, and I'm totally fine with it, as I'm sure Matt Doyle is as well. Mike LaBelle, welcome to the Nerd Out Club here. But there is actually. Did you go see it play?
One. Yeah, I saw it recently. Yeah, I really enjoyed that.
See, look.
Like late December, yeah.
We can all
it was wonderful.
embrace our inner
I'll give you
nerd.
a glowing review if you guys want to go to it, if everybody's interested.
It's fun. It's magical. But there is a Broadway star actually named Matt Doyle, and it's so great. I love it so much because sometimes he gets confused for him on Twitter, and then it's
and when
it happens,
it's nice because. I was looking for your Instagram and that popped up, and I was like, I've seen this guy before, and I was like, that's him. I don't think that's him.
I did not play the lead in Book of Mormon. But, MLS fans are so vicious on Twitter, and, that's my 24/7, getting that, and then all of a sudden I'll get these, glowing and flowery praise, and, that's not for me, but I'm going to like it and heart it and save it anyway. It just makes me feel good.
We need to. I wonder if the other Matt Doyle is a soccer fan. I wonder if we could kind of, make this.
We need to align on some group DMs together.
I want to make
this.
We
got questions. Matt Doyle too. We have questions. We need answers.
I'm also Matt Doyle. I'm also impressed. It is the 81st minute of this game, and it took us this long to get some musical theater talk into this chat. So we held off.
Wait, hold on. I want to dive deeper here. We're all in New York. Well, you're coming back. Either way, Chicago has a good scene. I want to know.
Yes, they do.
What are we recommending? What's a must see at the moment? Outside of maybe some of the classics. Like I said, I've gone to multiple shows, but I feel like I'm nowhere near either.
Suze, did you see Hades Town?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I've heard good things. I haven't seen it.
No, I have. I've heard very, very good things about that. Yeah, it's been a minute. What was the last show I saw? Because I haven't been since COVID, and I think the last show I saw was actually the Moulin Rouge musical, which was great, which was really fun. I mean, if you just want a sort of fun, immersive experience.
I've also heard really good things about American Utopia, which is, Talking Heads. If you're a Talking Heads fan, it's kind of a must-watch. That'll probably be, I'm about ready to start going back to Broadway shows.
Yeah.
That'll probably be the first one that I'll see when I go back. Yeah. Yep.
Mike, Matt Doyle and I we're big Sondheim people, so if there's ever a Sondheim show on Broadway, that's where we lean. Our loyalties lean that way.
I feel like I get involved every December just seems to be the time that's calling. I think your families gets in town, whatnot, and they have all the themed shows, and I'm like, all right, let's go. So I've seen I've seen the Rockettes. I don't know how many times. I'm in there. I at home I try kicking. I realize I'm not that flexible. I don't try to do what they're doing. It doesn't go well for you. You need lots of stretching. But no, it's a classic show. I think when you're talking in New York City, I've seen Nutcracker on quite a few occasions now. I'm just hitting all of them. I'm hitting all of them.
So festive. So
my parents come in town, and I'm like, hey, I know you guys are down. Let's do this.
I would love to see, and this is like an OG musical, but The Music Man is on Broadway right now, and that's with Hugh Jackman and Sutton Foster.
I've done the Christmas Carol too.
I've
done all of them. Done them all in December. You name it.
Go see that.
Did you see Anything Goes when Sutton Foster was in it?
Yes, I did.
What's that as spectacular as
it was?
Yeah.
I smile, the smile on my face that entire show was just she's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Highly recommend seeing a show with her. Ooh, there was Efron.
I have heard really, really great things about Efra in preseason, and that is not something I have ever said about Efra Alvarez before.
Yeah, because I feel like he's one of these guys we speak about his talent and his potential all the time, but there's always a question about his fitness level, and that always seems to come into question. So that's great news for Galaxy.
Yeah. And he's been around for so long. You forget he's still only 19 years old.
Yeah.
I certainly was not taking myself very seriously as a professional at 19, and for him to maybe finally. Well, I mean, that's the thing with these guys. You're talking about multi-million-dollar careers, and they're supposed to have it right by this age. And for some of them who don't, it becomes easy to write them off. And from what I understand, Efra has kind of figured out the off-field part a little bit. So hopefully a big year for him, and hopefully for the Galaxy, right? Because the Galaxy are sitting on a gold mine of talent in Southern California. They haven't done a lot with it. If they're able to be the big spending team that they are and have, the level of talent coming through their academy that like FC Dallas has had over the past 10 years, then that could propel them to a different level within MLS, because you're not worried about selling a guy for $20 million if you can immediately go out and spend $20 million on Chicharito at age 28 instead of 31, that type of thing.
That's a good point.
I'm just thinking at 19, I was just memorizing what fast food chains had deals Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and so forth. I was like, all right, where can I go to save maximum amount of money right now? I was like, it's 2 for $1 on pizza on Wednesday. Say less. I got to get there before 5 p.m. I'll be there at 4:30. Don't deny me. I'm there.
In the next, I'm sensing something happening in the next sort of like 30-ish seconds here, and I think. And I think Efra might be involved in this next display that we're about to see. So just, keep your eye open. But this was nuts, because at this point, 86th minute, LAFC fans were like already celebrating. Thought this game was won.
They're about to be rudely disabused.
Oh. Okay. So look at that.
Yeah. And that's why everybody loves him, right? The vision and the touch to slip a fullback through like that. And then that was a really nice pullback from Araujo. Beautiful. Right into Cabral's stride. And those three guys, if they can all level up this year.
It's a classy finish as well. That looks easier than it is. Like you took a little bit of mustard off of that and made sure to convert it, keep it on frame, etc.
And they need that from him. He's a DP. They signed him to a 5-year contract as a DP.
Yeah.
He only had 5 goals last year. He always got into good spots like this. He did not finish well. They need this from him in 2022. One of the reasons to be high on the Galaxy is because 3 young players like this can make moments of magic like this and hopefully be that more consistently in this coming year.
That was just very, very
beautiful soccer
exchange. It took a little deflection, but still.
Now, situations like this, it's a bonus if you keep that out. When you're in a spot like that's an open net, if you get a deflection at that point, you push it out, you're a hero. Otherwise, it was going in regardless.
But that was huge. I mean, like I said, at that point, LAFC.
That's when you threw your second drink, right, Susanna? That's when you tossed the second drink.
No, I was still mourning the loss of my first one, and it was. Concessions are very expensive, and I was like, no, I'm not going to go back and wait in line and probably miss a play like that because the lines were always long. And so I was just sitting there angry, and then that goal made me happy. Also, I was driving, so 1 drink limit, we got to safety first, kids, all the time.
Actually, we haven't really talked about, we're going to all be here together in a couple of days in terms of what matches maybe most looking forward to. In terms of, we haven't really, I don't know if there's, I'm looking at them, I'm thinking from the spice, what's nice. I think you got Portland and New England, which I think is hard not to, I'd like that's on my list. I got the bias of the Red Bull game, of course.
I'm so excited to watch East versus West again. That's we haven't seen this in 2 seasons, we've seen the same teams sort of playing each other. And so I'm really excited to kind of watch 2 teams play against each other that haven't played against each other in a very long time. So that is very enticing. So I agree with that Portland, New England. Galaxy is going to play NYCFC, and that's going to be very interesting. I'm looking forward to that game because I'm curious to see how Galaxy turn up against the defending MLS champs, who I think NYCFC are poised to have another fantastic season.
Yeah. I think the other one is Seattle versus Nashville. Those are 2 teams that I think everybody Everybody feels like those will be two of the top 3 teams, maybe top 4 teams in the Western Conference. And that's the last game of the weekend too, so like real MLS after dark energy for that one.
I like it. I have Seattle was my pick to win MLS Cup this year. I hate myself for doing that. Mostly because Anders. I didn't want to feed into the Anders machine. Yep. Anders is the producer of Extra Time, for those of you that don't know, and he is a diehard Sounders fan. And it can be a lot. It can just,
just a nightmare of a human being to work with.
Kind of. Little bit. So I didn't want to feed the beast, but I just look at that roster's even like they're always good, and they're better. Like they're even better this year, and they've got a healthy Jordan Morris, and you throw in Albert Rusnak into the mix. It's just it's a little scary. They're scary to me.
I'll tune in for this DC United Charlotte game, but not necessarily for DC United. I'm just kind of curious what's going to happen with Charlotte.
Absolutely.
Like, we've built it up. I mean, we've heard Matt say it won't be as bad as Cincinnati. It can't be. So, so now that we've got that ready and poised to go on a shirt, it could be worse.
So bad.
You want to see how you can start the season, because everybody, even if a managerial position, you maybe not like ecstatic. I feel like as a player, you have to be really looking forward to. You've got to be the ultimate point of optimism is when you kickstart a year. Or maybe not.
Yeah,
or maybe not. Both of you are like, whatever.
No, you've got all the. So I was in Charlotte a couple weeks ago, shooting a feature around their first match and first season, and I will tell you, much like the way Cincinnati, they had the fan base is in place. Like I was super impressed. They had an open training session at Bank of America Stadium, and fans were invited, and I couldn't believe the turnout. Like there was hundreds of people there to watch a team that has never set foot on in a professional setting before. So it was really, really cool to see. So I think that there's a really good vibe. They're hoping to sell out. They're hoping to break the attendance record held by Atlanta, which is going to be funny because that's a little brewing rivalry there. But I'm excited to see what soccer in Charlotte looks like. On the field, but certainly like just, the sort of the culture of it in that city. Cause I think they're going to do well there, and they're already embraced.
Well. Like
Charlotte's
general,
great.
Like as a city,
Charlotte's fantastic.
Underrated. Yeah.
I really, really, really enjoy my time in Charlotte. I used to go there quite a bit. I used to work in NASCAR, believe it or not. And, made several trips down south to Charlotte. So I spent a good amount of time there. And it's great town. And I think soccer is going to do really well there. So, we'll see how it plays out on the field. Will be interesting, but you never know. I mean, that is the beautiful thing about MLS is that we really just don't know. We just don't know. Anything can happen. Expect the unexpected. So that's how I feel about it. I thought I was like, oh God, LAFC are going to do something ridiculous. Really thought they had the game winner in them somewhere.
In rivalry matches, I always feel like the game's never done. Unless
it isn't.
An absolute disaster of a matchup or something. But there's been a couple of those. There's been a few of those. So.
Oh. Denied. Give a little Dikembe. Who will finish higher in the standings, the Galaxy or LAFC, Matt?
I picked LAFC to finish higher this year.
Okay.
Like both of them, though, have like you could talk yourself into them finishing in the top 3, and you could talk yourself into them missing the playoffs.
It's so true.
A disaster position to be in from an analyst's point of view.
It's so true.
You're either going to be completely spot on, or you're going to be.
It's like you just kind of have to commit. It's like you just gotta commit, and then just deal with the repercussions later.
Yep.
If you happen to be wrong, because you either look really smart or dumb.
Yeah, and the tough thing is that there are like 6 teams in MLS this year who are just like that. Like Columbus is like that, Chicago's like that, Portland's like that. I think Montreal even is like that, even though they're at a different level.
I think Montreal's going to be. I think Montreal's going to be good.
I kind of think that too. But would you be shocked if they weren't?
No, I know. Yes, yeah. You're right. That's such a good point. Such a good point. I'd be like, oh well, we could have seen this coming.
Right.
But in this moment, days before the season is starting, I think Montreal's going to be good. Oh. 3-3 draw. This was a fun one. Greg Vanney, I will say, one of the best dressed coaches in MLS, guys. If you care about that sort of thing.
Someone said that in the chat earlier. They said too, he's always got the best drip. Yeah, that came out.
We put out our coach power rankings of best dressed MLS coaches on the call up this week, and Greg Vanney was in our top 3. But I said I needed to see, he was known for his scarf in Toronto. He always had the scarf that was like the Vanney trademark look. And he hasn't really established a trademark look in LA. And so I threw it out there, sunglasses, Vanney and shades, manning the sidelines. I think that'd be killer. That would put him over the edge.
Maybe too much of a look. Maybe too much of a look,
No, we need bold. We need bold in MLS. Listen. And also, Bob Bradley, keep your eye on him for his fits, because word has it is that when he was his time in LA, he had a stylist. And so did he learn anything from the stylist? Does he bring the stylist with him to Toronto? Will we see the same sort of, he was really into jackets. He had great fitted jackets in LA. So I don't know. We'll see. And these are the things that matter, everybody.
High priority, right? Exactly. High priority. Well, it's also how you judge someone's fit too, in terms of, are they scaling it up? Are they scaling it down? Is it more on a streetwear push? Is the sneakers that get you? Do you want to see something suited and booted?
The whole package. The whole package, guys. Well, guess what? You're not going to have to wait long to check out all the fits and also the play on the field, because MLS is back, and we're kicking it off with an MLS is Back watch along show that is going to be on Saturday, February 26th. Matt Doyle, Mike LaBelle, myself. We're going to have Kaylin Carr in there. We've got David Goss in D.C. for Charlotte's first match. It's going to be great. We're going to be watching from 5:30 to 7:30, so you can hang out with us on Twitch and YouTube and watch the matches with us. We'll have them all up on our screens. We'll be paying attention. There's a lot happening. There's a bunch of 6 p.m. kickoffs, so it's going to be a little chaotic, but it's going to be a ton of fun. So make sure you check it out. I'm looking forward to it. Doyle, how about you?
No. I might show up.
MLS is back.
That's good. We got a good smile out of that one. I'd say Doyle's a little dry sometimes. It gives you like a, yeah, I like that. I'm waiting for it.
We are fired up. We're fired up. Well, that's going to do it for us. Thanks for watching along, guys. And don't forget, we've got a couple more of these heading your way next. We've got the first ever MLS game. That's right. And we also have, this is a great one, Orlando versus DC. This is the Wayne Rooney game, which essentially, it was the Wayne Rooney tackle. If you watch MLS, if you know MLS, you know about that play. It was iconic. So those are coming up next, but we're peacing out. Thanks for watching us. We'll see you on Saturday, folks. MLS is back, baby. See you soon.
All right, do it.
It is the one game that truly belongs to the world. Its golden moments etched forever in the minds of fans from all nations, all cultures, all beliefs. Throughout the world, soccer is more than just a game. It's a passion. When they perform in soccer's marquee events, the stars of the world's game are players in a global drama. In 1994, the United States was the stage for a riveting story when America hosted the World Cup. Billions around the world watched as a determined American squad exceeded expectations. Born was a new generation of stars, homegrown heroes whose careers began on neighborhood fields in youth soccer programs. John Harkes, Tony Meola, and Alexi Lalas. They serve as the inspiration for today's young soccer players as they master their skills. As they practice and play, they dream of one day wearing the American red, white, and blue in a World Cup match. The World Cup provided the spark, and now it's time for the world's game to take its next step in the United States.
The building blocks have been laid for the most ambitious coast-to-coast professional soccer league in American history.
And history is made today. ESPN presents the inaugural game of Major League Soccer. A record sellout crowd of 32,000 here at Spartan Stadium in San Jose, California, to witness the first regular season game of the brand new league. Welcome back to Spartan Stadium in San Jose. Phil Shane and Ty Keown, plenty of excitement tonight in the stands, as you can see, and on the field as well.
And John Harkes will be joined by another former Virginia Cavalier in Jeff Agus, and a teammate of Harkes' Agus on the U.S. national team. Also for DC United, watch Marco Echeverri, El Diablo, the Devil, arguably the most exciting and gifted player signed so far by Major League Soccer. And starting in the back, a 1990 World Cupper for the USA, John Doyle, and a Northern California native as well. He'd be wearing the captain's armband today for the clash. In midfield, watch Ben Iroha, who performed irrepressibly for the Nigerians in World Cup 94. He'll be playing midfield today for the clash.
And Ty, I don't know about you, but there are very few times where you feel the chill go up your spine. The World Cup was won. Getting the chance to meet Pelé is obviously up there for me, but this is perhaps the biggest day in the history of U.S. soccer. All of that is the foundation for what could come here today.
Best of all, right now we're about to see that first ball kicked and see it roll on this grass surface at Spartan Stadium in San Jose. And the San Jose and the Bay Area has always supported soccer in a big way, going back to the huge World Cup crowds in '94 at Stanford and the '84 Olympics as well. They had record crowds here in Northern California.
John Harkes, Sheffield Wednesday, Derby County, West Ham, and now the DC United. He has come home wearing the captain's armband today. And we are underway. Major League Soccer has begun. To the near side, the youngster from Chile, Victor Mella, pushing forward to Winalda in an early offside. We want to thank Budweiser and all of our MLS sponsors for allowing us to bring you today's game commercial-free.
Winalda obviously will be the most important part of the San Jose Clash's attack today. He is the all-time leading scorer for the U.S. national team, and he's been brought back here to California. He's a Southern California native, but he's playing for the Clash today.
Long pass to the box. Lanier grabs it. San Jose wearing the lighter uniforms with the black trunks, defending the goal to the left, and wearing the red and black of the DC United. They are moving from right to left here in the first half. To the far side, looking for Beicher, taken away. Kept alive by Roja. Winalda to the center. The pass for Beicher just off the mark. Over the sideline, and a throw-in for San Jose.
These teams have only been together training for roughly 4.5 weeks, so you have to wonder to some degree about whether they can really link up and attack and make good combination play, but there's certainly enough individual talent out there to see some great goal-scoring chances.
Echeverri back on defense. Heading it towards Medved. He will clear it up across the midfield stripe. Medved from Evergreen State College. Issaquah Washington, the leading scorer at both of those schools, looking to ply his trade with equal success here in MLS, in the first foul in MLS history already on the board. The free kick for San Jose, some 40 yards from the near pipe. Sending it across, you see number 12 in the middle of your screen, Troy Dyack, the former Olympian, looking for another chance on the national team. All the way forward, kept in play by Emanalo, nicely turning it to the near side for John Doyle. The San Jose captain pushing it forward. Hartz takes it away. The former teammates battle for it in the midfield. Tracking back, Michael Emanalo, the Nigerian national and former BU Terrier star, clears it all the way across the midfield stripe. Chested down by Raul Diaz-Arce, and another foul, this time against San Jose, and a free kick in their own half for DC taken quickly.
Very high energy level evident on the field here as the adrenaline from this huge crowd is flowing in the veins of these players, both teams.
Bravo trying for possession. A little bit unusual for the number 9 for San Jose. Started his collegiate career as a striker. Now playing defensive midfield for Laurie Callaway. Jorge Rodas, the 23 in the white and celery green, just signed to San Jose a couple of days ago, trying to fit in with this team. Winalda on the near side, in front of him Victor Mella. Back to Winalda. Nice tackle by the Argentine Gori, and he will win it near side. Knocked out of play, and a throw in for DC, just shy of midfield. A little tussle between Emanalo and Gori.
Both teams tussling now at midfield to establish dominance, and that includes some physically intimidating play. We saw there the slide tackle from Gori near the sideline, and not backing down whatsoever was his class counterpart.
Dyack, Chicho Suarez, Juanberti Suarez. Many people talk about the other Bolivian on this DC side, Marco Echeverri, deservedly so, but you talk to the people from Tawichi, the academy where they both grew up, and on the Bolivian national side, they say Suarez is even more dangerous. The long throw headed clear by Doyle.
Chicho Suarez was the leading scorer and player of the year in the Bolivian League for the 95-96 season. So he's hot and he's ready to score goals here in Major League Soccer.
Jeff Agus throws the ball in, the 27-year-old former Cavalier. There are plenty of them on DC with their ex-mentor, now their current coach, in Bruce Arena, as he tries to take that next step forward into the professional ranks. Back to Lanier, and the San Jose keeper will clear it upfield.
Jeff Agus trying to find the midfield engine room of John Harkes there, which is the way the DC United wants to build their attack. Let Harkes be the distributor, but a bad first touch by Harkes, maybe some jitters, which is surprising when that's a guy who's played in Wembley Stadium in his professional career in England. Some physical play, as we mentioned, at midfield. This is Ben Iroha, and he's tackled from behind, so it'll be an obvious opportunity here for the referee to give Raul Diaz-Arce a yellow card for bringing down Ben Iroha.
So a free kick just inside midfield for San Jose. Still looking for our first shot on goal with some 5 minutes gone. For Lee, trying to head it out of danger. Rodas with the volley over the bar. So the first shot on goal goes over the goal. And little problem for Jeff Causey, another former Cavalier. Causey at 24 years of age, 6'3", 198. Perfect goalkeeping size for Bruce Arena.
Jorge Rodas taking that shot. He's considered now to be the star player of the Guatemalan national team, who had a good performance in the recent Gold Cup.
Far side, the diminutive Richie Williams loses the ball. Tim Martin to the middle to Bravo. Bravo pressured. Echeverri steals it away. Forward for DC, looking for Suarez, his countryman.
How about El Diablo Echeverri? The minute he gained possession, he was thinking to go for the throat. And that's the sign of a great player who is always looking to seek the immediate advantage on a transition.
Thor Lee heading the ball up in the air, still fought for. Gori, the supplemental draft pick for DC. Inside to Hartz, taken away.
Jeff Beischer there for the San Jose Clash wearing number 8. Trying to dribble there. He's a good one-on-one attacker. And this field a little bit narrow, not quite the space that he would like to take on defenders. Here he goes going at 2 of the DC United players.
I was going to say, you see a little bit of cramped space on the near sidelines. That's going to play a role here today. The second smallest field in the MLS right here in San Jose, but packed full of fans, and they're waiting.
It is a smooth surface, though. The grass is excellent here. Obviously, California with the year-round growing season. We get a true roll to this and hopefully can string some passes together as they are now.
John Hartz nicely to Gorey. The left foot across the box, headed straight into the air. Still not out of danger. Dyack clears it near side, and Mella looks to turn it upfield for San Jose.
A quality cross there from the left side from Mario Gorey, the Argentinian, playing left midfield for DC United today. And he does have the ability to pinpoint those crosses, and he nearly found Diaz Arce.
Dyack with the left foot, pushing it to Winalda. He is onside. Agus tries to bring him down, tries to split the legs. And his national teammate and opponent here today, Jeff Agus, wins the battle. Let's go to the sidelines and find out what the coaches might be thinking. Bill, what do you have?
Well, Phil, immediately prior to the game, I asked both coaches how they would approach this game. In typical Bruce Arena fashion, he said, I'm not going to tell my team anything. We've talked too much. I tell them, don't bother how the other team plays. Concern yourself with how we play. Laurie Calloway, the coach for the Clash, on the other hand, told me, we're here to play entertaining soccer in front of our home fans. If the play is not always on, however, to go forward, we're content to keep it and be a little indirect at times. Back up to you, Phil.
Thank you very much, Ty.
Well, for me, talk about entertainment and excitement. How about some fun there? One-on-one duel between Eric Winalda just a moment ago and Jeff Agus. Now, that's fun for me to be able to see these guys match up against each other in a game that really counts.
John Doyle. Robin Frazier will be talking about him in the coming weeks for Colorado. Doyle's in the same boat as these players look to try and impress U.S. national team coach Steve Sampson. They will get the chance week in, week out, and that is probably the true legacy of Major League Soccer we have yet to see.
This is a new laboratory for national team coach Steve Sampson to be able to watch how players develop and which ones might deserve to get a look with that full national team.
Far side, Tim Martin on the overlap. Ball on his right foot. He brings it back for the cross inside for Beitzer. Chested down by Agus and cleared away by Thor Lee.
Excellent composure there by Agus in his own box to just knock the ball down calmly to keep possession instead of just clearing it haphazardly.
Lanier sending it across midfield. Gorey off Mella. Out of bounds. Throw in for DC. And Said Fazlagic, the 27-year-old defender from Sarajevo, throwing the ball in. Has played professionally in Bosnia, Croatia, and now here in the U.S. And they're trying to pick on him here earlier with Eric Winalda pushing forward.
So far, looking very steady in the back. Michael Emenalo, the Nigerian international, alongside John Doyle today for the San Jose Clash.
Nice play by Mella. Now they free Winalda. Mella tries to backheel it to himself. He blocks the effort by Winalda. Still in danger as Tim Martin pushes forward. Fazlagic clears it into the stands to take the pressure off. DC losing its composure.
A look at Jeff Causey, the goalkeeper for DC United. Hasn't been under much pressure as of yet. Remember, there was a shot early on that was well over the bar taken by Rodas, but not much action since then.
The throw in from Mella, looking for Doyle. They will try and find him any chance they can in the box.
Now, as you might expect, most of the battling, most of the action so far in this game taking place at midfield as each team sensing the energy from this crowd, playing with so much strength and power at midfield. There's not much space to work through.
Benaroja, the Nigerian international, throws it in, and Causey leaves high to grab it just at the edge of the 6.
Jeff Causey, an NCAA champion at the University of Virginia in 1991, 92, and 93, and he holds just about all of Virginia's career goalkeeping records.
Fazlagic on the near side. Beitzer pressuring. Pushing forward for Diaz Arce. Gorey tries to win it, but Mella shields him away nicely. Rodas upfield for Winalda. Offside again. The DC trap has caught him twice.
DC United playing with just 3 defenders, so it's easy for them to just pinch forward and leave Wijnaldum exposed in that offside position.
Long pass for Diaz Arce, sails out of bounds. Throwing for Dyak and company. Victor Mella, they've been trying to use the youngster here on the near side. And the San Jose number 10, the 21-year-old ex-property of Colo Colo, one of the storied clubs in Chile, had been playing with youth teams in his native land before moving over here to the U.S. And he has looked good.
The youth national teams.
Doyle tries to get it out of danger. Good pressure by Suarez and Diaz Arce. Diaz Arce loses it over the near side. Emanalo solid on defense. Still scoreless, early going here the first half. DC, red and black, pressuring the goal to the left.
Etcheverry wanted that ball. He could get it now.
Etcheverry juggling it on the near side. Sends it across back post. Suarez can't get a head on it. Still in play.
And Troy Dyak, the defender for the San Jose Clash, saved a goal there because it was an empty net there at the back post after the cross by Etcheverry. And it would have been easy pickings there had Dyak not cleared it away with his head.
Tim Martin tries to get it clear with the left foot up the sideline. DC will regroup in their own half. And Vazlaga with plenty of green in front of him. And Chicho Suarez, who has a hard time controlling that one. Could have been a little bit better for DC on that opportunity. But it's nice to see United switching the field and creating some space on the near side. Beitcher, perhaps one of the more creative players the U.S. has ever produced. His problem has been in a physical game, and let's see if DC tries to take him out by putting a body on him. Taken down by Lee. Ben Iroha. Lucky not to get a card, but a free kick for San Jose.
The best chances so far in this game have been for DC United, and they both came from the left side. Remember the cross by Mario Gori a few moments ago, and then most recently, Etcheverry from the left side trying to find someone at the back post.
Rodas looks for Doyle, sails over the end line, and a goal kick for Causi.
John Doyle from Pleasanton, California, just up the freeway from here. A homecoming for him. Played for University of San Francisco and, of course, was a starter for the United States World Cup team in 1990's World Cup held in Italy.
He and Steve Pritchard anchoring the center of that defense. Doyle still playing, and now it's Emanalo to his side for the San Jose Clash. And Causi taking his time. That draws some whistles from the crowd. Gori, nice position past Mella to head it towards Etcheverry. Richie Williams keeps it alive. Far side to the number 21, Diaz Arce, the leading scorer for El Salvador in recent years. All the way back into their own half. DC forced to regroup. Dyak again gets a head on it for San Jose. Beitcher chests it down, but straight to Gori. Rodas to Mella. The 21-year-old Chilean to the far side nicely. Iroha on his right foot, guarded by Lee. Iroha looking for the shot. Still with the ball in the center from Mella. Backheels it, loose ball shot. Pushed aside. Nedved gets in the way of a certain San Jose goal.
A goal line clearance here. This is Benny Rojas. Some good dribbling to find some space down the left side. He clips the ball in. Mella gets a touch to it just barely. Emanalo is there. It's back to Mella. And standing out in front is Sean Medved. Really saving the day. Causi was in position, but had that ball picked up speed, he might not have been able to react to it.
Richie Williams, the ball deflected. Etcheverry goes down. Play on. Marco Etcheverry.
El Diablo. The intensity there for this inaugural game of Major League Soccer, first division action, professional outdoor soccer.
Offside again, this time Beitcher on the far side. 3 against San Jose so far. DC yet to be snagged in an offside position. John Hart's pushing forward. Can't flick it on. DC forced to regroup.
A moment ago, Ben Iroha, who actually played as a back for Nigeria during the '94 World Cup. He's been moved into a midfield role with this San Jose Clash team because he is such a good dribbler.
Wijnaldum in the box, tries to get the cross, deflected by Eggers over the end line. A lot of chances for San Jose so far. Why is that? Let's head to the sidelines. Bill McDermott.
Yeah, chances are really starting to flow now, backwards and forwards for both clubs because of quick one-touch balls out of the backfield and a change of flow from the right back to the left wing corner flag, and consequently Ben Aroja is getting in deep for the San Jose Clash.
Aroja getting set for the corner kick. Let's see what we can do from the set piece. Doyle is most likely the target. Ronaldo can also be dangerous. The left footer back post for Doyle, heads it down to the top of the 6, cleared away by Harks, high and deep into the stands.
Well, Aroja did find Doyle at the back post. We look at John Harks wearing the captain's armband today for DC United.
A lot of pressure on Harks and company. Doyle whistled for the foul as he tries to fight Thor Lee for position.
And Harks, of course, grew up in Kearney, New Jersey, that hotbed of soccer developing players for American national teams. Went on to the University of Virginia to play for Bruce Arena.
Another hotbed.
Well, now he's playing for Bruce again with DC United. Of course, Bruce Arena splitting his roles. Not only does he coach DC United, he's also the U.S. Olympic team coach for this summer's Olympic Games.
Miller using his speed to try and keep it in play. Cannot do so for a throw-in. Many saying that Harks might join Arena there as well. Perhaps one of the more solid players to compose a younger Olympic squad.
One of the wild card overage players allowed to be added to the Olympic roster.
Echeverry on the near side, and this is why they call him El Diablo. A brother-in-law when he was growing up said he danced like the devil, and right now finds an open space for Suarez in the middle, and Diaz Arce puts a boot on it.
Well, on that near side a moment ago, Echeverry danced right among 3 different San Jose Clash defenders and never lost his composure. He was in fact able to then even get his head up and make the through ball pass.
And Suarez then gets it to Diaz Arce for the first shot on goal. Lanier forced to make the save. We are nearing the midway point of half number 1. Some 26.5 minutes left to go. Still scoreless. San Jose and DC, but there have been plenty of chances. Both teams feeling each other out. Mentioned for San Jose, the new player, Jorge Rodas, the 24-year-old from Guatemala City. While he might have the talent, there's chemistry that needs to be developed. And he will be more dangerous as time goes on. Beitzer taken down just outside the box.
Beitzer trying to split 2 DC United defenders was upended by Richie Williams. Here's Beitzer with his back to the goal, and he goes to split 2 of them. He's a very creative dribbler, but he was hooked there by Williams.
Long cross, Causey skies, bangs into Beitzer, but comes down with the ball. They did not call the foul, just the throw-in. 0-0 here. Just under 26 minutes left to go in the first half. Causey, the DC United keeper, with Eggers in front of him, and he will use him. DC wearing the black jerseys with red trunks, moving from the right to the left here in half number 1. The lighter jerseys with black trunks. San Jose defending the goal to the left, and they're putting pressure on with Harks in the forward position, moving up from midfield. Mentioned that there is just under 26 minutes left to go, and that's one of the changes for MLS. They're using a clock that counts down from 45 to 0. No controversy when it hits 0. The half, the game, whatever, is over. Ronaldo taken down, play on. Suarez comes back to win it for Medved. Medved, the 13 for DC, saving what appeared to be a certain shot on goal for Mella. Never got to Causey because Medved got in the way. Gorey with some space in front of him, and Echeverry coming back for the pass. Delays a little bit. Mella almost wins the ball away for San Jose.
I'm wondering why Gorey didn't go forward there. He had that space that you mentioned staring him in the face.
Forley loses it to Aroja. Heading it forward. Tim Martin coming up back to Aroja on the left foot. Sends it across looking for Beitzer. Eggers dancing around in the box. That's dangerous. Beitzer has it. Still in play, and the shot over the bar by Tim Martin.
Jeff Eggers has really held it together defensively for the DC United back there. Great deal of composure, but he may have overdone it here. Wins possession, and that gives it away in his own penalty area, setting up this clear chance for the San Jose Clash.
Another goal kick for Causey, who has been definitely tested here in the first half. Tim Martin celebrates his birthday in less than a week, and this is a nice little present. A professional career without even having to leave home.
Exactly, a professional career in his hometown of San Jose. He played his college ball at Fresno State.
Long ball, finding Echeverry and Diaz Arce, but Lanier gets out quickly to grab hold.
heck of a toss there by Lanier, finding Ben Aroja out at the halfway line.
Aroja drops it back. They'll push it forward for Beitzer, who's pressured by Lee, can't control. And a throw in for the black-clad DC United near midfield.
On their last possession, DC United appeared to want to slow the pace of this game down just a little bit. Obviously, the crowd has been into this match, and that's been favoring the San Jose Clash.
Long pass across the far sideline and a throw in for San Jose. How have they been getting the pressure on, Bill McDermott?
Well, obvious, both coaches have told their team, if Echeverry makes a run or Aroja makes a run, you reward them for the running. Play the ball into space so they can run onto it. You talked about chemistry moments ago, Phil. Well, the chemistry is really developing between Marco Echeverry and Juan Diaz Arce. And Arce is making some nice runs in front of the defenders. And believe me, that's the way you have to play against Michael Amanalo.
And Ty for DC, we've seen that chemistry, but on defense they have appeared shaky at times, and that time letting Mella break down the middle.
Exactly, Mella broke that offside trap. It was nearly free and through behind the DC United defense.
Stepped in play by Gorey? No, just over the sideline for the throw-in for San Jose. Take a look at Laurie Calloway, the San Jose head coach, one of the more storied figures here in the Bay Area. We've passed the midway point of half number one. For those who believed it was not possible, Major League Soccer is here. DC against San Jose, a sellout crowd, more than 32,000 in attendance, with international attention around the globe. Gorey heading it inside, looking for Suarez. Cleared away by Dyack, still in the box. Back to Lanier, and he'll boot it towards midfield.
Some good quality play there for DC United. That was approximately 6 consecutive passes as they built their attack up the left side. It started from Agus into Hartz, dropped it into Gorey, then they played it forward, dropped it back again into midfield. And if they're able to link up in that fashion, they will be able to create more chances down this near side.
DC going with 3 men in the back. With that in mind, Laurie Calloway changing things a little bit. You see Beitzer on the far side trying to run it down before Thor Lee clears it away. Beitzer and Eric Winalda had thought to be in the front line, but they've actually pushed Victor Mella up a little bit more than they were planning on early. Might that force a strategy change a little bit later on, because they have been having some success with those 3 men up front. Bruce Arena thinking about that as we speak.
There's no score right now, but the point system in this league is 3 points for a victory and 1 point if it goes to a shootout, if it's tied after regulation. So it doesn't really pay much to play for a tie.
Beitzer in the box looking to get to the end line. Can't do it and kicks the board in frustration. And it's 1 point if you win the shootout, nothing if you lose it. And it didn't used to be that way, so there is no reward for playing for the shootout if you lose it.
There you go. If you play for the tie, you very easily could come up with 0 points. So teams should come out, look for the victory, and that 3 points, that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
Pausing. A lot of people talk about Virginia keepers, and obviously Tony Meola's name pops up. We will get the chance to see him when we cover the Metro Stars a little bit later on this season. But Causey in the record book is actually the best Virginia keeper in history. He has yet to be tested here today on goal, but he has been busy. Throw in for DC just across midfield, and Richie Williams, 5'5", but he captained a couple of those Virginia squads. What he lacks in stature, he makes up for in leadership.
I saw Richie Williams with the Union Lancers out of New Jersey in the late 80s when they won a couple of national youth championships. So he's always been a very skilled playmaker and has the quickness, as we see here, to play even at a higher level.
The number 16, Richie Williams, tracking back, far side. Rodas looking to send it into the middle for Aroja, who pitches up from the midfield. Beitzer, the number 8, wearing the headband and coming inside. He has a shot, not afraid to use it. Deflected, Causey will keep it in play. You could see San Jose perhaps a touch of frustration there. Beitzer has been taking the body quite often here in the first half and decides to have a go of it from about 30 yards away.
The Richmond Kickers were the U.S. Open Cup champions in '95. It's another national championship for Jeff Causey.
Hartz over Echeverry, down by Mella. Mella all the way on defense, sends it upfield looking for Emanalo to Winalda. It's a 2-on-2 with two defenders chasing. Winalda far side. Near side, Beitzer. Winalda on the left foot. Winalda sends it across. Beitzer has it. Drops it back to Aroha. Just mistimed the left-footed shot, and Causey gobbles it up.
Some pretty good stuff there for San Jose as Winalda broke into the DC United end and linked up with Jeff Beitzer, who laid the ball back into Aroha. So where's Waldo? Eric Winalda. Waldo's at Spartan Stadium trying to break down defenses.
And unfortunately for many opposing coaches, it is all too obvious what Eric Winalda normally is. And for the U.S., it's been celebrating a goal more than anyone else in history.
Watch that number 11 for San Jose throughout the season. He scored some incredible goals at the Copa America this past summer, and some impressive results for the United States as they beat Argentina 3-0 in one of those games.
Inside for Suarez. Looked like he brought it down with a hand, but play on. Aroha, far side, guarded by Williams. Aroha, the number 6, can play defense or midfield, and has done so for Nigeria on both occasions. See, San Jose has the better of it in the chances category.
Good hustle by Diaz Arce there as he out-jumped a much taller Michael Emenalo.
Near side throw for Emenalo. Just some of the fun and festivities here at Spartan Stadium. It is a different atmosphere. It's a more knowledgeable, more entertained crowd.
And you couldn't ask for a more perfect day or perfect surroundings.
Emenalo forward for Beitzer. Can't control the header, and Echeverry tracks back to pick it up near midfield. To Williams, back to Agus, the number 12. Dallas native, now lives in Orlando. Nice pass for Diaz Arce, who brings it down for Gorey on the left foot. Deflected. Lanier dives back to the back post. Diak shielding away, and Lanier comes down with it.
Both goalkeepers looking pretty sure of themselves with those high balls coming into the box.
Williams to Echeverry. Looking for the return pass. Echeverry almost loses it. Still has the ball.
What
gives
confidence
Williams space.
Holding off of one defender as he tries to beat the other one.
Williams brings it down. Also on the Richmond Kickers, a lot of championship rings on these sides here today. But Beitzer with Winalda. He's offside. Beitzer forced to hold on to it. He'll drop it back for Mella. Mella misses the trap, but it's not cleared away. Martin now to Winalda, still onside. Winalda on the right foot, guarded by Lee. Into the middle for Beitzer over his head to the back post, and Gorey brings Beitzer down, but play on.
Boy, did Winalda make quick work of getting that cross in. He was matched up with Thor Lee, and he had no problem scooting past him to serve the ball into the box.
Play on. Aroha tackled from behind. No foul called, and the captain, the number 6 for DC, John Hart, forward to Williams, to Gorey. Gorey on the left foot at the top of the 6. It's left standing before Mella clears it away.
Driven
end to end.
Driven low crosses, so dangerous there, and it was Gorey again sprinting down the left side, driving that ball across the face of Lanier's goal, and that could even go off of a defender and go in.
Near side, Mella running back, and he can't get there in time. Plenty of baseball action coming your way on ESPN. The Yankees and Rangers, 8 o'clock on Sunday night. It's a new-look Yankees. Buck Showalter lost along with Jack McDowell and Don Mattingly. Now looking for Wade Boggs, but the Rangers with Juan Gonzalez in tow should be fun to watch. A lot of excitement and entertaining action here today between DC and San Jose. The light-clad Winalda chasing Kozlagic over the sideline. It'll be a throw-in for DC taken quickly.
I don't know about you, Phil. Did you like the old Waldo look when he had the skinhead last summer?
I like the goals that came off his boot, and I have a feeling if he gets into a little drought, we might see him here again. The droughts have been few and far between for Winalda. His problem's been keeping his composure, same as that man, Marco Echeverry.
Well, a great deal is expected of both of them. They are expected to carry the attacks for their respective teams. Marco Echeverry, of course, had a very disappointing, in fact, a nightmarish experience in the '94 World Cup, getting ejected after he had barely touched the ball.
Did you see that? I didn't realize Breathe Right strips had made it all the way down to Bolivia.
You think they wouldn't need it? Those guys are used to playing at 11,000 feet elevation. Down here, you should have no problem getting air.
Kozlagic with Sarajevo to the near side for Gorey. Gorey has done a solid job solidifying this midfield. for DC, but loses it that time. Into the middle for the number 8, Jeff Beitcher. Beitcher across midfield to Wijnaldum, far side. Brings it down. Mella shows himself in the middle, but he'll pass it past him, looking for Beitcher. The shot from Mella a little bit late. And you can see the number 8 offside, Beitcher. And a little bit of a word of warning for Mella. He says he could not hear the whistle.
Well, you got to believe him if he couldn't hear the whistle. Wijnaldum pops the ball in behind the DC United defense. But having run in behind them too early was Jeff Beitcher.
4th offside against San Jose. Not hard to imagine who the home crowd is supporting here today, making it rather obvious. Jesus, normally playing left back in the national team, but he has played a solid game in the middle here today. Victor Mella, now to Beitcher, taken down from behind. Diaz Arce still has it, tries to spin it across. Bravo can't hold on. Echeverry watches it come back.
You can't relax if Echeverry is around. That's the 2nd or 3rd time that the San Jose Clash have won possession in their own end and nearly been dispossessed or have been dispossessed by Echeverry looking for the quick steal.
Nice play by Harks in the center circle to the near side for the 11 Gori. Kozlagic loses his footing. Emanalo pushing forward, and San Jose has numbers. Beitcher, far side, spinning it forward to Wijnaldum, and he could have done better with that.
He had Emanalo on his right side, too, had streaked forward from his defensive position on the initial steal.
Agus, near side, with some 12 minutes left to go. No score here in San Jose, but plenty of action. Diaz Arce watches it come over his left shoulder, guarded by Doyle. Not easy to get past the big man.
Doyle stayed with him very well, matching him step for step.
The young number 10 Mella inside to Beitcher. Now to Rodas, taken down hard.
A crunching tackle there by Sean Medved as he had been nutmegged. And you might have an argument there on how deliberate and how late that foul was. Beitcher slipped it inside, and Rodas just gets blasted by Sean Medved. Throws his hip directly into him, and that's an NHL hip check there. Just a foul going into the advantage of Rodas and the San Jose Clash.
Rodas appears to be okay. Might have just had the wind knocked out of him as Doyle pushes forward. Bravo to Beitcher. The Killer Bees for Santa Clara when they won a co-championship a few years ago. Teaming up again in the pro ranks. Mella on the far side. Now to Martin. Rohan Martin.
And who was the coach of that Santa Clara team?
I haven't heard of him lately.
He hasn't done much lately, has he? Huh? He's only had some of the most impressive results ever for the U.S. national team.
Martin inside, looking for Wijnaldum. And the San Jose number 11 just a step late. And speaking of the 11s, both of them had success so far. Bill McDermott.
They really have, Phil, in particular on the left wing.
Near side, Mella, still loose, headed clear by Lee, and Harks will send it up towards midfield. Bill?
Exactly right, Phil. In particular, Mauro Gori, the young Argentinian here in the left flank for DC United. When he makes his runs, he's making them very quickly. He's showing early, and they are rewarding him quickly. John Harks at central midfielder is telling Echeverry and Suarez to show quickly and show early. And if you do that, I'll get the ball for you. Eric Wijnaldum, the other 11 for the Clash, at his best when he's going at the people with the ball at his feet. Back to you, Phil.
Near side throw in for Gori. Take a look at Wijnaldum. He has been heavily marked here in the first half, but has had a few cracks on goals. Echeverry loses control over the end line. It'll be a goal kick, but a dangerous play just a couple of inches away.
Echeverry has already shown us his strength on the ball and his confidence in holding off defenders. Puts the stiff arm out. He tries to spin the other way. And the whole time, El Diablo, he's got eyes in the back of his head. He knows what's going on around him as well.
Battle near midfield. Medved tries to push it for Diaz Arce and can't get it there. John Harks has worn the captain's armband for the U.S. a couple of times as well. Medved more the indoor player, but has had some success outdoors. The youngster Mella to Wijnaldum, the backfield for Beitcher. Down into the corner. as the wave has begun here at Spartan Stadium.
Well, for both of these teams, the opening game jitters should have pretty much worn off. Only about 8.5 minutes remaining in this first half of play.
Nedved pushing forward. Finds the Richie Williams. Echeverry into the middle. And headed clear by Dyack again. We've talked about the number 11s, but the number 12, Dyack, has come up big, as has that man, John Doyle, the anchor of the San Jose defense.
And Echeverry has proven to be dangerous coming down either side and getting crosses into the box.
And the corner kick looking back post. Williams comes down with it, the shortest man on the pitch. Taken down by Beitcher, and a free kick for DC. Some 10 yards from the end line. Not really a shooting situation most likely for Lanier, but he'll have to watch for a quick header. Is DC bound to put numbers up? Looks like Harks. He normally takes the corner kick from this side, and he will take the free kick. DC sends it in. Near post, headed clear. Who said you can't shoot from there?
Probably hoping to connect with a near post run. Instead, it was cleared out of there by Tim Martin.
Bravo tries to keep it alive, or at least send it over the sideline, but it goes across the end line. Quickly taken. Harks fires the shot. Doesn't get it to the near post, but you can see Echeverry thinking quickly. He had numbers with two talented players there, and Harks did get the shot off. And he has been known to score. You see, he scored the first American goal at Wembley Stadium. Also, back when in his Sheffield Wednesday days, had the goal of the year in the English First Division, knocking one past former English national keeper Peter Shilton from some 40 yards out. Not bad in the air either.
Harks going up hard to win that one.
Gorey comes down with it. Past Mella. The Argentine number 11 pushing it forward for DC. A little too much on that one. All the way inside the 18 for Lanier.
We've talked about Mario Gorey, the number 11 for DC United. Just 23 years of age. He spent the last 3 years playing with Rosario Central in Argentina. Normally one of the better clubs in the Argentinian professional league.
And he has been dangerous, as Bill mentioned earlier. And he's bound to get a few more cracks as time plays on. But Mella into the middle, pushing it forward for Beitcher. It looked like Winalda might be the one offside, and Winalda having a few words with a Chilean youngster in the middle. Beitcher on the far side, the San Jose number 8, and Winalda. It looked like Waldo might have been the one offside. No, Beitcher might not have been.
The issue was not Winalda. He was not involved in the play. If he was, in fact, coming out. But it was Beitcher who just sprinted in much too soon.
Near side, Mauro Gorey. Far side, Echeverry. DC having a hard time holding on to possession in the offensive side. Nice play by the 23 Rodas, the newcomer.
Rodas looked really tough in the tackle there. Built low to the ground.
Martin looking for the cross. Back post over. Causey still in play. It'll be a goal kick off Mella. Under 5 minutes left to go. And of course, the elder statesman of golf hitting the links for the first major on the tour. Hale Irwin -10 in that one. Jack Nicklaus looking for his 4th title in the tradition, but it will not be easy. He is one shot back. This is the first major of the senior PGA Tour. You'll get the opportunity to see it a little bit later on today.
A very critical stage to this game. Just over 4 minutes remaining in the half. And if DC United wants to sting and really take this crowd out of the match and set the tone for the second half, they'd like to steal a goal here. And the pressure for San Jose Clash right now is to create a goal for this great home crowd. And that would relieve so much pressure if they would be able to get onto the scoreboard.
4 minutes left in the half. Nedved tries to hold off Rodas. Winalda kicks it into the air. And pushing forward. Bravo called for the foul on Hartz. Quickly restarted by Agus. To Echeverry, and that's a battle of internationals. Echeverry and Aroja. And this one will go against the Bolivian.
That's a great battle, a duel there between experienced international stars. Ben Aroja coming out ahead on the call there. Echeverry, though, very difficult to dispossess on the ball because he's so strong with his arms to shield it.
And he is getting more and more involved in the play. With more on that, Bill McDermott.
Marco Echeverry, that's why he wears the number 10 shirt, Phil. He's really working from side to side. He's coming back to show early, and when he shows, he knocks it back. Then they send it forward again, so they're very content to wait for him to show. Then they'll push it forward, then go back, then go forward again. When they knock it back, Gorey will make a run on the opposite wing. So it's pretty much orchestrated by the number 10 shirt, Marco Echeverry.
Doyle, the number 3 for San Jose, trying to get something started. You can see Echeverry just one touch away from getting Suarez on the full run. And Suarez now has it. Near side, Diaz Arce unmarked. In the box, and no flag comes up offside. Just a split second too late.
A giveaway there again by San Jose, deep in their own end. And the quick counterattack by DC United. It's Emanalo, I believe, who gave it away, but this ball played in now to the number 21, Diaz Arce. He had broken in behind too early and was caught in the offside position.
Echeverry showing a little bit of frustration. Doyle getting set to kick it away. First offside against DC so far. Lee jumps high to Hartz. His ball forward for Diaz Arce. Guarded by Doyle, but Echeverry there to pick up the loose ball. Tries to send it near side for Williams, but Doyle comes out with the possession. Rodas across midfield. Rodas still on the ball. The Guatemalan number 23 for San Jose. Paying big dividends through the legs of Hartz, and he's taken down by Gorey. That'll be a card.
Well, we were treated here to some quick dribbling skills. First, some hard tackling there. Richie Williams tangling up with Rodas, then puts it through the legs of Hartz, and Gorey just wipes him out. Very deliberately, out of frustration. And the yellow card goes to the 23-year-old Argentinian, Mario Gorey.
The yellow card also going to teammate Michael Emanalo, the 30-year-old from Boston University in Aba, Nigeria, losing his cool and having a few words for the referee, so a couple of yellows.
There you go. Quick little nutmeg on Hartz, and then Gorey launching him with the late tackle.
Getting more physical. Mella taken down by Gorey again, and with the yellow card, he better be careful.
Things have been very heated most of this match. The midfield tussles, the tackles, the individual duels there.
60 seconds left in the first half of play. Mella to Wijnaldum, just over the bar, just wide of his near post.
The fans want to see goals. They've seen some very spirited play and tough tackling, mostly at midfield, though.
0-0, no score, but there's plenty of action. And for people who might not have heard earlier, when the clock hits 0, the first half is over. The official time on the board, not on the field. Coming up at halftime, we'll have some special guests. We'll give you an idea of what those will be in just a moment as the far side Agu's taken down. We'll have a youth soccer spotlight and a chat with, I'm sure, one of their heroes, Alexi Lawless, on the field with her own Bill McDermott. Time winding down, just 10 seconds left. Agu's taking his time. One long blast upfield. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, up to Martin, near midfield, cleared away by Hartz as the first half has come to a close. 0-0. DC against San Jose. Halftime fun and festivities as the inaugural game continues of the MLS on ESPN. See John Hartz hopping around in the center circle. DC United gets the chance to start things off here in half number 2. No score, but plenty of action. And when you hear, even during the break, some of the music they're playing, stuff that you normally hear in Amsterdam, and a little bit of a quick start as Gorey trying to get a quick jump on the far side. They'll bring it back to the center circle and do it again, but things you normally hear in Europe, and now the emotion, the tension in this crowd. And they still try it again, looking for Gorey, but back quickly. Mella keeping the pressure off of San Jose. It does go over the end line. Rodas cannot catch it up. And it will be a throw-in for DC. And we'd like to thank Nike and all of our MLS sponsors for allowing us to bring you today's game commercial-free. The throw in just a touch too high. The white-clad number 3, John Doyle, skies high, tries it again, an elbow, but no call. Down in the box, Diaz Arce. The ball comes back in. He is still down. They will not bring the flag up. It will come straight down to Lanier, and the referee will advise the San Jose keeper to throw it out, and they'll have a chance to take a look at the El Salvadoran, and John Doyle came in hard. That's what he's known to do.
It's Doyle's job to win those high balls in his penalty area. He's always been dominant in the air. You'll see him go up, Diaz Arce in front. They bump first and then reaching over him. And just a little bit of contact, I think, from Doyle's forearm near the face of Diaz Arce. I don't think it's a serious injury. I mean, you don't like as a forward to have that defender hanging on your back and hammering on you a little bit as Doyle did, but I think he's exaggerating. There you go. He got some of the elbow. Got some of the elbow across the nose or cheekbone. There's Doyle reaching forward. And there was pretty good impact there. I take it back. He's got to be feeling that a little bit.
Is that, or should that have been, a penalty kick? It's inside the box.
You know, players tussling for the ball. It needs to be a deliberate foul. It needs to be a late foul. This is just John Doyle going up, tussling and battling to win it.
Diaz Arce up. A little bit the worse for wear. He'll jog off the field to receive a little bit more treatment. The scoring leader in the El Salvadorian First Division last year, 25 goals for LAFC, and he is known to put the ball in the net, and he's had a few cracks at it here today. The throw in from DC, the gentlemanly thing from the United captain John Harkes. He'll throw it across the end line. Lanier will restart it for San Jose.
A real neat bit of really what is normally international protocol in soccer. Through the injury situation, the ball had been thrown out deliberately by Lanier, and so as a gesture, the DC United team gave possession back when the game restarted.
Harkes tries to get it to his own teammate, but it goes all the way over the near sideline, and John Doyle will track it down for the San Jose throw.
John Harkes has to be a little bit disappointed in his performance of the first half. He had a couple of early touches that didn't go his way. Things certainly did go his way and the way of the U.S. national team with a phenomenal performance at Copa America last summer.
Didn't score a lot of goals, but he led the attack, led the midfield. Solid performer, and only Enzo Francescoli was ruled to have had as good a cup, and Uruguay and Francescoli won it all.
But what you can say about John Harkes is the consistency of his performances. He's always there right near the top of his game. And he's also what every coach loves, which is a two-way player. He's just as good winning the ball for you. He's just as good on your team when your team does not have the ball as he is playmaking and getting the ball forward when your team has possession of the ball.
Emanalo to Lanier, all the way upfield. Agus heading it across to Chicho Suarez. DC United wearing the black jerseys and red trunks, moving from the left to the right here in half number 2. And defending the goal to the right, the light jerseys of San Jose wearing the black trunks. No changes at halftime for either team. We'll try and catch you up to date on the lineups in case you missed it. Far side, Vezlagic, the Bosnian, pushing up from defense, and does get a throw deep in San Jose territory for DC.
Troy Dyack on the right side of the San Jose defense has been playing a very hard-nosed style there. He got that ball out of danger there.
Inside, Dyack heads it across his own keeper, and lucky to have it cleared away by Bravo.
Obviously a little breakdown in communication there as Dyack headed the ball away just as Lanier wanted to grab it.
Budweiser bringing you the game summary here today, and there's a few things to keep an eye on. 3 yellow cards so far in the game. Raul Diaz Arce, the man who was injured just moments ago inside the San Jose box, got one early on for DC United. Then Gory on the foul and Emanalo on the descent with 1 minute from time in the first half. Both getting carded for San Jose. Another thing to keep an eye on, 4-1 in offside. San Jose has been trapped a lot here. If they can beat the trap, and they almost have a couple of times, they might get a breakaway. Bravo pushing it forward to Mella, and they might have beaten the trap right here. Bytron went all the back post, grabbed by Causey inside the 6.
It's turning into a goalkeeper's duel as both keepers continue to shine and seem to have no problems pulling down those crosses as Jeff Causey there almost nonchalantly
just brought that one in out of danger.
Harks, the captain, striding forward with purpose. Emenalo bangs it high in the air. Aroha, his teammate, the man he actually replaced in the World Cup when Aroha got hurt.
Nice bring down by Aroha there under a bit of pressure, but he dropped it like a feather on this Spartan Stadium turf. There's a good look at Richie Williams.
That was a nice bring down by him also.
Well,
Tim Martin went down very quickly.
Things got pretty heated there at a couple points in the first half with some hard tackling, a little bit of late tackling going on. I was hoping they'd get down to really playing a little bit more constructive soccer here in this second half.
Aroha looking for Beitzer. Winalda will send it back to the 23. Rodas, the Guatemalan, with the shot that just narrowly misses. Might have gone a yard over the bar, but a good idea.
Not a bad idea at all. Sometimes the goalkeeper doesn't expect a shot from this distance, but it pops out here from Winalda to Rodas. He's got some space in front of him. He looks up, and this ball has some swerve and dip to it that might have caused some problems to Jeff Causey, but he appeared to have it covered pretty well.
A rather even first half of play. What did they say in the dressing room to get set for the second half? Bill McDermott.
Well, first of all, Bill, for Bruce Arena for the DC United. Let's watch this play develop first.
Mello on the far side. Beitzer in the middle, and it skims through the 6 to the far side across the line. And a throw-in narrowly missed. Beitzer almost had the crack on the far post.
A good cross there by Mella and a quick counterattack by the San Jose Clash.
Bill?
Yeah, Bruce Arena said with the United's play, the first half, opening moments kind of tense, exploratory, awfully packed pressure because of the proximity of closeness of the field. It's only 65 yards wide. Larry Callaway, on the other hand, said that Ben Aroha got in deep, but he wasn't direct enough. He wants to see the number 17 shirt, Tim Martin, a player who he says hardly ever has a bad game. He wants him to get out of the back and be more direct for the Clash.
Rodas to Mella, offside, the flag comes up. Still play on. The whistle did not blow, and Mella taken down in the box.
A very late flag going up. In fact, when the referee, Essie Bahamas, might have looked initially to that far side, the flag was not up yet.
We talked about beating the offside trap. Maybe they didn't that time, but they almost get the crack on goal as a nice spin away from danger for Emenalo, but he gives it back up in the midfield. Sean Medved. Into the center for Echeverry, taken down nicely by Doyle.
Excellent tackle by Doyle. He was able to target the ball.
Winalda on the breakaway, but Agus on the good defense.
Things are opening up here and going end to end.
Aroha lets it skim off his head to the near side for Martin. Decent left foot. They'll try and push forward. The missed touch by Beitzer, wrapped quickly by Suarez. He comes back.
Good early ball out of the back by Agus, and some nice dribbling by Harks there.
John Harks taking advantage of those training sessions in play at West Ham, pushing it forward to the number 9, and Chicho Suarez taken down 25 yards away. A good scoring opportunity. Harks and Echeverry over quickly to talk it out. Suarez down, Dyack on the foul.
Suarez always a threat going forward. He gets the ball after Harks puts on the dribbling exhibition in midfield, breaking through 3 San Jose Clash defenders. He unbalances them again, splits a couple of them, drops it into Diaz Arce, who's bumped from behind by Michael Emenalo.
Emenalo actually on the foul, and Juan Berti Suarez, arguably the best player ever out of Bolivia. And that seems hard to believe considering Marco Echeverry. But that's what they say, and he might even get the crack if he's healthy enough to try and get the shot here himself. But Harks and Echeverry most likely the dangerous men.
Number 9, Suarez, goes by the nickname Chicho Suarez.
You can see Harks lining up the attack, but Echeverry with the shot over the bar. They tried to lull San Jose to sleep, and they did get the crack on goal.
Tom Lanier, the young 25-year-old goalkeeper, has had some experience playing professionally in Austria with a couple of clubs over there.
Got a little bit of speed on that one. The mighty power shot, 53 miles per hour.
And that wasn't really designed to be necessarily a power shot. He was looking more for some dip and swerve, something to get the ball around that wall and then in under the crossbar.
Throw in for San Jose near midfield. Far side, Winalda drops it back to Mella. Victor Mella, the 21-year-old, to Winalda, far side, Iroha chests it into the box, looking for the left foot, sends it across back post, Looked like he might be trying to get the shot, but it spins off his boot across the far sideline for the throw.
Just a little bit of skill there by Ben Aroja as he took that driven ball from Winalda all the way from the opposite side, and in full stride took it on his chest to drop it in behind the guy that was marking him, Richie Williams. So that's fun to watch, to see guys be able to execute under pressure those types of skills.
And they're going to say a deflection, so Mello will keep it in play for San Jose. Emanalo still in defense. Aroja pushing forward. Winalda gets it down. Looking for Beicher. Martin on the back post. Guarded by Suarez. Banged off of Martin. Now Hart's looking to break the trap. Echeverry, far side. Diaz Arce sends it across. And a little bit too lazy on that one. Diaz Arce a little bloodied, but he was in good position. But Emanalo heals it out of danger.
Echeverry perhaps there a bit too unselfish. He really could have continued to stream into the San Jose penalty area.
Medved to Suarez. He'll track back, looking for some green space.
But we are seeing here, as I said a couple of moments ago, there seems to be more space available. The game is a bit more spread out, more end-to-end. It's got to be more to Bruce Arena's liking. All of his Virginia teams known to be going forward every chance they got.
A little bit of miscommunication there. Beicher thought Winalda was going to continue the run. Instead, he cut it off and cut to the outside, and the number 8 sent it to the wrong spot. No problem for DC. Near side, United. Echeverry dropping back to the midfield. You will see that a lot. Echeverry will try and show himself. Maybe not as much as another famous number 10. John Harkes can't get the cross in. The hard tackle by Bravo. Harkes asking for the crowd for more.
That's great.
ESPN2 on the deuce. More action from the Grand Prix of Argentina. Michael Schumacher. Jacques Villeneuve making his return to the Formula One circuit. And you will get the chance to catch that Sunday, April 7th at 11:50 a.m. Lanier getting set for the kick. The United wearing the red and black. Challenging Lanier towards the right. White-clad number 3 Doyle and company for San Jose, pressuring from right to left against DC. Winalda has yet to have a solid crack on goal yet, and showing some frustration with an elbow against Lee, but no call. Aroja now on the throw. Rodas, who has been a find for Laurie Calloway and company. Still play on the left foot. Tries to send it in, but Medved solid on defense. Some 12 minutes gone here in half number 2. No score, but plenty of chances.
A good look there at Rodas, who was signed just 3 days ago by the San Jose Clash. Number 23 in the white shirt, Jorge Rodas.
Aroja headed across the end line. You see Thor Lee, the 20 for DC. Look around with a look of frustration, and Costi not too happy either. Instead of another throw, or perhaps clearing it away, it's a corner kick now for the dangerous Marco Echeverry.
Jeff Costi, one of 4 former Virginia Cavaliers, starting today for the DC United team. In front of him, Jeff Agus, also formerly with Virginia. All played for Bruce Arena and won championships.
Rodas with the corner. Cleared away. Martin bangs into Echeverry. Still play on. Emanalo looked like he was trying to beat the trap single-handedly, but too much on it, and Kazi will send it all the way into the offensive side for DC.
That's one way of doing it. Pop it over and just follow your own pass.
Near side for Williams, looking to get into the corner, gets past Bravo. Martins with the left foot, deflected across into the stands, and a throw in for San Jose.
Things cooling off here rapidly in the Bay Area at San Jose's Spartan Stadium. The sun now going down. It should give more energy to the players as the temperatures cool. It was a bit on the warm side at the start of this match.
Agus heading it to the middle. Medved banged into by Rodas. A little bit of return being fair play. Bravo taken down, still loose in the center circle. Medved now sending it to the near side. Williams, a nice touch for Hartz, but he brings it down with his hand. And they'll turn it around and send it back the other way. the stars starting to shine here in the second half. Isn't that right, Bill McDermott?
Very much so, Phil. In particular, the number 6 shirt, John Harkes, the former Virginia Cavalier. He's really getting into the flow of attack. At central midfield, he's controlling it, looking up, taking people on, and when he does that, when he draws the defenders, people are running for him, and he is supplying the ball to them. Eric Ronaldo is floating from the left wing back to the right wing, and when he does that on the right wing, Benaroja shows for him from the left flank. He's getting much more direct. That's what Larry Calloway wanted him to do. Bill?
Ciegus, the number 12. Solid as a rock in the DC United defense. Mentioned lives in Orlando now, but grew up in that soccer hotbed of Dallas. And as we mentioned, we'll get the chance to see Dallas a little bit later on. Williams to Echeverry, the full run, 2 men backward. Echeverry sends it across and just past Suarez.
The last pass there, still not quite there for Marco Echeverry and DC United, but they're looking more and more dangerous as they break down the right side. This is Richie Williams. Watch this beautiful first touch by Echeverry, drags it from behind, gets it out in front, and he maybe gets a little too cute with it here, looking to find his teammate at the far post with that outside of the foot pass with his left foot.
Suarez pushing forward, and DC pushing numbers up on the counterattack. Mentioned the number 12 for DC. Well, there's Troy Dyack, who's also looking to try and get back in the national team graces of Steve Sampson. Sampson very familiar with Dyack here in the Bay Area. An enforcer of sorts, and along with Doyle, San Jose might have one of the more physical defenses in the MLS. Near side, Medved looking for Williams. Benaroja pinches forward, will take it away. Eludes the tackle, Lee sends it across. And Agus sends it out of the box, but back to Aroja. The number 6 to Medved. Make that Martin on the overlap, and just over the head at the 6, Winalda diving forward. Beitzer back post. Beitzer with Mella behind him if he wants to use him. Goes towards the end line, taken down outside the box.
This has been some really great action here. Things opening up. Jeff Beitzer there drawing the foul after taking on his defender, as he does so well. It's a good matchup here. Gorey defending against Beitzer. Gorey misses the ball, takes out Beitzer's legs instead. So it'll be a dangerous free kick from that right side.
Beitzer, the former Bronco from Santa Clara, setting up the free kick. We are scoreless. Just under 29 minutes left to go. San Jose, the free kick over Doyle. Down at the spot and cleared away by Medved.
You look at Michael Emenalo on the ball there. He sends the ball in too soon, and San Jose is caught offside. But Emenalo and Benaroja both starred for Nigeria in the World Cup in '94, and it was Hakeem Olajuwon who was coming out to watch the Nigerian team play. A great fan of soccer. In fact, a goalkeeper in his day with the Nigerian youth team.
I want to touch back on that last play in just a moment if we get the opportunity, because John Doyle might have just cost his team a goal. Fireside throw-in for DC, but Doyle coming back, running back against the play. Passive offside, supposed to be the rule.
Put his hand on the ball.
Put his head on it with Mello running on. If the ball goes over Doyle, there might have been a breakaway in the box.
Because Mello, in fact, was not in an offside position.
Looking to beat the offside the other way, and Martin clears it out of danger, but heading towards the end line. Emenalo can't keep it in. It'll be a corner kick for DC, and John Harkes heading over to take it.
Still no score, but you can sense a goal coming either way. And I think part of that has to do, we mentioned earlier that these teams have been together only for about 4.5 weeks. And you have to wonder about the fitness levels and defensively whether the defenders are still going to have the energy to stay with some of these great attacking players.
Harkes trying to slow down the runs, looking for Suarez. Now over for Arce, headed up by Doyle. Lee whips on the volley, gets in front of the clearance from Aroja, but over the sideline and a throw for San Jose.
Look there at Thor Lee. Been a solid defender, stalwart today for DC United.
6 feet, 165 pounds. Looks younger than his 30 years of age, but it's been a while since he played near here. Cal State Northridge just a few hundred miles to the south. Winalda is trying to sky for that loose ball. Brought down by Martin nicely, and Doyle sends it up for Beitzer. Agus trying to shield him away. Beitzer to the inside, brings it down, but Agus turns him nicely. Good no call. Agus, despite the boos from the crowd, a nice job of defense. Winalda still has it on the right right foot, looking for the shot, but getting in the way. Kozlagic nicely on defense.
A moment ago, Jeff Agers really did some good defending, but he may have gotten away with just a little bit of a hold on Jeff Beitzer, but not enough to get called for the penalty.
Gorey for Williams. Martin gets ahead on it, a throw-in for DC. Echeverry showing himself. You see Agers there. Very physical as well. And Echeverry called for the foul in that corner. He was on a similar foul 3 minutes into his World Cup campaign that he kicked out in frustration and drew a red card, ending his World Cup history and ending Bolivia's hopes.
At least for that World Cup, yeah. We looked at it a moment ago at Jeff Agers. He appears to be tired. He's putting the hands on the knees. He's breathing heavily. And something that Bruce Arena, the coach for DC United, mentioned was that he didn't have as much good weather to train in as some of the other MLS teams, including San Jose.
Beitzer looking for the number 23 Rodas. Agers there again quickly. A gutsy effort. Heels it across the sideline. The throw-in for San Jose, deep in DC territory. And playing with just 3 defenders, that could cause some problems for DC. And a whistle, illegal throw. Aroja 10 yards away from where he should have taken it.
Well, you have to say it does take a little bit of guts to play with just 3 defenders, and that's always been Bruce Arena's philosophy. Let his teams play, let them get forward with numbers. A 5-man midfield, 4-man midfield, sometimes 3 men running up front. Right now for DC United, it is 3 men as Echeverry has stepped all the way up alongside Diaz Arce as well as Suarez.
Beitzer bringing it down, but he was offside as San Jose caught again. Nearing the midway point of half number 2.
You mentioned U.S. national team coach Steve Sampson a moment ago. He played his college soccer in this stadium at San Jose State in 1976. I played against him in a game here when I was playing for St. Louis University.
Looking for Beitzer in the box, gets ahead on it. Aroja fires the shot, and Causey with an amazing save. And a reaction save by Causey saves DC.
Again, causing the danger there is Ben Iroha with his aggressive attack. You look at this tussle going on between Beitzer and Agers. Now Ben Iroha wins it, and he does get his foot to it. He can't poke it past Jeff Causey, though, but causing all kinds of problems. Beitzer battling away. Iroha very quickly reacting. Did get his toe to the ball, but was not able to then drive it past Jeff Causey.
Far side, Chicho Suarez keeps it in play, but only to save the throw rather than the goal kick. It has been a physical game, but there's been a lot of flow here in the second half as far as fouls go as we near the midway point. Jeff Agers has seen a lot of action. Ronaldo also fights on his inside, continues to move to the inside, and speaking of Agers, speaking of fouls, there's another one, and a free kick, and this is Eric Ronaldo territory.
Agers may have been fortunate to not be yellow carded there as Wijnaldum, with a full head of steam, was about to try and split the DC United defense. We'll have a look at it. Wijnaldum with his head up, cuts inside. Agers misses the ball, gets there late, and takes out the shins of Wijnaldum. And from up here, that looks like a bit of a professional foul, as Agers knew he really didn't have a shot at the ball anymore.
San Jose, not as many fouls in the second half. Wijnaldum, keep an eye on him. Everyone else is likely window dressing. A 6-man wall for DC. Causey on his line. Wijnaldum, that ever dangerous right foot. Wijnaldum shoots near post. It hit the post. The deflection goes wide. Miller up quickly. Fires the shot. Causey might have gotten a fingertip on it, but Wijnaldum narrowly missed the first goal in MLS history.
I think we're going to have to call that perhaps the all-time greatest save in Major League Soccer history. This is Wijnaldum swerves it around, and does Causey? Yes, he does, with the extended left hand. Just tip it off the goalpost, and then the rebound shot by Melo was just as dangerous. What a save by Jeff Causey, because that ball was really struck with a lot of power, not to mention the curve on it that Wijnaldum was able to generate on it.
Emanalo standing back in defense along with Dyak. Instead, they'll move Aroja out for the corner. Cleared away. The lone man up front right now, Chicho Suarez, but getting some company as he sends it to the middle for Echeverry. But taken away. Still onside as Diaz Arce comes back. John Harkes looking for the pass on the near side, did not get it. All the way across the end line and a goal kick. Some miscommunication for DC. If they go near side, Harkes might have had a one-on-one.
I was pretty impressed overall with that, though, because Chicho Suarez appeared when he first received the ball to have only white shirts around it, but suddenly appearing in support was Echeverry as well as Diaz Arce. And then DC United even created options, as you mentioned, on the far side. Richie Williams and John Harkes looking for this switch of the point of attack.
Mario Gori, DC's number 11, the Argentine midfielder. Heads it out of bounds. San Jose throw. Getting set for our first substitution. We'll tell you who and how in just a moment. But Beitcher quickly to the near side for Aroja on that dangerous left foot. Williams back to defend and does nicely to take it away from the Nigerian, but still in play, and Thor Lee kicks it across the end line. Aroja having a few words, looking for the foul. Williams up slowly.
Williams anticipated very well Ben Aroja's next move, got the inside angle, and then took the physical punishment for it.
Getting set for our first substitution if we get it in time. Rodas on the near side, getting set for the corner, and they will stop it as Sean Medved about to exit his first MLS game and getting set to step into history. Mike Huweiler, one of the last players added to this DC United squad, made the 16-man game day roster, and the 24-year-old who nearly won an A-League title last year with the Atlanta Ruckus, now stepping onto the pitch for the DC United. The Guatemalan Rodas with the right foot, looking for the back post. Winalda loses his footing, but did bang it towards goal. The deflection cleared away over the far sideline, and Melo over quickly for the throw.
Well, at the moment, this would be at least a 1-0 scoreline for San Jose and Eric Winalda, if not for the save by Jeff Cossey on that free kick.
Cossey coming up big a couple of times here in half number 2. Quick reactions and a great athletic save. Anyone who doubted if he was MLS caliber has to take that thought back quickly. Near side mark, Aroja. Throw in as Huweiler in quickly on defense.
Ben Aroja, number 6 for San Jose in the white shirt there, has been one of the biggest threats on goal this entire game, and he's looking more and more dangerous as we get into this second half. Jeff Beitcher also looking more and more dangerous as there appears to be more space out there for him to work in.
Waldo on the far side, that's where he is, bringing the ball to his left foot, looking for the cross. He'll rifle it in. Cossey with the fingertip grab.
Just dominant in the air. Jeff Cossey has been able to come up with every cross sent into his box.
Near side, Harkes brings it down. The captain for DC pulling down Tim Martin. Both of them go tumbling. A foul will be called, and Harkes will likely get a card. He will. John Harkes joins the card parade. Joining the game, Mike Huweiler, the Milwaukee native. And with more on Mike, the substitute, let's go down to Bill McDermott. Bill?
Michael Huweiler came on, Phil. He's an all-time favorite of Coach Bruce Arena. You want endurance? This is the guy who's going to give it to you. Last year in October, he hiked 300 miles on the Appalachian Trail, so he is endurance and more. A little bit earlier, Eric Winalda struck a free kick and curled it severely around the wall. He was doing just the same thing in Thursday at practice here for the Clash, saying how easy it is to curl this new official miter ball.
The Ultimax narrowly missing the net, and Lanier out quickly to grab it in front of Suarez.
Not to be ignored has been the performance of Tom Lanier in goal for San Jose. He came out very well there with some courage to scoop up that dangerous ball.
The Chico State grad, not even a thought on MLS coaches' minds until the combines. And if I recall, he was discovered even down at the LA Combine, but caught the attention of Laurie Calloway, the San Jose coach, enough that now he's starting in the first MLS game in history. Far side, Kozlagic throwing it forward, looking for Harkes. Loose ball, Williams loses it. Thor Lee pushing it forward, almost splits the defense to Diaz Arce.
Amanalo has some long strides there. He was able to just get a toe to that ball.
Take a look, number 21, Diaz Arce, and the number 10 for San Jose, Victor Melo, has played a solid game on that right flank. The age of 21 still has the legs to run end to end, and he has done just that. Agu's pushing forward. Just a little too much on it. Emanalo, the only one who can track it back, and he'll get it to Lanier.
Talking about Mike Heweiler, number 18 in black for DC United, who just came on as a substitute. He also was a strong performer for the U.S. Olympic team in '92. A close call, offside call there.
Very close. 16 minutes left to go in the game. You take a look at Heweiler jogging back.
At the Barcelona Olympics, a member of the U.S. squad.
Heweiler on the ball. Scoreless, DC United. Heweiler playing for them, wearing the black and red, defending the goal to the left. Trying to attack it in front of a hometown sellout record, a crowd of more than 32,000 in attendance here at Spartan Stadium. The hometown San Jose Clash. They're wearing the light jerseys with the black trunks and red numerals, moving from the right to the left. And Lanier, the keeper, in the red and black, getting set to boot it away.
And a very boisterous crowd they have been all evening. Can you imagine the eruption should San Jose be able to find a way to solve Jeff Causey, the goalkeeper at the other end for DC United?
That's a puzzle many people might have a problem with. The all-time shutout leader in Virginia history, and he's doing a great job here today. Suarez, speaking of good jobs getting out of danger, dropping it back for Harks on the right foot. Heweiler to his outside. Harks loses his balance, and coming away with it, Ben Aroja.
The second time Harks has had some trouble with his footing.
The number 17, Martin. And Harks collide again, and the foul will once again go against the DC United
these
captain.
two have been having a battle, and Harks got to watch himself. He does have that yellow card. He just swung an elbow there at Martin.
Bravo, a tackle from behind on Lee.
Things
Actually,
heating
Richie
up.
Williams.
Things heating up again, as they did during part of that first half. Teams frustrated, not able to get the goals that they need, resorting to fouling.
Heweiler and Martin bang into each other. No foul called. Martin looking for it. This is just the first of our many MLS games in this 1996 campaign, and our next stop on the Deuce, April 18th in Dallas. The Big D, the Burn, playing host to the Kansas City Wiz in Frank Klopas, 8:30 p.m. If you can't be there, be here on ESPN2. Lanier across midfield, the long goal kick headed by Lee across the near sideline. It'll be a throw-in for San Jose in their own territory. Just under 14 minutes left.
Good look at number 5, Michael Emanalo. Had a good game defensively, and he has the international experience for Nigeria coming to the fore here and able to thwart many of DC United's attacks. Michael Emanalo. SC Bahamas, the referee in the middle for today's match.
Done a good job keeping this one under control. A few too many offside, but I think you have to give credit to the DC defense. Far side, Gorey.
Sweet ball there from Echeverry.
Looking to the middle, over Diaz Arce. Headed clear by the defense across the far sideline, and Gorey getting set for the throw.
Echeverry's got some surgical precision most of the time with the outside of that left foot.
Inside for Diaz Arce, cleared away by Doyle.
Both teams obviously still playing for the win. For San Jose, they've got this record crowd, over 32,000 here. They want to please these folks, have them come back for more matches here in Spartan Stadium. For DC United, they're trying to prove that they have one of the most potent attacks, at least on paper, in this league.
Causey coming out to try and get there before Winalda, and he does. All the way across midfield. Suarez keeps it alive. Harks pushes forward. Williams comes down with it to Harks. Harks tries to spin away from Doyle. But the former U.S. captain, current Clash captain, read it all the way. San Jose, plenty of action left to go on the 14th of this month. On Sunday, the 14th, they'll be in Dallas. April 21st, their next home game against Kansas City. For D.C. on the 13th, they'll be taking on the Columbus Crew in their opener at home. And then they will get their first crack at the home crowd April 20th against the LA Galaxy. Paul Holliher, the former Santa Clara Bronco, former teammate in college with Bravo and Beitzer on their way to a co-national championship into the game.
DC United still playing with just 3 backs. They're looking to win this game. The doesn't pay much to win. A shootout victory only gets you 1 point, and a shootout loss gets you none.
Doyle sends it to the near side, looking for Martin. Martin will send it all the way across to the substitute, Holliher. All-time leading scorer at Santa Clara, despite maybe losing some billing with Bravo and Baitu to the near side. Aroha, left foot. Martin on the overlap. Instead, he'll cut it to the inside. To the right foot. Holliher flipping it forward. Carthy comes out. Loose ball. Collision. Inside the 6. It'll go across the end line for the corner kick.
Not much space in that DC United penalty area. Jeff Causey rushing out for the loose ball, and Thor Lee trying to be an obstacle to Ben Aroha. Have a look at it. And Aroha had made a great dribbling move, then played it into Holliher. Look at the bump there by Thor Lee. He got away with something there. Easily could have been a penalty.
With Rodas being substituted, the youngster Mella on the corner kick. Doyle getting ahead on it, but can't turn it towards goal. Beitzer keeps it alive as Martin tracks back to pick it up. Emanalo.
He keeps trying that early ball over the top as DC United pushes out on the trap, and hasn't connected yet.
He needs the forwards to run back a little bit quicker, and maybe some midfielders to push forward as the season goes on. That will work once or twice.
They should be able to coordinate it better than they have this evening.
Mella tries to spin past Lee, does get the ball past him. Aroha can't keep it in play.
Mella, number 10 there for San Jose, has been a pretty entertaining player to watch. He changes direction very quickly.
Far side, Winalda, the cannon shot, just wide of the post. Winalda on the right foot, got it past Causey. Laurie Calloway can't believe that one missed wide.
It's Winalda who is incredulous. He thought he had Jeff Causey beat. Look at Winalda streaking forward, accelerating, striking the ball very well and very accurately, except for the last few inches as it curled just past the post.
Eric Winalda has had a couple of cracks on goal. The only one who's come close to beating Jeff Causey.
That's twice now. Obviously, the huge save about 10 minutes ago off that free kick by Winalda. Causey went full stretch to slap it away.
Mella, Holliher on the far side. Holliher inside. Mella, Winalda. Winalda the 11, looking for Mella the 10. Instead, he'll go for the substitute, Holliher. Using that right foot deftly, Winalda offside. A lot of substitutions here in the second half in the late going. What could the effect be? Let's check in with our own Bill McDermott. Bill?
Well, with just about 8 minutes remaining in this second half, it's really no mystery why Laurie Calloway has brought on the number 14 shirt, Paul Holliher. He's the leading scorer in Santa Clara's history. He's got offense and offense to burn. He's comfortable playing with Bravo and Beitzer as well. And Eric Winalda, he certainly comes under the definition of a great player. That is, one who at any time during any game can alter its outcome, and he just about did there for the Clash.
Remember, it's 3 points for a win, only 1 for a shootout win. For DC United, what's the point? They still maybe still 1 point away from home. Do they maybe pack it in here in the late going?
I don't think so. I think both of these teams have already shown that they're going to scrap and fight right down to the final seconds to try and snatch those 3 points that you get for a victory in this league. It's not enough to go to the shootout. The most you could come up with 1 point.
A battle of number 6s results in the foul against Aroha. Started quickly by Lee, but DC can get nothing out of it with under 8 minutes left to go. Echeverry, Harks, plenty of talent on this field that can score a goal in a moment's notice, and they have had their opportunities, but Lanier has come up big, and Causey perhaps even more.
I think as these players play together longer in more matches, they're going to even find a way to be able to establish an attacking rhythm and really create more clear chances than they've been able to do tonight.
Near side, nice snag by Dave Gold, one of the assistant coaches for DC. Inside for Arce. Loose ball, Martin to Mella. The youngster, nice job to keep it possession. Doyle will bang it back upfield. Looked like he could have done a little bit better with that.
I don't know. He did want to take the chance, and I think he was hoping maybe to hit the ball off of Diaz Arce and then get the throwing.
Echeverry with Harts getting set for the throw. The DC captain. 6 years in exile, you might say, ended here tonight. And we'll get the chance to see many others return. Tab Ramos, his lifelong buddy Tony Miola as well, will get the crack at Top Flight U.S. Soccer. Harks inside, headed on, and Lanier grabs it. It looked like it might have even come off of his own man's head.
It did come off of Doyle.
Mella looking for Wijnaldum. Agus heading it back.
Agus totally fortunate there as he was trying to just catch up with Eric Wijnaldum, that ball just popped off the back of his head. Otherwise, Wijnaldum was gone again. His acceleration is incredible.
You see Jeff Causey's been a busy man here in half number 2. Dyak shielding away Suarez for Lanier to get out quickly.
Eric Wijnaldum, number 11 for the San Jose Clash. He might be the target of this punt by the goalkeeper Lanier. He is.
He is.
But Wijnaldum, he has got that extra speed he seems to have on reserve to accelerate past defenders.
Aroha with Martin on his left tries to cut to the inside. The ball deflected. But to Mella. Mella on the right foot tries to split the defense, but 3 men, too many. Quickly turned upfield by Gorey, looking for Arce. But Raul Diaz Arce shielded away by Doyle.
Doyle was there to clear again. A very intelligent defender, positions himself well and anticipates the play.
See Laurie Calloway, the San Jose coach. He's made 1 substitution. Try and get a little bit fresh legs out there. Rota's taken out and Holliher on. What will be the magic trick as Wijnaldum fights for it? Still looking for it as Agus goes down. Beitzer banging into Lee. Emanalo pushing it near side for Martin. The crowd rises. Martin with his right foot towards the spot. Wijnaldum couldn't jump high.
Agus there again to make the defensive play.
No score in the first game. 32,000 plus here in attendance at Spartan Stadium, but they have seen plenty of action. DC in the dark jerseys. From the left to the right, and Aroha called for a foul on Harks. This one probably too far away for a crack at goal, but Echeverry quickly to Suarez. To the near side for Hugh Weiler. He'll try and send it in for Echeverry, who gets a head on it, but can't turn it towards goal. Holliher against Gorey on the far side, and the Argentine number 11 keeps it alive, but the pass inside and no one home.
There's no way you can question the physical effort of the players on both of these teams.
Harks in the box, looking for Diaz Arce or Suarez, but knocked away by Dyak and Doyle. Beitzer, 1 player down, but play on. Beitzer with a man to his right, and he'll play it to Mella. They'll play on. Beitzer down also. Mella to the left foot. Mella at the top of the box, cleared away, and Agus telling Echeverry to send it out of play. Harks brings the ball down. The whistle comes. Beitzer down a little bit later, but it looks like cramps might have knocked out a DC player.
Agus again making a critical defensive play for DC United a moment ago. The yellow card coming up. Beitzer is down. Before that, one of the DC United players appears to have the cramp in the hamstring area.
And the foul and the yellow card against Fazlagic was taking down Beitzer right there.
We look at the card there. Hugh Weiler chasing Beitzer. Beitzer swerves nicely to the right. Nearly gets past Fazlagic. And it's called a yellow card as a professional foul. He couldn't get to the ball, so he took out Beischer's ankle. It's Richie Williams. He may have pulled a hamstring. At the minimum, he got a cramp there as he tried to stay with Michael Emanalo.
Another change as you see them deal with Williams. They just announced the sellout crowd, a new record here at Spartan Stadium, but the clock has stopped. 3:26. They will stop it, so the referee still has control over the clock. But instead of adding injury time, they just stop it. And with 3:26 left to go, they'll wait to get Williams off and probably substituted. As you take a look at this crowd, which has come here to witness history.
Well, if you want to know why it's still a scoreless game, look at the goalkeeping of Jeff Causey here. That was that free kick from Wijnaldum. He stretches to the left and just barely tips it off the post. Remember, Mella had a great chance there at the rebound. And Jeff Causey with the career all-time record for shutouts at the University of Virginia, showing his goalkeeping skills there as Richie Williams walks off the field. A lot of hard work by Williams on that right flank. He comes up with the cramp in the right hamstring. Entering the game, Eric Imler, a Washington, D.C. native who also played at the University of Virginia.
24-year-old, 5'9", 165, a little bit more defensive as he finds the ball fly up for Suarez. The crowd, the new record, 31,863. Here at Spartan Stadium as Aroha dances past Lee. Winalda on the left foot, keeping it on the right now, looking for the shot, gets it far post, goal! Goal for Eric Winalda! San Jose has scored an amazing goal with the right foot into the side net. And Spartan Stadium erupts.
Jeff Cossey could not stop Eric Winalda this time. You could sense it coming. As Winalda, we mentioned, he has that extra gear of speed when he needs it to beat a defense. And then we'll watch it here. Winalda collects the ball at the outside of his right foot. Now watch him accelerate one direction, then goes the other way and slots the ball nicely with the right foot into the far side netting past the outstretched left hand of Jeff Cossey.
You see, Gorey almost gets it as Winalda celebrates. Gorey on the far post does get the corner kick, but San Jose is rocking. The clash with the first goal in MLS history. Will it be enough? 140 and counting. Near post headed clear by Bravo. 87-02. Push forward. Emil. DC, they trail by one. Fezlagets, the foul near midfield. It'll be a kick for DC, and Eggers looking to take it quickly. There is no injury time. When the clock hits 0, this one is over. 120 and counting. Eggers with the left foot. Looking for Diaz Arce, headed away by Bravo again.
DC United really risking a lot. They've got 6-7 players up near the San Jose penalty area.
145 and counting. Imler pushing it for Suarez. All the way up, looking for Winalda, but too much as it goes all the way back to Causey. 130 and counting.
Not a bad idea by Holliher just to get it out, but maybe even spring Winalda down the far side.
Doyle shields away the DC attack. Lanier comes up with it. 80 seconds left.
Michael Emenalo motioning to his goalkeeper, Tom Lanier, to slow things down.
The crowd is standing. Just over a minute remaining, and how fitting would it be a substitute? Getting set to come on, Aroha, who plays an amazing game, steps off as the UCLA grad Eddie Lewis steps on.
You can't fault Causey, a player of Eric Winalda's caliber, given just a little bit of time in the penalty area, can do so much damage, and the placement of the shot was the key there. He didn't try to overpower Causey. He just made sure it was out of his reach.
45 seconds and counting. How fitting is it that Eric Winalda, the all-time U.S. goal scorer, scores the first goal in MLS history. Gorey looking for Suarez with 35 seconds left. Cleared high into the stands. And the clock will stop now. A time delaying tactic. They will give DC a crack at this throw.
The referee has signaled for the clock to stop on the scoreboard, and they ran about an extra 5 seconds on it.
Throw in at 23. The clock will continue to run over the end line, and it might end here.
They're trying to correct. They held it up a little bit.
20 seconds. 19. Lanier will take his time. 15. 14. San Jose leads it 1-0. The first MLS game in history winding to a close. 7 seconds to Doyle as he shields it away. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1, and this one is over. San Jose wins it. The first game in MLS history goes to the Clash. The Casbah is rocking. 1-0 San Jose over DC United. Eric Winalda jogs back to the box to celebrate. History has begun. The fireworks in San Jose. Clash 1, DC nothing on ESPN. Spartan Stadium, a record sellout, and no one wants to leave. San Jose wins it 1-0.
They couldn't contain him for 90 minutes. In the 88th minute, Eric Winalda, after 4 years of professional soccer experience in Germany, he comes back to the United States, where he is the all-time leading scorer for the U.S. national team, and he electrifies a San Jose crowd with the winning goal in the 88th minute. Eric Winalda, the Honda player of the game in the inaugural MLS contest between DC United and the San Jose Clash.
Amazing emotion here tonight in San Jose. It will be equally important in Dallas as the Burns started out on the deuce against Kansas City. 8:30 start on April 18th at the Cotton Bowl in Dallas. Coming up next on ESPN, Extreme Bloopers coming your way next. 1-0 the final scores. San Jose 1, DC 0. With Ty Keel and Bill McDermott and the cast of thousands, I'm Phil Shane. Until next time, so long, everybody.
Hollingshead looking for a run for Ricardo Pepi. Pepi slip past Bell. Ricardo Pepi is in. Second defender is coming over. Pepi cut him out of the play. It scores! Ricardo Pepi first brace with FC Dallas, and he's restored the lead. Good opportunity here for San Jose. The shot, what a finish! Goal! It's a golazo! 17 years of age for Kate Cowell. No problem.
Floated in. This is dangerous, and it's 1-1, and it's a fabulous finish by Quinn Sullivan, the 17-year-old.
And the acrobatic bicycle kick, side volley. Call it what you want. It's a thing of beauty here to tie it up.
Gives to Davis. Davis floats it in. Fabio off the head. Clark, what a finish! Oh my goodness, Caden Clark! And the Red Bulls double the lead.
Busio. Gianluca Busio. A touch of class from the 19-year-old. And just listen to this stadium erupt.
This is Thiago Andrade. That's Santiago Rodriguez in the middle. Andrade with his pace just blisters by Donovan Point. Cuts it to the middle. Thiago Andrade back to his left foot. And it's in! Thiago Andrade in stoppage time in the second half. His second goal in as many games. New York City has the lead. It is 2-1.
It's just next level. It's a brilliant goal. It's a match-winning goal.
To Rubio. Oh, thought about it first time. Galvan onto his left, going far post. What a goal! What a goal, Brian Galvan! Your first start of the year, sunshine, and that is an absolute screamer.
Top of the box, laid off beautifully. Here's Token, able to cut it back. John Token, goal! Oh, what a superb finish! John Token for the 1-0 lead. Way to go, kid! Red Bulls have the lead.
Here's Brian Rodriguez. Cuts it back on Legit. Cuts it around Koulibaly. Around a third. And scores!
This is an absolutely sensational strike. Dances past two Galaxy defenders. Sends him to the deck. Look at the balance here. Cutting back again past Araujo. What a solo effort here from Brian Rodriguez.
He couldn't make the payoff.
Deeply given away there by Raul Solek. Now Ferreira coming forward. A nice cut back. And further still Ferreira. What a solo effort. That is a stunning goal from Jesus Ferreira.
Cowell now slowing down. Cowell cutting inside. Great skill. Kane Cowell! What a moment for the 18-year-old who has dominated this Rio Tinto Stadium this afternoon and gets his just reward with a brilliant goal.
June 2nd, and he has had quite the season for Vancouver. Here's Caicedo, all the way up the gut. Caicedo scores! Nobody stopped him, and David Caicedo pulls one back for Vancouver. It's 2-1.
Service by Duncan. Fabio to challenge, and a shot, goal! Oh, what a finish, Caden Clark!
It's just far too easy. Disappointing right now in Cincinnati. I thought they'd give more in their stadium opener.
Royal brought that down from Monterrito, and it's in! Royal! Really out of nothing, a ball over the top. It's Cincinnati's first goal in their new stadium. Bello delivers low. It's a great ball! A fabulous goal! And it's Eric Lopez for his very first goal in Major League Soccer.
Have gone back out in front, and Efrain Alvarez with a strike inside the box.
On Sunday, right now Orlando trails Atlanta. Nothing after 2 minutes. Joseph Martinez, and now Thiago Andrade with Eloy Rubal. And Thiago Andrade makes it 2-0 as he chips the keeper. And City doubles its advantage.
Chance here for Jack at the top. Let's see if it flies, and it's in! Oh, it's the equalizer! From Chester all the way to Center City. It's 1-1. do it. Crazy!
loaded. Curler! He's found the corner. A super hit from Johnny Russell. You just cannot give him those kind of opportunities. Sporting KC open the scoring on a stunning free kick.
They're on a brace from their DP, Hani Mukhtar, and he stands over this free kick, and he makes it free! It's an amazing 15.5-minute hat-trick from Hani Mukhtar.
Reina sees Guzan out. Oh, it's in the net! It's in the net! Surprise! Surprise! Jordi Reina! He's done it! Tied it for DC United! He knew what he was doing. Guzan didn't.
His percentage conversion rate from this distance is pretty impressive. It's Lucas Zelarayan! With a typically terrific trademark free kick. Nobody does it better in Major League Soccer than Lucas Zelarayan.
Anticipation of what Marco can do here. Hamid shaded toward his near post. Here is his strike, and he's picked up the top corner with a banger. Atlanta United hit the front, and Ezequiel Marco continues his breakout 2021. Atlanta 1, DC United 0 in 18 minutes.
This is shaping up to be Diego Rubio, the Chilean striker. It is Rubio to crack it. Oh, that's a great strike. Diego Rubio, 25 minutes in, gives Colorado Rapids the lead with an absolute scorcher.
It is Rui Diaz who scores!
My goodness. Take that out.
Busio. Gianluca Busio! A touch of class from the 19-year-old. And just listen to this stadium erupt.
Medran, the native of Spain, steps to the ball, strikes it with his right foot, and puts it in the top shelf out of the reach of Przemysław Titan. A set-piece beauty for the visitors.
Demunder Torrenson scores! What a hit for Torrenson to equalize in the 90th minute. Incredible.
Suelo and Altidore standing over this free kick. It's Josie Altidore! With the last kick of the game, Josie Altidore ties it up and provides a huge blow to Montreal's playoff hopes.
Their leading scorer and their leading assist man will be Heel. Oh, he beats the keeper. Worldy from Carlos Heel. And that brings the crowd back into it. And in all likelihood, the Reds back into this game. That was a work of art, Charlie Davies.
That's what we call it in France, la classe, because that was absolutely brilliant from Carlos Heel.
It's Russell! There's only one! Johnny Russell!
Zelarayan, he'll drive it and goal, and it's in! Hey, Chihuahua Santa Maria, Lucas Zelarayan makes it 1-1. Determined not a penalty kick, of course. Zelarayan does it again! Lucas Zelarayan, a wizard into the upper corner, and Columbus with a smashing drive, they lead 2-1.
On that whistle, underway from Audi Field. Steven Birnbaum as he goes by now. It was always Steve, but that's been changed. That ball goes out of play for a throw-in for El Munir.
He wants to be called Steven, we'll call him Steven.
We will. El Munir, Alexi started last game up high, now he's back to the left back spot.
And we mentioned in the pregame that James O'Connor's going to switch things around. He's going to test people. He's going to give people opportunities. He's going to play different formations, players in different positions. We'll see how long that lasts.
Will Johnson tucked it back. The big question for me tonight, who's going to supply the service to Dwyer? From distance! Ooh. Knocked away. That was Osted. That was a tough one off Higuita. Tougher than we might have thought.
Well, we had a great look at it right from our vantage point up here. And he hits this thing, and it's moving. Osted's not going to take any chances. Now, keep in mind, when this goalkeeper is saving these shots, he's looking over his shoulder because he's got Bill Hamid sitting there on the bench, and he's got to feel that at some point Bill Hamid's going to try to take his spot.
To the end line, that ball is crossed, didn't work. Off Acosta. That's Higuita. He went down, it looked like on his own. Ball is going to be cleared out by DC United. There's Akmora. Throw in here for the visitors who've not won on the road since late April against Colorado, April 29th. The veteran Will Johnson will push it back into the middle. Rocha. O'Neal. Out wide, that's Mueller. Having a good rookie season. May have to step it up tonight in the absence of Question and Yotun. That's wide. End line. Can they cut it back? The attempt was there. Headed away by Areola. Not far enough out. Neither is that one. The ball finds its way to the circle. Push to Sutter. Game time goal and stoppage time last weekend against New England. What are we looking for early, Alexi?
Well, if you're DC, you want to get some possession. Now, this is early days here, but we've already seen Orlando get Higuita the ball numerous times and him be alone and be able to serve balls in.
Rooney's got it for the throw-in. Mora, Costa Rican, leaves it off.
You can see Acosta just trying to get around the ball. Got to flow through him.
Small but effective. Pushing it out wide. The ball cut inside towards Areola. That's blocked. Taken over by Rocha. Tried to go long for Dwyer, who applauded the effort, but that's not close. Birnbaum. Left sideline to Mora. Costa let that one go through. Mueller under a little bit of pressure. Uri Rosell, formerly with Sporting Kansas City, way out wide on that left side. Orlando City will try to get some numbers forward if they can. Ball is pushed all the way back. Shane O'Neal, a summer acquisition, is playing over in the Netherlands. Ball floated over the top. Oh, Dwyer was open. Ball finally gets to him. And Dwyer was caught up by Birnbaum. Fisher takes off on the right. Neil Fisher claiming that right back spot lately for this team. O'Neal. Rooney's after him. On the far side, that's blocked. DC will come up with it into the middle. The playmaker, Acosta, leaves it off. Assad. Mora. Stieber. Birnbaum will move it. Opari. Those are the two center backs for DC United. In the early going here at Audi Field. Knaus played it to the right. Pressure from Orlando City. DC will keep it. Areola. Acosta. Wide on that right flank. Fisher up from his right back spot. Looked like more than shoulder to shoulder, but play continues. DC almost got it back. Still working for it. They're throwing. They get it in quickly.
Well, look at Acosta. He just is going wherever he wants, and they're always looking for him. And rightly so. And that whole opportunity came from Acosta finding his way, getting the ball. He can play that killer pass as we've seen. Whoop, there he is. Boss is back in town.
On loan, year-and-a-half loan. 3 games in 8 nights. One would expect we will see Bill Hamid starting one of these games, maybe as early as Wednesday night against Portland. We'll see. Upfield, that's Rooney laying it off nicely. That was blocked. And the attempted cross from Areola.
Bill Hamid surely didn't come back here to sit on the bench.
Actually have 3 good goalkeepers, Osted, Clark, and Hamid. Assad, who scored the first goal in the stadium against Vancouver. That time was over the target.
Take a look at this pass shot. Assad, that thing's coming right across, just doesn't get around. He's been a good addition.
He was good last year with Atlanta. They couldn't bring him back. Worked out a deal with DC, and he's done very well here. 9 goals, 3 assists. Last year he had 7 goals, but 13 assists.
Good hold-up play there by Dom Dwyer, getting strong. Oftentimes over the years he's been on an island. Just does a lot of work. I'm sure gets frustrated at times.
Mueller held his run to stay onside, tracked by Mora. Mora got there first, cleared it to safety, throw in Orlando City. Here in the 7th minute, zeros on the board. Chipped up by Higuita, and Rossell just went down. Rivero has called a foul, free kick, Orlando City.
Take a look. Rossell just gets to it quick and just gets clipped, and okay, he's not going to get to that ball, but it's still a foul.
Now in set pieces, Alexi normally have either Question or Yotun, so someone else will have to serve and look for Dom Dwyer, among others.
And you mentioned the size of this DC United team. The only players that are over 6 foot are the center backs, Napari and Birnbaum.
2 in that wall. Is it going to be Mueller? Number 7, Audi, the Audi Player Index tracked every move, every match. To learn more, visit MLSsoccer.com/Audi. And that's where we are. Audi Field in Washington, D.C. DC United looking for some wins here at home. They'll finish, we mentioned before, with 12 of their last 15 at home, but also 7 of their last 8. They'll close on the road at Chicago.
Look, we've seen this time and time again in MLS where teams open up a stadium and they have to go through the first part of the season, and it's difficult, and sometimes it's just gravy, the points that you get, but then you got to rack those points up at home. And keep in mind that while the rest of the league is adapting and adjusting to a brand new environment, so is this team. And so for DC United, the quicker they get used to it, the quicker the environment gets comfortable, the better off they're going to be. But they got to find a way to go on a streak and get multiple points.
On this right side, the attempted pass by Areola was cut off. Rocha was doing the work. El Munir up that left side, broken up. DC wins the ball back. Canas, in his 2nd year with the club, leading it off. Assad from distance, keeps it rolling. Areola's on that side, has some help. Canas. Fisher. Areola cut off, but Orlando City can't win it. Hassan looking for Acosta.
Well, we saw Areola there pull out wide in this 4-1-4-1 from Ben Olsen. He wants Areola to sit next to Acosta in a much more central type of position here. But you got Areola pulling out wide. You got Assad pulling in. So lots of movement, lots of interchanging from this DC United 11.
Lifted high, but Birnbaum nods it down. He's their former captain. Last year he was. From distance, the low shot by Stieber is wide of goal. Bendick is back in goal, by the way. Didn't start in the last 5 games, plus the Open Cup. was Earl Edwards Jr. getting those starts. Sardis with a goal in stoppage time. And once again, Alexi, on this weekend, we saw a lot of late goals that won games for players. Jack Elliott had a couple there for Philadelphia. You could probably guess it was Bradley Wright Phillips that scored in that game. First player to score 15 or more goals in 5 consecutive seasons. We always seem to be congratulating Bradley Wright Phillips. Justifiably so. He got his 100th goal against this team, DC United, in this stadium. A 1-0 win for the Red Bulls. Toronto losing at home today. Josie Altidore with a red card. Later on, right after this one, Seattle, NFC Dallas. Seattle winning games at the end. NFC Dallas has had a pretty consistent year. Acosta looking for Assad. He was a step behind the defense. Roussel won it. Higuita, their longest tenured player, he was fouled.
So I know we're only into the 12th minute here, but from an Orlando perspective, it's a low bar, but they haven't really allowed DC United to have a whole lot of the ball. They haven't allowed them to have many chances. And when we saw the game last week against New England, they should have been down 4-0 in that first half. They were just letting clear-cut opportunities.
To the end line, Bush played across. Bush, side netting, but that's all it's going to be called. He wanted that call.
He's got some speed. He takes a look. That's a push. Yeah, the referee could have gotten away with it. He didn't have to call the penalty or anything because it's outside the box.
Yeah. But a push nonetheless. But for Orlando City, it has to start with defense. You're not winning games when you give up. It's 2.35 during the regular season. It's worse during that losing streak. It was 3.5 during those 8 games. So the longer this stays at 0, the better chance they have of getting a point or 3 on the road. Has to start with defense first. Back to Mendick. On the right side, Sutter. Higuita was there. The last touch by Knaus. Be a throw-in, but probably not from there. Or there. Way back there.
That's close enough.
Yeah. Sutter. Going back to Mendick. For 3 years, he was their #1 goalkeeper. That's the biggest change that James O'Connor made when he took over. Changing his #1 goalkeeper. Now Mendick has another chance to get that job back. Another throw-in for DC United.
We're talking to these players about their new coach, and James O'Connor. I mean, every single one of them said, the dude's intense. You know? But then you got to try to pin them down and say, well, how does that manifest? Give me some examples. And they were few and far between. But when we were talking to someone like who we're talking to, who was it? Mueller. There we go. Excuse me. He was, he said, there's no joking around. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but there is a definite change in terms of the intensity that they have felt. Now, whether that changes the way that they play, we'll see. But there's a new sheriff in town, and he's doing things very, very differently than Jason Kreis. And by the way, that's not a shot at Jason. No. You can scream and yell all you want. Players will tune you out really, really quick. So intensity's all fine and well. And to be fair, James O'Connor, he said that he also has to control that intensity and make sure that he balances it out and make sure he uses it correctly and harnesses it in the right way as he goes forward.
He's been suspended, not just for 1 game. He got another one as well, added on. And he's their top assist man. Assad for DC. Switching it. Bit of a slip there, but it's controlled. Fisher played it and gets a return from Areola. Knaus. Assad on this near side. Has Mora ahead of him. Plays it instead to Acosta. Mora was covered. He'll go the other way towards Rooney. And the idea was good. Ball was off target.
We really haven't mentioned his name a whole lot so far in this game. That's not necessarily a bad thing because he will pop up and score his goal, but you want to get him involved in a game at home.
Rooney's already scored a goal, also an assist, had an assist in his first game against Vancouver in this stadium. His goal came against Colorado. outside. Sutter. Higuita. Mueller. Has Will Johnson to the right. Dwyer in front. Let's make sure Dwyer stays outside. Johnson. Russell. Higuita. Pushed from behind. Kept his legs up. Kept going. Pushed forward by DC, trying to avoid that pressure, and ball is given away. It's going to be a throw-in for Orlando City.
Well, as far as any type of higher line from DC, we talked about it. That has not been evident yet in terms of the way this DC United 11 is playing right now. Much more content at times to pull back, to absorb some pressure. The problem is they don't really have a speed demon out there that enables them to be that outlet that gives them a counterattack.
Ariel on the ball. Acosta. Rooney. Pushing it back to help his team go forward. Morris to the left. Lays it off to the captain. The former Manchester United great will play it ahead. Right side, Stieber has help with Fisher in the overlap. Has Ariola too. Will play it to Assad. Assad waits for the run from Mora. Now goes the other way. Acosta to the right. Stieber across. He was looking for Assad. Then it went down. Ball played right back in. Mueller will head it to safety. It's going to roll out towards that corner flag. Be a throw in deep for DC United.
That opportunity started with Assad coming inside again. And then this man finding his way to the ball.
Birnbaum. Slow ball to Fisher, but he got rid of it. Away from Rocha. Ariola looks for Rooney! That was a deft touch. Picked up by Orlando City. And they'll try to come back. Pressure from Assad. He almost gave that ball away. In for Dwyer. Fisher.
That is a hard run for an outside back to make. He's turning around. He gets to it. He uses his speed, draws the foul. He's got to judge that long ball. Whether you track it down or you live to fight another day and let the player get the ball. It's well played.
Back to live action. It is Assad. Rooney to the outside. Mora. Acosta. Luciano Acosta will push it right. Stieber. DC working it around. Trying to be as mobile as they can in this attacking third. Players making decent runs, and the ball's going to go right to Bending. We've been talking a lot about Wayne Rooney. For more on number 9, here's Daniel Slayton.
Well, Alexi, you said that we haven't talked about Wayne Rooney much in this game, but when we spoke to Ben Olsen yesterday, he praised Wayne Rooney for far more than his technical abilities on the field. He said he brings a swagger and a mentality that raises the level of the younger players around him. Olsen said at training, Wayne's teams win, not because he necessarily has the soccer ability alone, but because when players are on his team, they want to perform for him. I know when I was a young player, I remember when Mia Hamm or Bryce Scurry demanded something out of me, I did it. Sometimes out of fear, but mostly out of wanting the respect of a veteran player that I hoped I could be like one day.
Good stuff. Wayne Rooney has made an impact for this team. Hasn't scored a bunch of goals yet, but you get the sense that when they start to come, they'll come in bunches.
Sure, and off the field, the message that it sends is one thing. But on the field, Danielle's absolutely right. You don't want to mess up. And most of these players will have grown up watching Wayne Rooney play. The off factor starts and it diminishes to a certain extent, but you recognize that you want, in his eyes, to be seen as a quality player. Everybody wants affirmation out there, especially from a great player that comes in. So regardless if he can do it on a consistent basis, you want to do it and you want to prove to him that not only are you worthy, but maybe you're even more important. And there is that value that Ben Olsen talked about. And how much is that? What do you pay for that? And does it raise everybody's level? Well, at least so far, according to Ben Olsen, it has.
Raises the level in training, raises the level in the games. Sutter. Big switch. Other side. Munir lost it. Can DC get numbers ahead? It's to Rooney, and it's cut off. Well read. Oh, that was a hard challenge. Tarek lost it. Gathered in. Higuita was helping. Now Assad leads it. Here's Rooney. Looking. Oh, draws a big crowd. Steamers open. The shot was wide. But Wayne Rooney drew about 4 or 5 players right to him.
Well, we know that Wayne Rooney isn't necessarily the player he once was. Maybe there was a time where he puts that in, kicks it into another gear, and gets an opportunity. Instead, he pulls it back. Still an opportunity for DC United. But see, he's got 2 or 3 steps there. And just doesn't have the speed, but also recognizes he doesn't have the speed. And pulls it back to say, all right, I can keep possession here and maybe create something from somebody coming late.
DC back on the ball. Scoreless here, 22nd minute. DC United at home at Audi Field versus Orlando City SC. Mora on it. Flicking it. Acosta. Deflected up by Sutter. Throw in coming up. Acosta got it in quickly before Orlando City could settle. But they're back. Ready to defend. Rooney laid it off. Knaus trying to cut it back to Rooney. Might have done better going towards goal. But there's always that extra look you want to give to Rooney when you have a star player like that out there. Players sometimes defer to a player like that. MLS on FS1 is sponsored by Target. Expect more, pay less. JC Rivero, the referee's having a conversation with Uri Rosell. That's why Bendick is not kicking this ball. I'm not sure what that was about. Knaus was also spoken to. Now we play on. Orlando City will move it ahead. Dwyer was pushed by Birnbaum. It's a pretty easy one to call.
Well, DC's worked themselves back into this game in that second 10 minutes. First 10 minutes, it was Orlando. Now DC with getting opportunities here. If I'm DC, I'm getting into Acosta at every opportunity you can. Because Orlando can chase him, but if they do, it opens up all sorts of opportunities, and he's got the skill to be able to find those passes.
Rocha. Rosell. Tarek. Higuita, that's a tough pass. Oh, he put Shan O'Neill in the bad spot. Over the top. Towards Dwyer. One on the air by Opari. Orlando City will get it back. Pushed wide. Here's Mueller. Out of University of Wisconsin. Nice move to the outside against Mora. To the end line. Nice move to the outside against Mora. To the end line. The cross. Oh, Dwyer. That would have been spectacular if he could have come around on that one. Difficult ball for him. Back for Mueller. Has played in every game. The only one on this team that can make that claim now. Rocha. Wide on this left side. Orlando City keeping it. Goes back to Rocha. Tarek. Sutter. Rosell battled with some injuries earlier in the year. Lays it off. Higuita. Sutter. Back and forth they go. It's another tough ball.
Let's keep an eye over here on this right-hand side. With Mueller.
There he is. He's wide open. Finally spotted him. Here's Mueller, 1v1. Going to the outside on Mora. That's blocked by Mora. Did a good job defending, stayed with him.
It's great. The game within the game over here.
Costa couldn't get to that ball. Sutter can. Numbers still up there for Orlando City. That's blocked. In the midsection, it looked like a Knaus. Assad couldn't get by Mueller. Throw in DC United.
Let's switch here into Mueller here, and we talked about the one-on-one matchup here, using his speed and his ability. That time didn't get through. Previous time did. Going up against Mora, something to keep an eye on.
For Mora, throw in. Rooney got around Sutter, but there was backup in the form of O'Neal. Birnbaum gets some help on the clearance. Up towards Rooney. Trying to deaden that ball for Acosta. Instead, it's Mueller. Higuita lost it there. Knaus under pressure. Finds Mora. Lifted towards Rooney. On the turn. Rooney waits. Sees the help coming. Into the middle. Areola. The ball is behind, and it allows Orlando City to take over. Will Johnson on the move. He's won a couple of MLS Cups in his career. With RSL in Portland, it goes into the middle. Rocha leaves it. Mueller's open again, wide open. No one near him. Allowed to cross it. It's cleared back to Rossell. Orlando City back with it. Tarek. Sutter. Into the middle of the field it goes. That's Rossell chipping it forward. El Munir. Rocha. Sutter holds there. A little bit of pressure. Mueller's on the right. Going to the inside. Finding Higuita. Their all-time leader in games played in MLS and in all competitions. That's blocked. Johnson got it forward. Mueller's in the box. The shot, he went near post, and Osted saved it as a corner. Good job by the rookie.
Really well done, because he assessed the situation. He looked, he knew he didn't have someone to play to. Gets a little lucky here on the bounce, but just continues on through. Gets it out of his feet, takes a look. Says, I'm not going to play that to Dom. Have one. There you go. He's getting on the ball, and he's doing good things with it.
Driven in off the corner, was flicked. Out to Rossell. Couldn't tag it, now he does. Too late. Stieber got a block on it. For more on the impressive Mueller, here's Danielle Slayton.
Well, Chris Mueller told us yesterday that Dom Dwyer's really helped him in his transition to Major League Soccer by not only being a good teammate, but also being a good friend. He said it can sometimes be intimidating when you make the jump from college to the MLS game, and now you're sitting alongside guys with big names in the locker room. But he pointed out Dom and Sasha Question in particular, saying that they've helped to mentor him and encourage him making this transition far easier. He's having good first 30 minutes today.
The mentors have done a good job. Orlando City with it, playing it all the way across. Osted got frozen there. But Jesse Rivero spotted a foul. 29th minute. Orlando City keeping that 0, and that has to be one of their goals in this game tonight. A short-handed squad. They've got the full complement of 18 for James O'Connor, but he's missing two big guns in Question and Yotun. He's also dealing with some other injuries as well. Spector's out, Sane's out. Most goals allowed, though, in Major League Soccer. It has to start on the defensive side of the ball. Assad on it. Knaus. Birnbaum. DC trying to get a little bit more possession. If you do struggle defensively and you can improve your possession, it's less time than you have to defend. And I think that possession has helped Orlando City out a bit tonight. Costa pass keeps DC on the front foot. Getting closer to goal. Rooney wanted it. Let's play back to Areola. Fisher, wide right. Orlando City cut down that angle. Ita scrambling back. Fisher beats him to the wall. Deflected out. DC United wins it. Areola pulling it back into the middle for Assad. Knaus. Fisher open. El Munir tries to close him. It almost rolled in. Rooney was sitting in the seam there, hoping for that ball to get through. Your takeaways so far? Half an hour gone?
Well, it's segments of 10 minutes, if you will. Orlando first 10 minutes, then DC. And Orlando's come back here. I think at times DC's really tight and narrow in the way that they play, especially when Assad pulls in. It's all fine and well to pull in, but you've got to have an overlapping outside back to provide that width.
Rooney sees the run by Fisher. Will bounce away, and Fisher's able to come down with it. El Munir chasing him by the corner flag. Good job by El Munir, staying with it. Lost it out, though. DC throw-in. Knaus is open. 32nd minute. Scoreless from out of field. First of 3 games in 8 nights for DC United. A lot of home games for them. These next 3 are at home. They're becoming fast and furious. Little time for rest and recovery. Knaus. Fisher. Short for Acosta. Areola. Playing it in. Who wins the second ball? That was Stieber. It was headed away by Orlando City. It's going to end up being a throw-in from DC United in front of their bench. This is what they're looking at schedule-wise. Very much fan-friendly. Mora. Inside, swept away. Higuita. That's cut off. But the foul, no foul. So Mora keeps it for Assad. O'Neal Fisher. Advancing, lays it off from the right. Rooney was looking for some service, making moves inside the box. Quick shot taken by Stieber, it falls. Rooney looking, couldn't get it off his foot. And the flag was up anyway. DC offside. And then injury as well. Emre Tarek, the Egyptian center back, is the player down. And this team must cringe when the training staff has to come out on the field because of all the injuries they've had.
Nope, there's the offside. But a good little spell here from DC United, getting opportunities, working it around. And it has to be said, when you talk about Orlando, we talked about them not letting in goals. I think the compact way that they are playing, while not always attractive, it's effective. And they are under no obligation to entertain anybody in this new building here tonight. As a matter of fact, for them, their first priority, as we mentioned time and time again, is don't concede goals. Right. And certainly don't concede easy goals with stupid mistakes as they've done in the past. So that man right there, he's got to be happy so far with the way that this team has played. You got to baby steps. Right. For this team, not letting in goals, that's an accomplishment in itself.
54 goals allowed, most by far in the league. Where does the blame go, though, Alexi? It's not about the goalkeeper. It's not about the back line. It's got to be about everybody.
Yeah. I mean,
you give them up as a team.
You do. And I think there is a collective responsibility in the way that they play. But also, I think if you look back at the goals, there are individual mistakes, decisions by players that have to be second-guessed and said, no, that's not something, that's not a risk you need to take. Why are you taking it? Loss of possession, all of that different things. I think it's just a combination of things when it comes to not very good defenders, to be quite honest, individually, and then collectively as a unit, which can make mediocre defenders better, not even having that either. So you got neither one of them. And sometimes you have individual defenders that can cover for mistakes and emergency defend, and that's great. And sometimes you have okay defenders that just play really well together. This team has neither so far. But tonight, much better.
Mora,
kiss of death.
Mora leaves it off. That was Knaus for Wayne Rooney. Rooney got bumped off the ball. Nice move by Higuita. Cutting it into the middle. Rocha. Rocha getting more minutes under the new man, O'Connor. Here's Rocha. Thought about loading it on it.
He had it too.
Dwyer. That's clipped. That caught off somebody and results in a corner kick. That fooled Osted.
Rocha had such a nice opportunity here. He let it just come right across his body without even touching it. Put himself in space for a left-footed shot. Thought about it. Thought better of it. And then it was gone. Fleeting.
Meanwhile, Mueller will go over to take this next corner. All the way back to Rossell.
That's interesting.
I wasn't sure if that was by design or he mishit it. But they keep possession. Sutter will push it. El Munir. Orlando City on the road, scoreless here at DC United. Second and final meeting during this regular season between these two sides. Rossell keeps it rolling for Will Johnson. Can he get a corner out of this? He'll be deflected right off that corner flag. Ball's going to belong to DC United. Very versatile Will Johnson. He's played as a holding midfielder out wide, helped out as a right back. Canadian international. That's off Johnson. And now it's cleared the other way. Out for a throw on Saturday. Major League Soccer returns to ESPN as the Seattle Sounders take on Zlatan Ibrahimovic and the LA Galaxy. Coverage begins at 4 Eastern on ESPN. Do you think Zlatan would have as many goals as he's had? As quickly as he's had?
Oh man, he scores goals. That's what he does. He's done it every single place that he's been. That he's doing it for a mediocre team, I think that's what's impressive, because this is the first time really in his life that he's played for a team that isn't going to win 70% of their games, that isn't going to go out there knowing they have the best talent out there in the LA Galaxy right now, and yet he has consistently provided goals, and he's provided leadership. And we talked earlier about Wayne Rooney. I think he's provided somebody, a personality in that locker room and on that field that people want to do well for, because they know if they don't, they're not living up to what he has already shown that he can do.
Mueller with the chip. Higuita. Will Johnson.
Still think it's lame that he didn't play in the All-Star game.
Yeah, that's another subject, but yes. Cost him a regular season game with the Galaxy.
Yeah. It's his world. We're just living in it.
Yep. We thank him. Rossell. Back of the ball. Spending the last few years in Portugal. Loaned out 4 different times. Comes back to Major League Soccer. Plays now with Orlando City. Sutter. Rossell. Sutter holding. Rooney's in the neighborhood. Comes back. Was off O'Neal. Tarek. Outside the circle with a pass ahead. Johnson on the move. Mueller's open again on the right side. Mueller allowed to cross out for a corner. He's pretty much on that right wing so far tonight.
Well, while we talk about the defense, which has been very good from Orlando, this man right here has consistently provided that width. And that's a good thing from an offensive and a creative perspective, to have a guy that you know can get into that space and provide that service on a consistent basis.
Tony Rocha, that's headed away. Orlando City recovers. Back to Rossell. Across the way, settle there. El Munir floats one up. Mueller went up upper battle with that one. Rooney ends up with it. Off Acosta. Assad. Back to Luciano Acosta. That was a sweet move. And that was not. Following Rosell. Bringing down DC's playmaker. Here's Rooney. They went with a quick restart. Fisher has some real estate to work with. Getting closer. Playing it up for Areola. There's a swing and a miss for the man that scored a couple of goals in the first game here against Vancouver.
We'll take first look at Acosta. Thank you very much. Through the legs, draws the foul. Rooney comes in and plays this one quick. And but this is much harder than it looks. Yeah, that thing is flying over the top of some trees there.
Areola was pointing for the ball and then gave the applause for the service. Just didn't work out. Headed by Knaus. Put his head in a dangerous spot there. He's going to get called. Closing minutes of this opening half.
Well, if you're Orlando, I think you have to be pleased and pleasantly surprised at the possession that you have been given by DC, but certainly the way that you've defended, considering what the norm is. The opportunities out wide.
Johnson finds Rocha. Back towards Rosell.
For DC, man, I mean, it's not particularly exciting, and it's not particularly inspiring in terms of the potential of something to happen so far, unless Acosta gets the ball.
When you look at it, they haven't really tested Bendick. Bendick's the guy that led the league in saves a year ago.
And we mentioned if they're not going to high press, or at least press up higher where they're having the ability to turn the ball over in advantageous positions, then they're going to counter at different times, especially when they give Orlando some possession. They got to have some speed, and they just don't have that right now.
The intended pass was for Dwyer. It'll be O'Neal Fisher on this right side. Knaus in the circle. 43rd minute. Zeros on the board. DC United, Orlando City. Acosta to Rooney. They went back and forth. Rooney will keep it. He sees that run from Fisher. Delivers it. Fisher had to wait a little bit for it. Areola. Rooney from Knaus. Rooney far away from goal, leaves it off. Knaus ahead. Stever pushed it. Fisher. Tried a fancy move there. That one didn't work. He'll recover it though. Back near the halfway line.
Well, you can see Rooney as he gets, I don't know if it's frustrated, but not having as much of the ball that he wants, and certainly not getting opportunities closer to goal. He starts dropping more and more, which isn't necessarily bad. You can see he's got a coordination with Acosta.
Acosta will hold there. Luciano will play it for Stever. To the outside, it comes back for Stever. Puts it on the left foot, sends it forward. Not enough by Assad, and there's the goal from Rooney, but the flag was up. I thought it was off of Assad. They're appealing it. I thought Assad was offside originally. I'm not sure about Rooney.
Well, they're going to check it.
They should.
They will. Should. Long ball over the top. Yeah. He's off.
Yeah, Assad.
He's off.
Yeah. Rooney was okay. It was Assad.
Rooney was great. Great finish.
Yeah.
And one time they finally get behind, if they're offside.
But that's what he can do when given an opportunity.
Yep.
The man has played in 3 World Cups and 3 Euros. He's going to look at it himself. That's interesting. It's clear and obvious error. That looked clear and obvious, didn't it, that Assad was off? Or no?
Looked clear and obvious.
To me, too. Clear and obvious means something different, though, to different people. But to me,
and he's well within his right to go take a look and confirm for himself what the folks upstairs have pointed out. And he's also within his right to disagree, which he is not going to do.
because it's very clear and obvious.
Yeah.
He's going to blow the whistle now.
He's got 2 balls on the field.
Yeah.
Clearly and obviously there's 2 balls.
Yeah. Final seconds here. We'll see how much stoppage time can come up. Highlights and stats coming up on our Audi halftime report coming up soon. As this ball is played into the box, intended for Dwyer. She tries to settle it. Instead, it's Knaus. Another ball was out on the field. That could have been interesting. And that's what Osted's complaining about. Not sure how that ball got out there or why, but right when the player was shooting.
Talk to your staff and fans after.
3 minutes in stoppage time. Minimum of 3. Ball set upfield by Osted, who's starting his 12th straight game. Mueller. Sutter. For these 2 teams, you would think that Orlando City would be more satisfied with this first half. As that ball is cleared away on Frattore. In for Mueller. Trying to close him down. A couple of sweet moves there, but he's broken up. Tapped by Johnson. And the tap on Mueller rolls over. In some discomfort, but back up. Cut back nicely by Knaus. Rooney.
Well done. A wonderful outlet there from Rooney.
Fisher on the move after that good feed from Rooney.
He's got a Costa on this far side. Well done by Mueller to get back to cover up.
Wide on that right side. Stieber has Fisher with him. Drawn back to Knaus. Saad was looking for it. Back for Fisher. And Munir trying to defend. It goes inside the box. Headed. Far enough away from Rooney. And now Bendick will keep it in play. And take some time off the clock. Joe Bendick will roll it right side. Sutter is there. In the 3rd minute of stoppage time, Rossell will try that long ball. Osted was going to come out and thought better of it. Gets it played back to feet. Zone Munir on the run.
It's good trust there. Osted for his outside back Fisher there to know his speed and know his closing ability. Don't find yourself in no man's land.
Acosta. Rooney. Pulling it back again. Keeping it, squaring it. Stieber. Wanted Areola. That's cut off. Now Munir bringing it back the other way. Throwing Orlando City. The time running out in this first half. Tarek. Moving it towards El Munir. And now possession lost. DC United with that quick throw to Areola. Back for Stieber. Acosta. Rooney and then Acosta again. Acosta in the dribble. A shot. Acosta! That'll count.
Well, we talked about it. Get this man the ball because good things will happen. Oh my goodness, he just smashes it here at the end. Because look at this angle. Wonderful little touch there into space. And just lashes it right at the end there. Celebrations all around. And if you're Orlando at this point of the half, that is a killer.
And remember, they lost the ball on the far sideline. They had possession. They lose it out. Quick throw in. A couple of quick moves. And Acosta gets his 2nd goal of the year. Different look now at halftime. Orlando City didn't deserve that the way they played in the first 45. But they're going to the locker room trailing now. Waiting for the final whistle.
This is sports.
Yeah.
It has absolutely nothing to do with it.
Right? Can be cruel.
Those moments.
Terrific goal by Acosta on what was one of the final kicks of this first half. So if you're DC United, you may have not have been pleased with the first 44 minutes, Alexi, but that last minute, yes, you're happy. We'll see what the second half brings. No changes personnel-wise. One of the things that I would think Orlando City has to do a better job of is finding Dom Dwyer. He's their goal scorer, 10 goals on the year, 4 of those are game winners, and right now he's really their lone big threat. Orlando City pulling up. That's not good for Sutter. Right at the start of the second half. Assad's over there with him.
He just got clipped by Assad. Pulled up. Just pulls this one back, and Assad just comes right through. He'll be all right. Look,
he's better.
It's amazing.
Had a good career in Switzerland before he came over to Orlando City. Dwyer doubled up there. DC obviously knows he's the threat. They'll stay with him. Rocha loses to Knaus. Assad for Stieber. Rooney makes a run. Stieber cutting. Getting it back somehow. Stieber has it. Looking up. Takes the shot. Off the post. The post saving Joe Bendick in Orlando City.
Wonderful transition from DC. We'll see the tail end of it here. Acosta with a nice little drop to the top of the box, and Stieber from outside off the post. Wonderful start from DC.
Hungarian midfielder, 4 goals, 7 assists on the season. Last year just a goal and an assist, but only played in 8 games. Came during the season last year. This year had the benefit of full training with the team. Got more accustomed to the league. Doing a much better job as Bendick clears it. High upfield, not high enough. Pushed forward by Mueller. Let's see if Mueller has an effective second half. He was effective in the first. Mueller toes it ahead, but the offside flag went up on Orlando City.
Let's take another look at this shot. Stieber, it's just spinning away from Bendick there. Hits off the post. It was just great build-up the way DC United won the ball, quickly transitioned, made the switch. And then once again, Acosta in the middle of things.
Ariola will push it right. Stieber getting it back from Acosta. He has the only goal. They gave the assists, of course, to Wayne Rooney. So Rooney now with a couple of assists in his short stint so far with DC United. Coming back to Osted. Up the middle. That was another dangerous ball picked off. Higuita didn't touch it. He thought he was offside. And DC will come up with it towards Fisher. Pressed there by Rocha. Well out. Ariola on the move. Former Tijuana midfielder. Tried to leave it for Stieber. Was knocked out. Throw in DC. Leave it to O'Neal Fisher to take it. 4th year back. Got it for Knaus. Costa. That was the idea going, but it didn't work. That was a run challenge. Birnbaum and Higuita. Jason Rivero all the way over there. And this looks like it could be more than just a warning. If it's a warning, Birnbaum might be fortunate.
Well, this is a wonderful tackle. If it's 1994.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a yellow card. I was watching while you're watching the replay. I'm watching the referee because I still thought he was going to card him.
It's he gets there, but it's no longer about.
Is that how you tackled the 94?
Yeah, they wouldn't even have.
All right. I remember actually. I do.
Don't even have said anything.
I do. Yeah.
That was bread and butter.
I answered my own question. Rory Rossell will have a free kick when play resumes. Birnbaum has played for the USA. First international goal was a game winner in a January game against Iceland. Also was on the 2016 Copa squad. Copa America Centenario. 1-0 lead for DC United. Luciano Acosta's second goal of the year. Wayne Rooney with his second assist. Pushed wide by O'Neal. Sutter. Long and ambitious towards Mueller. Defended by Mora. Mueller had the better of that matchup in the first half anyway. Deflects towards the end line. Played across. Pavos did it in. Rossell will get the goal off the keeper. 1-1. '51st minute.
Well, Rossell is just going to make something out of nothing here. Gets a nice little header and a head of speed.
Did that deflect off?
Yep. Deflected right there. Left foot right there, and then it goes in the near post because DC United has it covered. And he knows, sometimes the soccer gods smile upon you. And they did for him and for Orlando. They will take it. But you know what? You put yourselves in position to get something like that.
Yep.
And he took it upon himself.
I thought for sure he was going to cut the ball back.
Yep. Well, he was cutting it back.
Yeah. Not the way I saw it, but Rossell gets the goal. Different game now.
Yep.
So Orlando came out heads high, not down after conceding that goal very late in the first half. And now it's DC United. How do they respond at home? They had that 1-0 lead and momentum, huge momentum, scoring on really the last kick of the first half, just about. So throw it now for Orlando City. Rocha. Doubled up there. Fisher's on it. Swinging it all the way to the other side. Knaus. Dispossessed. Dwyer does a good job to keep the ball. Paid a price for it. Rocha will put it back to Tarek. O'Neal. Formerly with the Colorado Rapids. It's pushed back all the way to the feet of Memic. When you think back, Stieber off the post. Could have been 2-0 DC United. Instead, Orlando City come right back. Get a big one to tie it up. Ariola. Stieber. He'll play one up. Rooney. Couldn't get to it. Ariola can. Ariola leaves it. Acosta. Tackled away from him. Knaus. Stieber. The overlap from Fisher. Stieber will take it wide to the end line. Stieber with a cross towards the back post area. Brought down. Assad cutting it. That's blocked. Orlando City should be able to move this ball ahead. They do. On that right side from Mueller taking off. DC have a man down. Play continues upfield. Mueller pushing it right. Higuita's there. Dwyer calls for it in the box. Ball got away. Too much on it. Well wide of Osted. Play has been stopped. Assad is the player that's down.
Looks like he just got a wing there from Higuita. Right? Nope, we'll check it. He's going to look at it too.
Interesting. The referee's going over to look at the monitor. JC Rivero, while the DC United training staff will take a look at Assad.
Well, again, you can see right there. And is it, they have to decide, is that an actual swing? You're responsible for your appendages.
JC Rivero's running back onto the field.
Well, here's the drama.
What's he going to call?
Here we go.
Wow. A red on Higuita. Well, he looked at it. We did not have as good a look. He did. That's tough. for Orlando City.
That is really tough. They obviously upstairs felt that it was clear and obvious.
That's even a late reaction, too, from Assad.
There you go. Is this a swing right there, or is it just momentum trying to get past the player? That's what they have to decide. But you know what?
Clear and obvious?
Is it clear and obvious? No, but it doesn't matter if I think it's clear and obvious.
It's unfortunate. Is he still communicating? I think he's still communicating. I think he's still communicating. But he looked. He makes the final call. It's his decision. So this is going to be really interesting if he reverses this, because he made the call based on conversation with the VAR.
Yep.
He looks at it. He says red. Now he's saying throwing. Let's see. Based on DC United's body language,
I think he's just trying to find out where the restart is going to happen here.
And where's Higuita? This is not the way it's supposed to work. It's supposed to be quicker, and for the most part, it has been in Major League Soccer, but this one has taken a while. Too long. For me.
Well, it's taken too long for the player to leave the field. I mean, the decision was made.
Yeah.
We can agree with it or disagree with it, but the player has to leave the field.
Agree with that right away. But it looked like J.C. Rivera was getting more information after he made that call.
I think he was just getting information as to where the restart was going to happen. Okay. Dylan Powers is going to come in.
So Powers comes in and Rocha goes off. Higuita seemed to be one of their most effective players in that first half. And now they lose him for the rest of this game, and also, of course, for next week. Or in a couple of weeks when they play again against Atlanta.
Let's take another look. So Higuita is now going back against the grain to get through. And look, he swings out there with that elbow.
So you think it's good?
I can make a case for it.
Okay. Orlando City now, after coming back getting an equalizer, are now a man down. Stieber. In the middle it comes. Knaus. Playing it short. Assad. Acosta. Areola. Stieber's open. They'll close him down as quickly as they can. Assad with Rooney making a run. Stieber's back on the ball. Fisher. Stieber. Acosta. Luciano Acosta with DC's only goal. Louis Rossell got the equalizer for Orlando City. Ball clipped ahead. And the turn Areola blocked. Orlando City will pick it up. It's tough enough on the road, but they're down to 10 men here against DC United. 1-1 game, plenty of time. 9th minute. Ball pushed across to Birnbaum. Rooney.
Well, Rooney smells blood. He smells space.
He's going for it now. Stieber laid it off to Acosta. Right side, Fisher. Want to go to the end line. Stripped to the ball. It's El Munir. Very good job. Possession lost in the end, but he did well to break up that play initially. Yamil Assad. Second year in the league. Will push it. Right side to Acosta. He'll flow one up. Rooney! Just beyond his reach. Close. That's a ball he loves.
Yep. And there's more space, just can't quite get there. They saw it, just couldn't do it. Here's the red card again. All right, you want me to make a case? You got to keep your arms down. You're responsible for that. That is a swing out there, endangering the opponent there. Up in the head. At that. I can make the other side too. Yeah.
They may change it again, but right now they're saying an own goal. instead of Rossell. But either way, Orlando City is tied at 1.
You know, if Higuita is deciding and making that decision to run past the player with his arms in that elevated position, there is an intent to do that, and you're responsible if you do that.
Luciano Acosta will lay it off.
We see that oftentimes when players go up for the ball in the air nowadays.
Just to Rooney, laid it off. Ariola wanted to tag it. He'll do it now. That's wide. He says deflection. Everyone's in agreement. Corner, DC United. Ariola signed last year as a designated player. The ball comes out quickly off the corner to Fisher. He'll tag it over Mendick. Looked good and left his foot.
Lots of space opening up and plenty of opportunities here for DC. Now Orlando down a man. This is a long way out. Just gets over it.
Birnbaum will move it upfield. Knaus. DC United with the extra man. With the sending off of Higuita before the hour mark.
DC, you're playing a team that's struggling. You're in last place in the conference. You've got to go on a roll. Playing against 10 men, you got to sink that dagger.
Fisher. DC had numbers in the box. Couldn't get it across. Maybe this time Ariola has that blocked. Goes forward again. Tagged by El Munir. It'll bounce a couple of times. Dwyer went hard for it, but Birnbaum had the better positioning and won it. Meanwhile, PC is up by the 4th official, ready to come on as the next sub for Orlando City. PC was a starter last game against New England. Mueller cut off by Knaus. DC's back on the ball. 1-1 game. Orlando City a man down. A lot of time left here at Audi Field. Stieber. Rooney makes the run. Stieber can't hit him. Ariola. Fisher. Defended by El Munir. Luciano Acosta. Gets the soft touch back. Rooney looking against the sea of white. Powers clears it. Give it right back to Birnbaum. To Stieber. Hungarian midfielder holds. Rooney lost it initially, recovers. Mora inside for Ariola. Powers couldn't clear it out far enough. Chipped in. That's Acosta. He's got 2. And he's down. But the flag was up. So it's no goal. Offside, but worse than that, Acosta's down. At this point, they're not thinking about the goal. Bravery on the front of both.
Whoa, and that is really, really close. So they can go back and look at this. If the whistle happened after the ball went in the back of the net, they can go back and look at this. We'll take another look and see whether he was off. Either way, he gets clobbered here. That's a foul. That happens. Look, I mean, come on.
Yeah, that should be good, right? I mean, that's so close. That's not clear and obvious for offside.
They should look, and they're checking it as they should.
JC Rivera's gone to the year. If you're wondering about the size difference, Luciano Acosta's 5'3", 130. Bendick is 6'3", 223. In that collision, Bendick won.
That happens in the middle of the field, and that's a red card.
You can hear fans chanting VAR.
There it is.
That's been a normal chant in these stadiums. And Jesse Rivera will come over to take a look.
I mean, he could be looking, was it offside? He could be looking potential missed red card.
Yeah.
That is as close as you can get, because you take away the arm, that doesn't matter.
He paid a price.
We could get a double VAR here where he gives the goal and he gives a red card.
Goal. So now, my initial statement was correct. Acosta has 2.
But he's not going to give Bendik anything. All right. So he said this is onside. Fair enough. Well, we saw it. Brave. But that is... He can actually go back. He can give a red card. He can give a yellow card because he was reviewing it for the offside. And then if it happened within that play, things that he may have missed, he can go back. He can even give a yellow card. But nothing?
Yeah. So, some controversy tonight, for sure. And DC United have a 2-1 lead, and now they're going to make a change. PC's going to come in for El Munir. It might be a like-for-like swap in terms of the position that they play, but at the very least, it's fresh legs on the part of PC. We're going to call that in the 64th minute. And the goal from Acosta. That's big, though. The lead again goes to the home side, DC United. Neil Fisher's on the ball. Let's get more on the subs that just took place. Daniel Slayton.
Well, PC has just come into the left back position for Orlando, and just moments ago, while that VAR review was going on, James O'Connor brought Dylan Powers over to the sideline, communicating to him, we must use the flank better. We need to get it out wide.
Thanks, Danielle. Assad will push it. Right now, though, DC United has the lead. Look at the smoke in front of goal.
Love it.
In front of Bendik.
Never have too much smoke. More confetti.
But you're up here. Wonder what Bendik's thinking.
It's glorious. This is, by the way, the first time I've been in this stadium. I think it's your first time here?
Yes, it is. Magnificent stadium. Right?
I think it's great. I mean, especially for this storied club, and especially considered RFK memories.
What time to go. Right? I mean, if anyone deserved a new stadium, it was this franchise that won 4 MLS Cups, the first 2, and 3 of the first 4. The last one they won was in 2004. They'd love to get back to those glory days. The new stadium is part of it. Signing Wayne Rooney, bringing Bill Hamid back. And I'm sure they'll make other moves. Not this year because the transfer window is closed, but certainly next year. Tarek. So now you're Orlando City. You've not played a bad game here. It's probably one of your better games of late. But you're down 2-1 and you're down a man. Bendik will move it to the right. 2 goals by Luciano Acosta. And what they're calling now an own goal. Brought Orlando City back in the game at 1-1.
Well, you know that all the talk from Orlando is going to be about that red card. Was it or wasn't it?
And it's controversial, right? You said you could have made a case either way.
Yep.
So Costa will push it back.
Well, remember when VAR was talked about early on in its infancy, and it was going to take away that beautiful part of the game, that gray area of the game, and what we found is over the summer, or whether it's in MLS use, we have just as many arguments and back and forths and debates, albeit much more informed perspective because of what we see on the field. But
there is less player dissent, though, when the ruling is made because they know that VAR was there.
I'm telling you, JP, I would have had to adjust my game accordingly, knowing that there is that eye out there. And the things that
you
the World
Cup, right?
Yeah, saw it. In the box, the things that happen, the holding, the pushing, the dark arts.
The what? Opari will push it into the center for Birnbaum. 2-1 lead for DC United. Luciano Acosta with both goals. He came into the game with 1. He has 3 now to go along with all of his assists, 9 of them.
right now. He'll look for some more if he can. With his team up a man. So good night for him. They call it an own goal off post, and I always think that that's rough off the goalkeeper when it deflects in the way it did. Rather see it go to Roussel. And the red card in the 55th minute to Higuita. That kind of changed things, no matter what. Be a throw in from the far side for DC United. Another game coming up after this one. Seattle trying to make their way into the playoffs. Very good lately for Seattle, taking on a very strong FC Dallas side coming up right after this one. We'll go out to the West Coast. PC, Dylan Powers. Pushed back, all the way back by Opari, but they beat that pressure. Roussel, Dwyer, flag stays down. Dwyer, the shot. He will tie the game. Dom Dwyer, terrific goal. 11th of the year. That is vintage Dom Dwyer. Vintage. And this is the quietest the stadium has been tonight.
Oh, that's so Dom. Making this run perfectly timed. Gets in. Oh, the little scoop. Love it. Love it.
Little ball from Roussel.
Look at him. He has a lot of time to think. Oh. And that changes things.
Totally. They're still on a man, but that made him smile.
Oh, yeah, and that's why he's there. Does a lot of work, takes a lot of hits.
That's his only real good chance tonight. He converts
That's
it.
who he is.
Yeah.
He's not going to dominate a game, and certainly the teams that he plays for, the way that they have played with him, that's not the type of player that he has been. It doesn't mean that he can't be that type of player. It's just the situations that he's been in.
He's watching.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Why is that? It was not offside. I mean, what else could they be looking at? I'll tell you what, if this goes against Orlando City, if this goes against them, look out.
Well, they could be looking for offside.
What else could they be looking for? I've not seen the double look. Of you? Assistant referee helping out there on the view? Yeah, no, I do too, but I've not seen it. Go. Yeah.
All right.
And Dom Dwyer can smile again.
Just get it right. Double celebration.
Yeah. That was a terrific goal. The ball that Roussel gives him is perfect, but his chip over Oster.
And just the patience. And it's not a great look, but times that run perfectly, does that nice little curl. And here we go again. I'm telling you, it looks like he's offside there, but I think that Fisher keeps him on.
Yeah.
You got to look way out at the other side there where Fisher is.
Looking live, where I saw him make that run, I thought he was on. Looking live. Assad now on the left. DC United has had the lead twice, only to see Orlando City come back. Remember, they did that against New England. They were down 2-0, made a game out of it, then they trailed by 1 goal, tied them up. So it's a team that doesn't quit, despite all the hardship that they've had, especially on the road. Fisher on the ball. DC still can try to take advantage of that man advantage. Areola. Fisher. Clipped ahead. Stieber didn't get to the end line. Off a block. Battle for the ball. DC cleared it out to safety. Safety first. Throw in quickly. Stieber has Fisher with him. Knaus. Knaus will have another go at it. Fisher. Costa's laying back. He'll get this. The Argentinian midfielder will push it ahead. The touch back. Assad settles in for Acosta. If he took that down clean, he could have had trick.
Just skipped away from him. Wonderful timing.
was a nice setup.
See him come late. Well, they would have looked at that given the way things have gone tonight. But either way, skip past him.
MLS on FS1 is sponsored by Heineken. Open your world. 2-2 game here. 76th minute. Orlando City down a man, but certainly not down in their come-from-behind spirit. Terrific goal from Dwyer has made it a 2-2 match.
Darren Maddox down on the sideline. You want somebody that can come in and provide some speed and spark and something completely different in terms of the complexion that you're throwing at Orlando. Well, he's somebody.
It'll be interesting to see who will come out. PC on the ball. Had some good years in the old NASL. Rosell pushing it right. Mueller, quiet second half so far, can change it with that ball. Powers was after it, quick shot by PC, blocked, he'll try it again, deflected wide. Should be a corner, I thought. Yep, corner kick.
DC living dangerously, and Orlando just feeling confident. Multiple players in the box. DC gets 2 bites of this, and ooh, lucky.
Chris Mueller puts it down. Went up towards the middle, never got there. It's going to be cleared out. Will be another throw-in though for Orlando City. Much better performance by them tonight. Hard done with the red card to Higuita. Had to play a man down, trailing by a goal twice tonight. Have come back twice. Powers knocked down. Foul, free kick.
Orlando's just grinding, finding ways to create set pieces. Dylan Powers just getting to that position and taking that hit.
Free kick now for Orlando City. 2-2 game here. Mueller's over there on that far side. Along with PC. The left-footed PC off the training ground to Sutter, the shot. Sutter hit the side netting. Didn't look like DC was ready for that one. Substitution, Maddox for Fisher. They don't play the same position, so this is going to be something to see how they configure this. So Fisher out, the right back, and an attacking midfielder/forward. Maddox comes in.
Ariola's moving over here to this right-hand side, but we know this DC United is going to push for the 3 points. So they'll still be in a back four, but the outside backs are just going to push high. Rooney tucking in now, more in the midfield.
And they still have that extra man that can help them, should help them. Hasn't yet. Costa. The block. Powers moving it ahead. Orlando City have a player down behind the play. Rosell sees that and will clear it out. Mueller was the player down. Mueller still down. MLS on FS1 is sponsored by AT&T. 80th minute, still anyone's game. Even with Orlando City down a man, it's been fairly even and open.
There's the foul. He's up. He's young.
Two good things. Maddox, who came in, 8 goals on the year, 17 games. Not getting as much playing time lately with Rooney in there. But Maddox may be able to compliment Rooney tonight, especially up the man. And eager, most likely to get some minutes back. On the side, Sutter will clear it. This ball will go out of play. What's DC thinking? Let's go downstairs. Danielle Slayton.
Well, I'm standing next to Ben Olsen, and he's very dramatic, urging his team to go forward, reminding the referee about how much time is left on the clock. He knows, and he told us yesterday how important this string of games is. He says they're looking to get 7 to 9 points out of this week. He said we've been in the basement far too long for the last year and a half, and it's time for us to make a move.
I hope that move starts tonight. Up a goal twice, losing the lead both times. Still up the man. Stieber. Rooney. To the outside, Stieber will hold. Waits for some movement. Opari. Birnbaum. Captain is back for the ball. Plays it up. He's trying to find Maddox. Good idea. But a bit off target. Next week, MLS Soccer Sunday is on FS1 with an original MLS matchup. We come right back here to our nation's capital, DC United, hosting the New England Revolution. And our good friend, Brad Friedel, the head coach there. It all starts 7:30 Eastern on FS1, where you can stream it live on the Fox Sports app. Left off there. DC will start. That was a nice touch for Acosta. Stieber. Ariel is calling for it. Maddox and Rooney making runs. Good block from PC. Out for a throw for DC United. Get it in quickly. Acosta with both goals for his side. Luciano will push it right. Stieber. All the way up. Maddox couldn't get to it. Settled. Played back to Birnbaum. Mora has Assad with him. Mora puts one up. It's Acosta. Stieber walks in. Saved by Bendik. Just took it off his foot. Big play. Either way was ruled a save, or he just took it off his foot by Bendik.
Well, he was off his line well and quickly, because that just dropped perfectly for Stieber there. Surprised him.
Orsted calls Opari off.
Another look, these crosses coming in. Acosta getting on the end of it. Woo! DC was beaten there. They're knocking.
Wayne Rooney. Long for Maddox. Darren Maddox will push it back. Knaus sees the run by Areola. Spotted him. Can he find him? He does. Brought down by Areola. Stieber, Areola, Acosta. Back to the USA International, Areola. Acosta, and they had the runner. Assad made the run. Laid off by Dwyer for Dylan Powers. PC on the ball. Brazilian left back, can also play as a left-sided midfielder, will push it all the way across. Sutter on the right. Mueller. Powers. Even with 10 men, Orlando City has had some pretty good possession, and they've gotten some numbers forward. PC's on it. Russell back for PC. Second of 3 games today in Major League Soccer. New York City FC went up, beat Toronto. And we've got the other game following us. Seattle-Dallas right here on FS1. Acosta going inside. Oh, beat Tarek. That's a card and a half. Played in. Rooney, Maddox, save Bendik. Has to be a card for Tarek.
Yeah, go back and give it. Well played by the referee. Well played by Acosta to keep playing. Make something out of it. Actually got advantage because Orlando stopped thinking the foul was going to be called. A good block there right at the end.
There's going to be another substitution. Mora is coming out. And he's going to be replaced by Segura. We see Segura coming in. More of an attacking player, too, but they can afford to take the gambles here. They need the 3 points. They're up a man. They got to get the win streak started. Assad pushing it all the way out wide. That was Rooney who slipped, recovered. Off Maddox. Orlando City moving it up for Dwyer. Held it well. Finds Mueller. Powers joins. He's got fresher legs. Dwyer pointed, wanted it. Can he cut inside of Ampari? Dwyer in. Blocked by Ampari.
Well played by both players there. Tom Dwyer right at the end of the game. Bombing forward. And Ampari with a crucial block there.
O'Neal. Back to Bendick. Sutter to the right. Off a block. Big turnover there. In for the run of Maddox. They rushed that one. 87th minute. DC United 2. Orlando City 2. Knaus. Acosta for Rooney. Opari. Segura. He went down, does not get the call. Orlando City back on the ball. Dwyer again calling for it, still making these runs late in the game. Yeah, it was off. Well, if this result stands, as we see another substitution, Stefano Pino will replace Dom Dwyer, who had a very good night. And you've got to consider the fact that there's no question, there's no Yotun. He still was effective when he had to be.
And it's not just all about the goal. The goal was incredibly valuable and important, but this man works very, very hard up top. We talked about it all night. He's going to take his time.
Captain's armband to Will Johnson. Question has been wearing the armband, but injured tonight. If this result stands, Alexei, it's going to feel like, I would think, a loss for DC. Yes. Feel like a win for Orlando City.
Yeah. Given the red card, which changed everything.
Yeah.
And I know Orlando, once again, will have let in multiple goals in the game.
But if they only give up 2 and can get a point out of this, considering the red card as well,
take the point and get out of Dodge.
Mentioned before, 12 days off before their next game, home against Atlanta. Segura. Here's DC United. Ariola's pass blasted into the seats. He was deflected out, apparently, so it belongs to Orlando City. They can take more time off the clock here in the 89th minute. No rush for this throw-in for PC. Off his left foot, wanted Powers. Tapped ahead. Assad. Maddox makes a run on one side. Costa on the other. Darren Maddox turning it back. Assad from distance puts one up. Too close to Bendick. Costa was in the neighborhood. This game has had everything. 4 goals, red card, numerous VAR looks, some controversy. Assad. Stewar's now moved over to that far side with Segura taking his spot here towards the right. Now Segura's cutting more centrally. Rooney deep. Ariola. Apari, Rooney. Trying to make the ball do all the work, make it move faster. And catch Orlando City chasing. Segura drives it. Headed wide. Good opportunity. Here's Knaus.
Once again, this ball coming in, that's a difficult header for Canals to get back on it, get enough power to drive it to that back post. Going away from the goal, but with all these stoppages, there should be plenty of time. Oh, there you go.
That's 6. Yeah, had to be right with the, 3 looks from VAR and all the subs. Had to be. It's Bendick sending it long. So another 6 minutes. Better for DC United. They've got the extra man. And Orlando City was not hoping for a big number. It's deflected. It's going to be a corner for DC. And the big bodies go forward. The usual suspects, the targets. Rooney will be among them. Stieber drives one. Headed once, twice over. Birnbaum got the first look. I think Ariola wanted it initially.
Well, that's the one they wanted. Get the big guys up and come back against. They just couldn't.
It's the 2 center backs.
Yep.
Got to that. Ari in the end off the feet from Birnbaum. Birnbaum may have not gotten all that he wanted on that because he was so close to Ariola. There they are. The supporters that you talked about at halftime. Great atmosphere. There was always great atmosphere at RFK, but now the supporters have a much better stadium. They call their own. Bad bounce. Ousted had to head it out. That's the last thing DC United wants. Mistake now. They want the 3 points. They surely can't afford to come up empty. Segura. Acosta, he's made it happen for them tonight. Trying to find Ariola, who was angled off. That's Rossell, who's had a terrific game. Right after our game, Seattle Sounders versus FC Dallas. John Strong, Brian Dunsett, Katie Witham, there, ready to go as soon as this one's over. And a couple of bounces back to Ousted at the edge of the box. He'll roll it ahead. Kofi Opari for Ariola. He played in World Cup qualifying for the U.S. Comes through. Pass Johnson. Acosta. Segura. Hassan. Everyone getting a touch. Acosta. Segura. Wide. Johnson defending. Acosta. Curling ball. Headed down. Save Bendick. Canals was there. Rooney, I think, wanted it as well. Big save. Joe Bendick has come up big now on at least 3 occasions here later in the game. Ball sent forward. Ball sent forward. Segura. It's cleared away. Not far enough out. Hassan. Poking it back. Birnbaum. Steven Birnbaum's pass ahead. Acosta. Ariola. Orlando City collapsing on him. Now it's Acosta. Squaring it. Hassan thought about it. Now played it forward and wide. That ball took off though. And despite a great effort from Ariola, it's out of play.
They got to look back at this Bendick save. In from Acosta, and well, not a whole lot of power here, and it really is right at him, but gotta be there, gotta make the save.
5th minute of stoppage time. Orlando City, terrific effort, especially when you consider they've been down a man since the 55th minute when Igita was sent off with a red card. Controversially, yeah, on a VAR, on a VAR decision.
Well, I'm sure we'll hear all about it, whether we want to or not.
We will. No, we will. Segura with a throw-in. Rooney. Wide on the left side. DC floating into the box. That was intended for Assad. And Orlando City cleared it out. DC wants to get this corner kick off quickly.
Posted up. Love it.
Fans seem to like it too. They see him in the box. DC United going on after that. Zosted! Cleared. A foot race the other way. Look who's running hard after defensively. Wayne Rooney, the net is empty. Big collision by the captain. That is unbelievable effort. Rooney putting one up. Acosta. Header! Goal! Hat-trick! Acosta! That is an amazing ending. It started with Wayne Rooney coming back, winning the ball.
All right, so Wayne Rooney, wonderful tackle here, bit of individual heart, effort, but that's not enough. He wants to do more. Crossfield ball
to the smallest guy in the field.
And in the back of the net, but guess what's happening right now?
I can tell you what's happening right now. VAR.
You bet.
Because J.C. Rivero had his hand on the earpiece, and he's going to come over now to look. What could they be looking at besides an offside? Could they be thinking of foul on Rooney?
Push.
I mean, that would be harsh, I would think. That effort from Rooney.
Foul on Rooney? No.
That was an amazing effort. Amazing effort.
It was wonderful.
I thought you said he wasn't speedy.
Well, he's not speedy.
I know, but he was there. I could make that argument there. Let's see. There's going to be more time added on, by the way, in case you're wondering.
This is nuts. All right, go on. Look.
Is this the third or fourth time tonight? Losing track of VAR.
All right, so this is definitely not a foul.
It's a big collision, but that's it.
It gets up, head up. Long ball cross field. They could be looking, is this offside? Didn't look offside to me. They could be looking, is that a push there? Is it a push?
How does he find the smallest man in the field and deliver it?
Is he offside on that far point? Who knows?
Well, we'll know soon.
They're going to look at it.
We'll know what J.C. Rivero thinks because he's the one that makes the final call.
Yep.
He's looking now. Are you going to hear an amazing reaction to this whichever way it goes? Whichever way it goes.
Just give it for the game. For the good of the game.
I know.
Again, I mean, it's hard to see there, but he could be off there.
He's still looking, so hey, it's not that clear, right?
Was it clear and obvious? We wanted to call right, huh?
Here we go. The VAR signal, and goal. Now he celebrates. That's all you have to know, though, about Wayne Rooney when you saw him chase. He was the last man back. There was no one else near it. That's going to be a goal into an empty net, and Orlando City is going to win this game. And now they lose. That's what a captain does, though, Lex.
And look, that tackle and that play could have been done by anyone, okay? But it's done by that man right there. All of the money, all the attention, working right hard to the end. Again, he is all alone. By the way, Osted is up there. There's no goalkeeper here. He has to make that tackle or it is a goal.
And if he does just that, he did his job, but look at that.
And did you see Bendit? He thought twice about coming out. He comes out. I think he's able to make that punch.
But such is the ball.
What a night for Acosta.
Analyzer, what a night.
He comes in with 1 goal this year. He's a playmaker more than a goal scorer, obviously, but he's got 3 tonight. But that play he just made at the end of the game is what they're going to be talking about.
As they should. That's what you want. You want your star to work. You want your star to be influential in the biggest moments.
They got him to score goals. They got him there to defend big time. So we'll see. There's more time that had to be put on because of VAR.
But we were already, I believe, in that 6th minute as Bennett cleared it away. Now we're well past.
Yeah, we're going all night here, kid.
We got another game, too, after this. Not us, but Seattle and Dallas. Roussel, Orlando City, still fighting to the bitter end. Played across Tarek. Oh, he got his head on that one. There was a chance, but no chance now. DC United gets a big 3 at home. 3 from Matt Malacosta.
What a game. What a game.
This game had everything.
All right, do it. All right, do it.
Hollingshead looking for a run for Ricardo Pepi. Pepi's put past Bell. Ricardo Pepi is in. Second defender is coming over. Pepi got hit out of the play. It scores! Ricardo Pepi, first brace with FC Dallas, and he's restored the lead. Good opportunity here for San Jose. The shot, what a finish! Goal! It's a golazo! 17 years of age for Kate Cowell. No problem.
Floated in. This is dangerous, and it's 1-1, and it's a fabulous finish by Quinn Sullivan, the 17-year-old.
And the acrobatic bicycle kick, side volley, call it what you want. It's a thing of beauty here to tie it up.
Gives to Davis. Davis floats it in. Fabio off the head. Clark, what a finish! Oh my goodness, Caden Clark! And the Red Bulls double the lead.
Busio. Gianluca Busio. A touch of class from the 19-year-old. And just listen to this stadium erupt.
Russell, left-footed corner. He's found the corner. A super hit from Johnny Russell. You just cannot give him those kind of opportunities. Sporting KC opened the scoring on a stunning free kick.
They're on a brace from their DP, Hani Mukhtar, and he stands over this free kick, and he makes it free! It's an amazing 15 minutes.